Y'all come on up in here. We're going to send some invites out real quick. I'm on a little early today, but we're going to get to it. Got some FBA coin update, and we got some things that we got to chop it up. A lot of things we got to chop it up about. So y'all come on up in here. Just going to send out some quick invites real quick. And while I'm sending out the invites, we're going to listen to the theme song.
I ain't never switched. I was raised in the lion's den, standing on truth. I don't follow, I inspire, man, loyal to the code. Got the wisdom of 1,000. Every move I make for the fam.
That's the fountain.
Built from the struggle, integrity in my spine. Character solid, you can read between the lines. Talk what I live, they respect me when I speak. Name, hope, weight
in the west and the east.
Lessons from the block got me sharp like a blade. Made it out the fire, but the flame never fade. Soul made of steel, I don't shake, I don't run.
I'm too much.
I'm the moon and the sun.
Come on.
Too much.
About to get to it.
Too much.
I'll be on TikTok.
Too much.
Always standing on business.
Too much. Everybody know me. Too much. When you see me on the street.
Too much.
I be on TikTok. Too much.
Always standing on business.
Too much. Legacy on my back, I don't bend, I don't fold.
Too
much the name, but I never do the most.
Principles
embedded, they don't come with a cost. I took every L
like a boss, never lost.
Talk to the youth like a prophet in the street. Every bar is a jewel, every line is elite. Got the aura of a king, calm, never loud. But when I step in the room, I still move the crowd. Sticking to the code, I don't break, I create. Everything I built from the ground, now it's great. Said I couldn't do it, now I'm living what I said.
I'm too much, leave with heart, never bread.
Everybody know me. Too much.
When you see me on the street,
Too much.
I'll be on TikTok.
Too much. Always
Standing on business.
Too much.
Everybody know me.
When you see me on the street.
Too much.
I'll be on TikTok.
Standing on business. Come on.
Always standing on business. Too much. Mirror never lie. I reflect what's divine. Discipline the fuel, got my purpose in line. They imitate.
We gonna get to it today.
I do it for the bloodline.
Never for the caption. Too much. Realer than the lives they be living.
I'm the echo of the struggle, still risen. Woke in my thoughts, still humble in my deeds. Planting righteous seeds while the world just feeds. Eyes on the prize, but my mind in the stars. Blueprint in my palms, no facade, no fraud. Speak truth in a world full of fiction and
Fronts. Too much. I'm the future they want.
everybody know me. Too much. When you see me on the street.
You about to get to it, y'all.
I be on TikTok. Too much. Always standing on business. Too much.
Yeah, standing tall for the lineage. Nothing less, always more. We got a lot to talk about. What's up, 504? We about to get to it. Give me a second here. I got to do my monologue real quick, and then we gonna get to it. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. What's up, brother? I just sent you a message, man. Check your inbox. I think Jerry, right? Check your inbox. I just got your message. Before I get started, FBA coin is up. It's verified. It's legit. It's ready to go. I've been good, 504. I've been good, man. Just out here, standing on business for the people. Doing it for the lineage. So the FBA coin, the cryptocurrency, is available now. Y'all go check it out. I'm working on some issues with some people because they I don't know how they tried to purchase the coin, but they tried to purchase the coin outside of I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out. But I'm working with some people right now. We're gonna get their hash, and we're gonna try to we're gonna try to receive the funds and send the coins, or we're gonna try to just send it back, just refund it back, and let them start over again, and do it from the website. So you can't go wrong if you go directly to the website. If you try to go outside the website, That might be the problem. And make sure you have Arbitrum 1 set up on your wallet. Okay, you can use Coinbase wallet, not the actual Coinbase platform, but make sure you get the wallet that is connected to Coinbase, but outside of Coinbase, that is your own personal wallet. So make sure you do that. And then everything should work fine. The coin's verified, so y'all can't call it a scam no more. You know, it is what it is. Do your due diligence, right? Always do your research, do your due diligence. Learn about what you're investing in. Don't just invest. Don't just donate. Read the white paper. Start with that. Read the white paper. Read the website, fbacoin.org, and get the information that you need. Go on ChatGPT. Go on YouTube. You know, do your due diligence and get the information you need. Now, with that being said, hold on. Let me bring up Jerry real quick. I'm gonna bring you up real quick if that's okay. Okay. You just sent. Okay, I can't look at your email while I'm online. But as soon as I get off of the live, I'll look at the email. If you sent me the information, I'll go do my due diligence and try to fix it. If I can't fix it, the best thing I can try to do is try to refund you that money and you try again. But I'm going to try to switch it over for you. So no problem. I do see it, though. I just want to make sure that's yours. Once you send me that hash, I'll know. I'll confirm it. And then I'll work on yours first. Because we got a couple other people that have somehow did the same thing you did, brother. But it's all good. It's all good. So, yeah. So let's get to it, man. Hopefully some of y'all saw my earlier video. Okay, I did a video today. I was watching a person's live, man. I got you, brother. I got you. I was watching a person's live, man, and this dude has a Caribbean accent. Talking with a black accent. You know what I'm saying? So it sounded kind of funny with his Caribbean accent. And he kept saying, you know what I'm saying? And then what really just discombobulated me, what really just messed my whole mind up, is the dude is claiming American Indian. And he got twists. Not the locks. He got the twists like the American Indians do it. He had the whole American Indian setup. He had everything but the feathers coming out of his head. And he had a lion in the background. A lion's head, some type of little doll-like lion's head in the background. And he looked like he was sleeping on a cot. I don't know if the brother was in a homeless shelter. I don't know what the heck was going on. But the brother looked like he was sitting on a cot. Okay, not even like a bed, like one of them 16th century cots. Like, I don't know if this brother's trying to really relive the American Indian experience. I don't know. But I know his understanding is off. Let me give y'all the rundown. This is why foundational Black Americans are so important. This is why the delineation is so important. Okay? Because if we just keep using Black Americans, everybody can latch on to black. Everybody comes in and tries to co-opt black from us, okay? Nobody's black until they get to America. They're whatever they are in their homeland, but the moment they get to America, they all latch on to black. So that's bad. American Indian. Same thing is happening with American Indian now. Now we have people who are not from the United States claiming American Indian under the banner of the Americas. Knowing when we talk about American Indian, we're talking about the United States. You see that? You see that? That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who don't have an identity. So they need to take yours. This is like a metamorphosis. In the end, I'm going to tell you what the end game is. In the end, they want to be pro-black. They go from Caribbean to American Indian, and then all of a sudden, They're all black Americans. And they all think America, which is and we're talking about the United States, because when they say America, they don't mean the Caribbeans where they're from. They don't mean South America where they're from. They mean the United States. They mean North America, and specifically the United States. They think the United States belongs to them. And they're saying things like, my ancestors. Think about that for a minute, people. They're starting to claim our ancestors as theirs. Think about that. When they start saying, my people, my ancestors, we're all black, we're all the same nigga, y'all better pay attention. And a lot of these people, man, listen, man, let's keep it a buck. You wouldn't want their lifestyle. These people who are jumping on TikTok saying these deranged, crazy, mental health disorders, obviously, you wouldn't want their life. They're not living lavish. They're not doing anything special with themselves. They're just on TikTok all freaking day long, talking about nothing, trying to act like they're the teacher and you're the student. Y'all got to pay attention to what's going on these TikTok streets. Don't believe everything on the internet. Don't believe everything on TikTok. You got your gut. Trust your gut. You got head knowledge, you got heart knowledge, and then you got your spiritual knowledge, which is your gut. Okay? Learn how to rightfully divide truth, people. That's a skill that you need to develop. And you need that thing for everything in life, because it's gonna save you all. It's gonna save you all the time in the world. Your gut's gonna let you know that something's up. Something is amiss. Something ain't right. And you need to slow down and figure it out. Slow down, contemplate your next move, and be strategic. Not rush in with your heart. Because everybody's going to say something that's going to appeal and tug on your heart. People are going to say things that are going to appeal and tug on your heart. You go to church. These pastors, a lot of these pastors ain't good pastors. Let's keep it a buck. Their job is to swindle you out of something, and they're going to use your heart to do it. You got to understand, people, that your heart is not necessarily your friend. It can be misled. It can be pulled in many different directions. It's where your emotion is. It's where your passion is. It can be used for good, but you have to understand that you gotta rule over your heart. You can't be led by your heart, or at least not just by your heart. I get it. You see somebody on the street. They're homeless, and your heart says, oh man, I feel so bad for those people. Oh man, I should do something. And that's your heart. And you're thinking that's a noble thing to do. But then your head says, but he got on some new pair of Jordans. Then your head assesses the situation and says, he don't look all that down bad. Maybe he's on some drugs, right? Maybe he's the problem. Then your gut says, nah, something's off. Something's off. And then your head starts to analyze some more. And then you say, nah, I got to pass this up. This ain't what I'm being led to do. My heart says yes, but my gut is saying no. Listen to the gut. The gut not only discerns food, what's good food and what's bad food, but it also discerns spiritual things and says what's good for the spirit and what's bad for the spirit. You got to start trusting that gut, people. It's a second brain. I keep telling y'all, biology lied to y'all when it says you just got one brain. You got two brains. Your head knowledge, your head brain, the one that you condition, right? The one that you condition and indoctrinate. and the one that can be traumatized, and then you got this intestine, which is nothing more than a brain that just looks like a long string. They're made out of the same material. Okay, that's your second brain. You got to use both your brains. Don't just use one. God gave you two. He gave you that gut, that spiritual discernment, and he gave you this head knowledge right here. Use it to overrule your heart sometimes. Sometimes it's good to listen to your heart. Sometimes it's okay. But make sure it lines up. Make sure all three is in alignment before you move out and make a decision. And that's how you rightfully divide truth. Because if you listen to these cosplayers out here, they're going to have you messed up. Now, this same dude, I'm not mentioning the dude's name because I don't want to bring notoriety to the brother. But I'm sure if y'all on these TikTok streets, y'all seen this dude dressed up like an American Indian with twists. And he thought, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And he has a strong Caribbean accent. and he calls himself an American Indian. And this is just getting crazy. This is just getting ridiculous, man. This is the same brother that told me that there was two sets in the Bible and then there was two Most Highs. This is the same brother that told that y'all listening to the same brother that said there are two Most Highs and there are two sets in the Bible. This is crazy. This is crazy, y'all. This is just getting insane. These people, these self-proclaimed gurus, these magi that come on here and they think they can just tell people whatever they want to tell people. And it's getting ridiculous. Who are you really cosplaying as? Are you yourself? Are you an American Indian? And now you want, and then the end goal is they just want to co-opt FBA and say we're really FBA, nigga. That's what the end game is. That's what the end game is. They really want to say that they are FBA. That's the end game. I promise you. I promise you. They want to infiltrate FBA. They want to be foundational Jamaicans now. They want to be foundational Somalians now. They want to be foundational YT. Listen to me. That name foundational is what really separates, and so you can't misconstrue. See, that's why I like foundational Black American, because it's clean. You can't co-opt that. You can't co-opt that. You can't co-opt foundational Black American. You can't co-opt it. It is what it is. It says foundation. So if you're not foundational Black, what are you doing in the Americas? What are you doing in the United States? You got a homeland. Your homeland is wherever you came from. Your homeland is whatever you came from. If you came from Jamaica, that's your homeland. If you came from Nigeria, that's your homeland. But when you say foundational Black American, that means the United States is your homeland. You could say Black Indian, right? Say Black, okay. Black, I'm a Black Indian, right? You could say that, right? But guess what? You got crazy people in the Caribbean who are going to say, I'm a Black Indian too, nigga. See how that works? They just co-opted American Indians now. They just co-opted American Indians now. That's what they're doing. Who are they cosplaying as? They don't know who they are. Who they cosplaying as? They're having a culture swap and an identity crisis, y'all, right before our very eyes. These people are insane. Insane. And all they do, listen, they don't got no job. They can't have no job because they be on TikTok all day long trolling FBA. We live rent-free inside their head. They want to beat us so bad. Listen, why don't you go and create something? That's what you need to do. Go create something, because FBAs, we have created, we are creating, and we're still creating. That's what we do. We continue and we create. We make ourselves relevant by the things we create. Do you understand that? The things we create makes us relevant. If you want to be relevant, instead of trying to co-opt our stuff, go start your own. And you know the best place to start it at? The best place to do it at is in your freaking homeland. Not over here where FBAs are. We got a head start. We're decades ahead of you. But if you want to be a big fish in a big pond, it's going to be hard, because we already marked our territory. But you know what? You can be a big fish in a small pond. You can be a big fish in a small pond. Go back to your homeland and get it popping over there. Stop worrying about what FBAs are going to do, how we do it, what we're doing. If anything you can do is sit back and watch what we do. Take some game, take some notes, and then take it back to your homeland and build it up. And build it up. Build it up. You see, I don't have to listen to none of y'all in the comments, especially y'all saying the crazy stuff. I don't have, you know why? Because I don't worry about what you worry about. I'm not concerned about what you're worried about. Only thing I could do is stand on business. Only thing I can do is stand on business. That's why I love being a foundational Black American. That's why I love being a foundational Black American. Because all I got to do is stand on business. That's it. I don't got to pretend to be nothing I'm not. I'm happy with being me, myself, and I. That's it. That's it. And you should be happy being you. You don't got to cosplay as us. I know we cool. I know we fly. But you don't got to cosplay as us. You can be yourself. And you can win. And you'll get more respect from the world and from people who are FBA. You'll get our respect that way, more than hating on us, more than trying to claim our ancestors, more than trying to co-opt everything we do and say you did it. It must be bad when you haven't invented something in so long that you have to latch on to somebody else's invention. I don't know if I want to bring you up. Be honest with you. I don't know you and you're talking crazy in the comments. I don't know if I want to bring you up. If you're respectful, I might bring you up. But if you start talking crazy, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm just not trying to get the live taken down. I just got off of being bananaed, you know. I just got off of being bananaed. I get everybody always targets my live. Hey, brother, I'm chilling. I'm at home. I'm about to go to sleep soon. I mean, you know, this is the shirt I'm going to sleep in tonight. You know what I'm saying? I just threw this on. You know, I'm about to sleep. You know, it's 8:45 p.m. where I'm at. You know, I'm about to, you know, after this broadcast, I'm about to lay it down so I could wear a stretched out shirt if I want to. And I'm okay. Listen, I'm okay with being me. There's nothing you can tell me that's going to stop me from being the best version of me. I'm flying Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, brother. Okay? You can't get like me. So I'm okay with wearing this shirt. I don't have to impress you or anybody. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to talk to my people. That's it. Let them know what's going on. Let them know what's going on. But it's crazy to me, man. It's crazy to me that we got all these people cosplaying as us. They want to be attached to our greatness so bad. They want to be attached to our greatness so bad. That's what's crazy. When all you got to do is go out and be great. Nobody's stopping you from being great but your own self. You're never going to be... Listen, haters never become great. They just get more bitter. Let me say it again. Haters never become great. They just become more bitter. They just become bigger haters. And the beautiful thing about being a Black American is all we got to do is keep speaking the truth. We actually got something for people to hate on. That's why they hate on us. They hate on us because we were born and raised and bred in the United States. They hate on us for that. Okay? They say, oh, nigga, if I grew up in America too, we'd have this, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I don't know. You need to worry about the 99% of you that are melanated who are getting dominated by the 1%. That's what you need to worry about. You are 99% and you're getting dominated by the 1%. That's what you need to worry about. Okay? We made the mounds. I don't even know. I don't know who you are to say you made the mounds. I know the mounds came before the pyramids. I know that. I know Mississippi is where you find a lot of mounds at over there. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, I don't even know if you're melanated. I don't know if what are you, African, Caribbean? Do you mind sharing? Where are you from? Where are you from? Are you from here? Are you just talking? You know, because we got, you know, my people is great. My people are ancient people. Ancient people. Okay? They're an ancient people. They come from morals and integrity. I can't see your profile because it's just small for me. I can't see your profile. I can't see your profile. I don't know if you are. I don't even like that term Indian, you know what I'm saying? Because Indian means India. But it's okay. You know, y'all be like, oh, why you call yourself black? Black means pale, you know. So it's the same thing. The same way y'all feel about black, the same way I feel about Indian. It's just, you know, why would you want to be called what Christopher Columbus called you? West Indies, right? Why would you want to be called by that? But I don't know. I digress. It doesn't matter to me. If you're from the lineage, you're from the lineage. As long as your lineage is from the United States, right? You're here before the foundation of this country began, right? Whether you came through chattel slavery or you were already here, we all mixed in together and became one big Negro. That's what I'm concerned about. I don't care if you label yourself a Hebrew Israelite. I don't care if you label yourself African American. As long as I wouldn't call myself that. I don't even care if you're Pan-Africanist, and I don't trust Pan-Africanists. But if you're from this lineage and your people are my people, your ancestors are my ancestors, that's all I care about. That's all I care about. You're foundational. You're a foundational Black American, whether you call yourself one or not. But what I am concerned about is the people who cosplay, who pretend, who tether on to our greatness and what we do. I am concerned about that. I'm very, very concerned about people who pretend to be something they're not. I'm very, very concerned about people who think, oh man, y'all need, everybody wants us to help them. We're not helping y'all. We're not helping y'all. We're telling you, help yourself. We helped ourselves. Nobody helped us when we were standing on business. So we're not going to help you. We're not, it's crazy what's going on in Palestine. I feel for some of those Palestinians. But when foundational Black Americans were going through what we were going through, nobody was there. We did it on our own. We did everything on our own. We stood on business and we got the job done. And the only advice we can give you is the same advice we took for ourselves. Stand on business. That's the best advice we can give you. Stand on business. That's it. Hold your own nuts. And get yourself up out of the situation that you're in. That's the only advice we can give you. That's the only advice we can give you. We can't give you nothing else than that. We can only lead by example. And our example is, we did it, now you go do it too. Shout out to FBA Chicago. We did it, now you go do it too. Don't try to recruit us. Some of us might follow you, but the majority of us, the ones who had an awakening, the ones who understand the code says we need to delineate and come up out of this burning building, we realize, hey man, we've allowed people to get too close to us, that they can actually harm us now. They're in our politics saying, y'all don't need no reparations. They acting like they black like us. They acting like us. They acting like us. Yeah, shout out to the indigenous people to the United States. How about that? Shout out to them. So, yeah, man, I mean, aren't you tired of people acting like us? We're not, listen, we are all melanated, but we're not all the same. All skin folk ain't kinfolk, and we know that. And we really understand that. How many names they got for us? They call us Akata, they call us Jareer, they call us Yankee. I mean, this is what these people talk about. We're all indigenous, we're all one, dude. But they want to talk behind our back. They want to say crazy stuff. They want to tell us we didn't invent what we invented. They want to take part in our success. But the moment, here's what you got to ask yourself. The moment they succeed at something, you know what they say? Oh, I'm Jamaican American. I'm Nigerian American. They don't want to include they don't want to be melanated then. They want to make sure that y'all know that Dominican Republic did this. The West Indies did this. They want to make sure y'all know. When we show up at the Olympics, they root against us. When we show up at the Olympics, we clap and cheer for them because we want to see them win too. But when we show up at the Olympics, they're praying for our downfall. That's the issue. That's the issue. So go ahead and continue to be tribal, and then get mad when we say we delineated. We're not being tribalism. We're not being tribal. We're not being tribal. We're just protecting ourselves. We're saying we got to worry about FBA right now. There's going to come a time where, listen, I rock with our brothers and sisters, man. Listen, the Americas one day will get on code. One day. But it's not going to happen until FBA get themselves together, get our people together, and put foot to ash on this system that is oppressing us. I don't deny that a lot of FBAs are copper. Listen, we are copper colored people. I rock with my copper colored brothers and sisters. I just don't like tethers, and I don't like sambos. So if you're a tether or a sambo, I don't rock with you. But my copper colored people, yes, we do. We rock with them. Yeah, tough. We know who we are. We know we're indigenous to the Americas. We know the FBA understand and know that. We know that 100%. 100%. And we don't have to wear the feathers, and we don't have to wear the cultural dressing attire to know that. We know that. My father and my mother told me we were Blackfoot and Cherokee, okay? The American Negro is the foundational Black American. Who do you think were classified as the American Negro? The American Negro were the indigenous people here. And some of us, yes, some of us do have African ancestry. Some of us do, yes. That's a fact. We all mixed in. The slaves that did make it over to the Americas, yes. They mixed in with the Indians. Yes, they did. A lot of them American Indians, they were also enslaved because they were picked up as Negroes. Hey, you a Negro. You look like a Negro. You can't, I don't care if you wear them feathers on your head. Boy, you look like a Negro. You coming over here back to the plantation. And they just took them. So a lot of you who are in denial, acting like your ancestors were never enslaved, man, miss me with that. Miss me with that. One of the things that I love about being a foundational Black American is we are documented. We're the most documented people on planet Earth. We are documented. We are documented. And we can do our genealogy and we know exactly who we are and exactly where we came from. So that's what it is. That's what it is. And I'm not here for the games, man. I'm just here to stand on business and tell y'all what's going on in our backyard. We got people cosplaying as American Indian and cosplaying as Black American, as FBA. And we got to be careful. This game, we got to play the game at a high level and stop playing it on rookie. We got to play the game on all Madden. We got to graduate now. We got to graduate now. That's what we got to do. We got to graduate now. If you ain't this color right here, this copper color right here, I don't think you're indigenous to anything. I think you're more of the oppressor than you are of the indigenous. And that's something you got to deal with. If you don't got these big lips, these wide nose, I don't know what to tell you. You're not indigenous to anything. That's just what it is. You're not indigenous to anything, really. You are pretending. You are cosplaying. And maybe you don't know you're cosplaying. Maybe your parents been cosplaying so long that they didn't tell you that they was cosplaying, so you believed the lie too. I don't know. But I know this. You better get this out your head. America is not for everybody. Let me say that again. America is not for everybody. America is for Black Americans. And I'm talking about the United States. So that mentality, that mentality that y'all had of coming over to the United States, plundering it of its resources and taking it back to your homeland, that's out. We are now finding offense to that. You thinking that America is the one that oppressed you? No. Go to freaking Great Britain. Go to France. Go to Dutch. Go to the Dutch. Go to the Germans. Shoot, go to the Italians. Go to the Portuguese. But don't come to America acting like America's your problem. Because foundational Black Americans might find offense to that. America is not for everybody. And if you keep coming in with that mentality, we're going to check you at the door. We're going to check you at the door. And we're going to make sure you get shipped home. And really, you don't even have to make it to your homeland. You just got to get shipped up out of the U.S. You might make it to El Salvador for all we know. You know what I'm saying? That might be your destination. You keep playing over here. You might end up in El Salvador. That's what it is. That's what time it is. The disrespect has grew so much. We've allowed so much, and now now we're looking at everything like it's disrespect. If you call us African American again, we're gonna find that disrespectful. If you're respectful and you're on code, we don't got no problem with you. We welcome you. If you're respectful and you're on code, we don't got no problem with you. But if you're coming in sounding like a tether, looking like a tether, right? Doing the very actions of a tether, we're gonna call it out. I'm afraid to bring anybody. Okay, I'm gonna let you up, brother. I'm gonna let you up, brother. We gonna see. We gonna see. I'm afraid.
I'm FBA. You ain't gotta worry.
Okay.
But I totally agree with you, bro. These immigrants, they come here and they use up our benefits. They disrespect us. It's terrible. They almost worse than the white man.
Yeah, and they wonder they act like, oh, why are you so focused on us? You need to focus, man, because we got to worry about what's in our backyard first.
Facts. What they don't know is America was built by Black Americans. We built this country, and we still haven't got what we are owed, 40 acres and a mule. So you think we're going to let y'all come here and take what they owe, take what, you know what I'm saying? What we're owed, it ain't going to go down like that.
Man.
Can't go down like that.
It's not going to go down like that at all.
At all.
It's just not going to happen.
At all.
And we're not going to allow it, man. And they don't understand that we're ready to fight for this.
Oh yeah.
We're ready to defend our homeland.
Definitely. And what I noticed is the East Coast has a big immigrant problem. Our brothers and sisters up in New York, Harlem is not even Black American no more. Harlem is straight immigrant. It's sad almost. A historic Black American neighborhood ruined.
They're starting to say the same thing about Atlanta.
Oh wow.
The same thing about Atlanta, man. That it's looking kind of tetherish out there.
Man.
All right, I'm gonna start bringing some people up, man. I'm gonna need y'all to start letting yourself known in the comments before I bring y'all up, though, because if y'all say anything crazy, I got to get you up out the paint. I'm not dealing with the disrespect today and the trolling and the cosplay. I'm not dealing with that at all today. I got to protect this live. I got to be on a little bit longer. I'm tired of getting banana by y'all because y'all try to trigger me, and then I fall for it somehow, and I get y'all out the paint, and then y'all go run and cry. Oh, report the page. So I'm trying to keep it respectful. I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. Really. All right, your thing is buffering way too long, brother. We're gonna have to get you up out of here. When you fix your connection, request back up.
Well, yeah, we're dealing with a huge immigrant problem, and it's only getting worse.
It's only getting worse, man.
Getting worse.
So where's your family from, man?
My family from originally Baton Rouge, Louisiana, but we moved to Oakland, California. That's where I reside right now.
Okay, I'm out here in Cali, man. Shout out to Oaktown.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Bay Area.
Come on, shout out to y'all, man. Y'all some players, some Max down there. Y'all got the game, man. Y'all support each other like y'all supposed to. I got nothing but love for the Bay Area, man.
Yeah.
When I was up there, man, I got love up there, man. I was like, man, really?
It's a little bit, even with the Mexicans, it's a little bit different out here.
Yeah, it's not like that in Southern California.
Yeah, like they respect us. In Northern Cali, Bay Area, it's just a difference. You got the Serenos,
Yeah.
down in LA, you know, Southern Cali, and you got the norteños. And the norteños usually are from Mexico. They usually were born in Mexico
Okay.
and came to the United States. Now, the Southern Mexicans down in Los Angeles, who be, you know, they be on the racist stuff, like, you know, they
Yeah.
do be kind of racist. They, when they go to prison, they lock up with the Woods, you know, the
Yeah.
Aryan Brotherhood, all of
Yeah.
that.
Yep. They sure
Uh,
do.
they usually are Chicanos. They're Mexican American. Meaning they're born in America. That's what I noticed the difference between Bay Area Mexicans and LA Mexicans. It's a
Okay.
big difference.
Yeah. Yes. It is. It is.
It is.
And you know, yeah, it's just you know, it's just a weird relationship period with them, you know. And I got and no disrespect to the Hispanic or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just that you know there is no such thing as a black and brown coalition,
Nah, not at all.
you know.
Not at all.
It,
And
no,
I've been noticed this.
yeah, yeah. There's no black and brown
Nah, not at
coalition.
all.
It's all political.
It's all politics, yeah. And in
All
California,
political.
even our you know, the way gangs are set up is very political.
Yeah,
Like certain races in prison, they can't even eat together. In certain neighborhoods, you know, you can't even be with a black guy or a white guy or a Mexican guy. So
oh yeah. I mean, we go. I mean, let me tell you, everybody love that soul pole.
yeah,
You know, everybody love that soul pole. So you
that's a
know,
fact.
they gonna sneak. You know, it is what it is, man. They gonna sneak around and get some of this soul pole. That's just what it is.
That's a
I don't
fact.
know. I don't know any race that don't want none of this soul pole. You
You
know,
want to
and
know
that's the
what
biggest
crossed the
problem.
line with me and the Tethers, bro? When they started saying that they created hip hop and rap, that blew me. And you know, because look, this is what blows me about that. West Coast rap has nothing to do with any outside immigrant, nothing. West Coast rap, G Funk, Nate Dogg, Snoop Dogg, Easy, DJ Quick, Mac Dre, all
Mac
foundational Black
Mall,
American,
Mac Mall. Don't forget
all
Mac Mall.
foundational Black
E40,
American.
E40, the most unique rapper out there.
E40, that's what I'm saying. And don't even get me
E41.
started on Southern hip hop.
Yeah. You know, you got Southern Playalistic, Cadillac Funky Music. Come
You
on,
got
man.
DJ Screw, Houston, Chopped and
Yeah.
Screwed.
Chop and Screw. Yeah, that was us. Come on, man.
So the fact that they're trying to say that they created rap, all rap, is absurd to me. Now New York, it's a little tetherish out there. Who knows what really happened out there in New York? You know, I can't really speak on New York,
No, no,
but
we listen. They were on what were they on? They were on disco. I mean, they were disco
I
fanatics
heard
out
that.
there. They weren't really on the hip hop. See, the one thing I love about hip hop and how it originated from children, 13, 14, 15 year olds.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It started in the inner city in the hood. It started from us. And then it grew. We grew up with hip hop. We grew up. It started. See, if you want to take it even back even further, it started with the dozens. It started with the yo mama jokes. It started with us clowning each other to make us stronger. That's what it started with. That's where all that comes from. So it started with it started with the modern day comedy. It started with modern day comedy. We invented modern day comedy. It started with us.
Yeah. And they always love to say DJ Cool Herc. Gil Scott Heroin, he you know he's from Chicago, Illinois. He was really the first dude who was out there rapping back in the early 70s when the Soul Train era. DJ Cool Herc wasn't even in America. He was probably somewhere back in Jamaica at this point. You know?
Yeah,
So
man. I mean, it's our history, and we claim it, and we don't we're now gatekeeping it. We're no longer
yeah.
sharing it with everybody, and we know them. A lot of the music today is not even from us. You know, the record labels are deciding to put on others out non FBAs on than us.
Yeah, I'm seeing the rise with the Afro beats, the Tyler situation. It's absurd. I mean, it's getting to a point at the BET Awards. There ain't nothing but immigrants up there.
Man, man,
Nothing but.
it's a shame. It's a shame that our BET turned into their BET.
Yeah.
It's a shame, and that's why we got to stop supporting. I mean, I don't even watch TV. I don't even watch TV. I don't pay attention to nothing going on in the mainstream media.
Yep.
You know, there's if you want to if you want to get plugged into the black grassroots, you got to plug into 𝗔𝗯𝗫𝘂𝘁𝗂𝘁. You got to
Yep.
plug into Professor Black Truth, Vicky Dillard, and there's a young brother, man. This young brother is on Twitter and he's on YouTube and he's on TikTok. Afro Elite. If y'all ever see my boy Afro Elite, man, shout out to that
Afro
brother,
Elite.
man.
I'm gonna have to go check him
Afro
out.
Elite. Y'all subscribe to his YouTube and y'all subscribe to his TikTok and he's on Twitter, man. Afro Elite is putting it down, man. This brother is either young brother, but he knows his stuff.
Nah, Unc, I do have a quick question.
Go ahead.
How do you feel about the black Americans who are claiming to be indigenous under the FBA wing? How do you feel about that?
I don't got no problem with that. I don't because a lot of us, as we're finding out, we are indigenous to this.
Yeah, definitely. We have percentages of indigenous in us, definitely. But what I don't like is when they start spinning that pseudo, like, oh, black people been in America, stuff like that. It make us look bad. It make our group look unserious.
Here's the thing: we have always been here. Okay, we did mix in with the African slaves. A lot of us have African ancestry. A lot of us don't. You know, like my parents told me we Blackfoot and Cherokee. That's what my parents told me. They never said nothing about Africa.
Yep. It's funny. In my family too. I mean, nobody has ever brought up being African.
And then when you do your DNA, a lot of times you're gonna find that you don't even have anybody in that home from Africa ever in your. Man, they went down to my seventh cousin.
Oh wow.
Seventh cousin, and none of them was from Africa. None of them.
Oh, wow. I ain't done a DNA test yet. I'm gonna have to go do that. But
do your DNA and do your genealogy. Now, don't get
about the Black Panther Party. Huey P. Newton in California.
Yeah.
They really were big Pan Africans. Huey P. Newton. They were, and I don't agree with Pan Africans, but they did accept that. Oh, okay, we are African, but we are also Black American. We have African DNA, of course.
Right.
But to claim the indigenous people of America who have actually been here, they done been through a lot, man. They done been through a lot.
Listen,
Same as black people.
Listen, we are an ancient people, man.
Definitely, of course.
We are an ancient people. We did build the pyramids. We did build the mounds. We did use the advanced tools. We did have the power centers.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
There was a lot of structures that were already built in America, and it just got occupied.
The Olmecs.
We built this stuff. We are the Olmecs, man. The Olmecs are us.
I kind of believe that right there.
They never disappeared.
They have our futures. They look like us. You can find brothers who look exactly like the Olmecs.
Man, if you look at the Olmecs, they look like us, and they were futuristic people living in the past.
Definitely.
And I tell people all the time that foundational Black Americans, we are futuristic people. We are futuristic people. We see things that others cannot see. We do things and we enact things and we create things that other people are like amazed and like, wow.
Yep.
We're not amazed by it because it's what we do.
It's in our blood. It's in our DNA.
Exactly. So all we're doing is what comes from our ancestors. That it's written in our genetic code.
Facts.
So yeah, we understand and we know that, man. And listen, we're not arrogant about it.
Yep.
We share every creation, everything we created for mankind, we share with the world.
Don't get me started on rock and roll. I can sit up here and name a lot of old black rock bands back in the day.
Every genre we created from.
Bad Brains. You ever heard of Bad Brains? Is a Black American rock band from the early 1970s. They're from Washington D.C. Foundational Black American. I mean, they were real, rock stars, real rock band, rock band.
Yeah, man, we were doing all that, man. Country music is ours.
Jimi Hendrix.
Ours. Yeah. Jimi Hendrix,
I
jazz,
love Jimi Hendrix, man.
all the major, every culture in America is Black American culture.
Facts.
Name me a culture in America that's not that we didn't invent it.
Or we didn't have a part in.
Everything, everything. So that's what it is, man. You know, it's standing on business. It's standing on truth. It's being honest with yourself. It's having that man in the mirror moment and accepting your good with your bad.
Facts.
You can do that. You're close. You may not be a foundational Black American, but you're very close to one.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing I love about us, man. We don't gotta pretend to be nothing else but us.
That's facts. And what I love about us is you can tell when someone was raised with us or around us. You know, you can tell. Because, you know, there's a lot of African people who were raised with Black Americans, around Black Americans, who will stand up for Black Americans when an
They
African
love
person
us.
says.
They love us. Come on, man.
I'm telling you.
They want to talk like us. They want to dress. We taught them how to dress when they got.
Y'all, man, I'm telling you, bro, we are the culture.
Take them Jesus sandals off, brother. You can't go nowhere. We ain't gonna get no girl if you wearing the damn Jesus sandals. Don't look like your daddy or your mom. You come, you dress like this, and you talk like this, and we gonna get the honeys.
You integrate with the Black American culture. You know, you want to talk like them growing up. I done heard so many Africans say that they looked up to Tupac.
When I go to Africa, do you know how many people I see in Africa trying to act like they're Black American?
Oh yeah, I seen the video there on Twitter. They had it was so many Africans with Black American clothes on, attired. They was trying to speak like us, walk the chains, and it was crazy.
Man, Afrobeat. A lot of people in Afrobeat, they just want to be Black American so bad.
You can tell. You can tell by the attire, the style, it's all just chewed up and spit out Black American culture from back in the day, from back in the early '90s.
Even that Caribbean dude that was cosplaying as an American Indian, even he kept saying, "You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?"
Yeah.
With his weirdo ass accent.
Yeah.
Weird accent on that, man. I was like, this. I mean, I swear, when you look at this dude, it's like your brain just want to pop because you don't know what you're looking at. It's a Caribbean dressed up in an American Indian attire, speaking like a freaking Black.
You know, Nipsey Hussle was Ethiopian. Nipsey Hussle, you know,
he's half Eritrean, but he's
Eritrean.
Black American. His mom is foundational Black.
His mom is foundational Black American, yeah.
And his dad is Eritrean. So yeah, we claim him Malcolm X.
We claim him, yeah. So
you know, his dad is foundational Black American. I think his mom is Caribbean. Yeah. You know, if you have at least one FBA dad or mother, you're an FBA.
Yeah. Now, I always got to tell people that.
I'm gonna bring people up.
It's a lineage. It's a lineage.
Right. I'm gonna bring people up, but if y'all say something crazy, I gotta get you out the paint. I gotta get you out the paint. So please be respectful when I bring you up. Please be respectful when I bring you up.
Hi.
How you doing, Andy?
Good.
Good. Let me talk with an influencer.
So your hat says FBA, huh?
Say again? Yeah, my hat says FBA. Yeah.
That's what you stand for?
That's tight.
Yeah. What do you mean by that, brother?
Nah, I was just fucking with you, man.
Okay.
I was getting you ready. You was about to get geared up too. I see. Like, what?
Listen,
nah, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you, man.
Listen, man. Listen. I don't want to get banned. Bananas. I don't want to get bananas. I really don't. I'm trying to be respectful as I can to everybody. I have no problem with Africans. I have no problem with Caribbeans. The only people I got a problem with is tethers and sambos. If you fall in any of those categories, we got a problem.
Okay.
What's a tether? I ain't heard of it.
Hi. So I'm new to TikTok, so I don't know but I just came in as soon as you were saying Africans trying to be like us. So I'm American, but I am also from East Africa. But there are also a lot of Africans or Caribbeans. There's a lot of folks that were born and raised here that do, love the culture and adapt to it. So how can you sit here and be like, oh, they trying to be like us when the white man already divides us as it is, but then you're here sitting like, oh, even the ones that were born and raised here, they like, I feel like you're looking at it like you don't approve of it, like they copycat or whatever the
Yeah, the
case
only
is.
reason I think that they don't get that pass is because they love our culture, but they
Yeah.
don't love us.
He
When
wasn't saying it
necessarily
in a bad way either.
when they see us face to face, they don't treat us like family. They act
But
like
you're saying
we're so.
they and generalizing
I'm
though.
saying
He
in
was
majority of people that I experience.
Okay, you guys do realize Africa is 54 countries though,
You're
right?
right. You're totally right.
But I think it comes from like when they grow up in school, a lot of kids do pick on them. I will say American blacks do pick on Africans when they in
Because they're not
school.
from the culture, and kids, and listen, you got to understand
Yeah,
what
and it's wrong though because it creates the early divide.
you're talking about. But here's what you got to grow up at some point. You're talking about children.
Everybody got roasted.
Yeah, everybody do get picked on. Yeah,
In our culture, that's what we do. I don't care if you're from Africa or you're from the Caribbean or if you're a Black American. You got called an African booty scratcher.
Facts.
Oh yeah. Every
I
day.
don't care where you're from. You're gonna get called that. Okay? Kids are gonna say the most meanest things to other children. Why? Because children are emotional. But guess
Okay.
what? You build up that wall that you learn how to defend yourself, right? And you become stronger and you become better. And when you get older, you put away those childish things. You don't see anybody grown calling anybody African booty scratcher today. You don't see anybody doing that. You don't see anybody doing it because that's not us. We were children. But what we did do was tell you, take off them Jesus sandals because you're not going to get no play with those Jesus sandals on. You know, put some lotion on them ankles. Take out the beads out your hair and do your hair like this. Get you a back in then we had the pressing comb. Get you the pressing comb and go and do some upkeep. This is my generation. That's what we.
But you don't even sound like you were the type to be helping them out like that though, because you're sitting here like, oh, why they trying to be like us?
No, we helped them out. No, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. We helped y'all out. When y'all came over here, y'all
Don't
wasn't.
say y'all because you ain't helped me.
Y'all wasn't in the YT neighborhoods. Y'all was in our neighborhoods. Okay.
I don't know about you,
We got
sweetheart,
y'all
but I have a different experience. I unfortunately grew up with Caucasians, and then when I did meet the African Americans, it was actually Minnesota, and the Somalis and the African Americans were fighting like crazy, which to me was ignorant as hell. But 10 years later, they explained, because I used to just visit there. 10 years later,
Well,
both sides.
Somalis do attack black dark Africans.
No, I've seen that. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I've seen that, but I've also seen
Ethiopians,
African.
we're respectful. We're respectful people. We show respect to dark skinned Africans. I've never seen a Ethiopian say, "Oh, you're too black. You have your hair, or you're a Jair." I've never heard the word Jair come out of an Ethiopian's mouth.
Yeah.
Now, Somalians.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Somalians are really, really disrespectful, man.
Well, see, once again, y'all are generalizing. Even though, okay,
I don't listen. Not all Somalis, but let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck, man. Y'all got a problem with the Kenyans. Y'all got a problem.
West Africans.
Don't say y'all because I don't.
Africans. And
they have a big problem with West Africans.
Remember that Somalian girl, the brick lady who got hit upside the head with a brick? Remember that?
Yeah. What about
No Black Americans help me. Black men are crap. And she was known for going around showing her ass. She was known for going around showing her ass in public, intoxicated, just doing the most. She was known. Everybody knew who she was. And then she made it all up at the end and did a GoFundMe scam.
No, I don't even be following folks like that. But to me, I just don't understand the whole point. Like I was saying, the whole Minnesota thing. 10 years later, they explained to me what the main beefs were, and it was the Somali girls would say we have soft hair, or like the African American boys would be like, no, we could date your girls, this and that. And I'm like, the white men are looking at y'all like all of y'all black, all of y'all are this and that, and y'all ignorantly sitting here and fighting. And to me, regardless of I didn't come on here to argue with you, but it seems like like you're also like you're kind of contradicting yourself because you're saying one thing, but then you're like, well, y'all like this, y'all like this, y'all like this. Well, first of all, I grew up in America, so I don't even understand where you're coming from with y'all because I'm not the typical African person that you've met or have experienced. But then another personal experience is I do actually have a mixed child. I married outside my race, an African American brother. And so the crazy thing is,
Yeah, but there's a reason why
this
you're
hold
not
on. But the
single
crazy thing
because
is the Somali
you
side, like
embrace
what y'all talking
Caucasian
about
culture.
is true. Let me just finish, bro. What y'all
You've
talking
been
about
going
is
for a
true.
while.
But what
But
I'm
go ahead.
saying is it's
You
facts
gotta
for
wrap it
both
up.
sides. It's
You gotta
facts for
wrap it
both
up.
sides.
You gotta
Like
wrap
you
it up.
have I have like some African Americans from like his aunts or uncles that are like that will never get along with Somalis. And I do have some Somali family members that will never get along with that or that might even dare talk about my kid, which I gotta check them right and left. So it's both.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
And for
That's
y'all
kind
to
of
be like, oh,
irrelevant to
all
the point, though.
Somalis and this, and y'all to put y'all in a perfect category to me is wild. That was just my main
Well,
point.
see, that's the whole thing. When you say y'all, then you also doing exactly what you're going against. So you just wrap that up in one, not even a sentence. You just said y'all, so you're talking about black and
No, I'm talking
Americans, and
about you two,
and
you were
you're
agreeing
also
with him.
generalizing.
No, I'm
You're
talking
also
about you
general.
two talking because you two are talking to me, and you both said, and even when I said you guys can't generalize, you both said no, it do be y'all, and then Baba
No,
in the
that wasn't me.
comments is
That
like,
was the
yes,
other
I will
guy that was
generalize
talking.
y'all.
Somebody else was talking, but the thing is
The
that
Ethiopian brother
we
up there, he was cosplaying as a black American. Dudes from Ethiopia, because it slipped out. Oh, us Ethiopians, I heard him. I heard him.
Mm.
yeah.
So dude that I was talking to that was calling me Uncle, he's Ethiopian. That's what I'm saying. You don't got to cosplay and pretend to be a black American just so you can come up here and speak. You can be who you are, and we'll accept who you are. We'll respect you. We'll accept you as you are. But when you come in trying to cosplay as us, that's when we have the problem. That's your Ethiopian brother who was right next to you who was saying that.
First of all, that ain't.
Okay,
But the problem is that I think when we embrace our
you heard
culture,
that too in the
it's
comments,
seen
right? You see
it's
how they
seen
do
as
it.
like
Hold on, real
my
quick.
bad.
You see how they do us? You heard one somebody in the comment. You heard him in the comment. First, he said, "I'm FBA." Now I saw the letters on his thing. Those were Ethiopian letters. I saw that. He don't know. I've been to East Africa. Okay, I've been all through East
Where have
Africa.
you been to East Africa?
Kenya specifically, but I've been to East Africa. I've been to Ethiopia. Okay, so I seen those letters already. But he said, "No, man, I'm FBA. I'm cool, Unc." And he was talking and then talking about our hip hop. And then when his Somali neighbor comes on, he quickly code switched.
Yeah.
Did y'all catch that?
See, I didn't even notice that.
He quickly code switched and said, "Yeah, we're us Ethiopians." And I'm listening to him. I'm like,
So
"Huh?"
why didn't you check him then?
We left. I was going to. He left. I was going to let him talk and really, see me. I'm different. I like to give people rope to just to hang themselves. I like to give people rope so they can do what they do. I want to listen. I'm here to listen more than anything to figure out what your game plan is because I already know what my game plan is. I'm here to stand on business and speak truth. That's it. I'm not trying to pretend to be nobody. I'm not pretending to be an American Indian I'm not trying to pretend to be a Caribbean. I'm not here to pretend to be East African. I'm here to be me. The problem is we got a lot of y'all who pretend to
Y'all,
be
once
us.
again, y'all. I
Well,
think I think you just
yeah, I know.
experienced a lot of
I know.
bullshit and you're not
No,
over it. You guys
I
have a
know.
But
lot
the
of hate in
thing
your
is
heart.
that you don't understand is
Y'all
when
need to
we
grow
embrace
up
our
and get over
culture,
that. It's
when we
2025.
embrace
Get the hate out.
Listen, lady, you're
no,
not
I
gonna
don't think
be
you
able to get
understand
this
is when we
lady to
embrace our
do
culture, they don't know how to take it. They take it as offense to them. But it's
that.
not offense to them. It's just us embracing our culture and saying what's true. We influence the world. And it is written that we would do that. So I think that's where they get too caught up when they think it's like a personal attack against them. But
Well,
no, it's just us saying, hey, we went through this turmoil, but we still rose, and here's our culture that we share with the world.
right. So here's what it is. See, they get way. You see, a lot of people they get way too
Yeah.
emotional, and they don't know how to use their logic. That's why I'm always trying to teach y'all. You got two brains. Use them. You got the brain in your head, and you got your gut. That's also a brain. Your gut is going to be your spiritual indicator that's going to let you know when something's off. And then you got your heart. Your heart is not a brain, but it can also lead you, because your heart will deceive you. Because a lot of times when people want to appeal to you, they tug on your heart, because your heart is the weak part. Your heart is going to say, oh, your heart's going to have those feelings and those emotions. And if they can appeal to your feelings and emotion, that's how they get you on tilt. And when they get you on tilt, they can take advantage of you. So you got to make sure that you're leading with your head, and you got to make sure that you're listening with your gut. Let the spirit listen for you, and then your mind interpret what you're hearing, what you're sensing. It's not a feeling thing. And when you get wrapped up in emotions, that's when you crash out. That's really when you crash out.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, bro, it starts from when we were young, bro, and they came to our schools, and I will say some kids are extra harsh, so it wouldn't just be them talking about it. They wouldn't excuse me, they wouldn't want them around. Like, get out of my table, at lunchtime, or I don't want you to sit next to me. So I think that's when that divide started, and some people made friends with African kids, but not
Some
all.
African
So
friends. I got some African
yeah.
friends. We had a dude on our block. My dad and his dad was the only fathers on the block. Me and this other African dude. We grew up in I grew up in a predominantly single mother neighborhood, and it was my dad and his dad that were the only fathers on that block. So imagine all the kids growing up in your neighborhood, and they got mamas, no
Yeah,
father.
because I'm raised in Florida,
Yeah,
so believe me, I know about the
y-
blend.
What's up,
yeah. I
Jay?
just
And
started you. Hey, what's going on with y'all, man? Yeah, I just started using this app, and I'm seeing so many of the topics on Black Americans, and like I've constantly told a few people, it's like just because I'm pro my people don't mean I'm anti you.
Right.
And that's what they when I say I'm Black American, we was in another group, we was having a discussion, and they were saying, I'm like, yeah, I'm Black American, I'm not African American. I mean, I don't knock anybody that does call themselves African American, but I'm Black American. But that's not saying, and I mean, they went on oh, you hate yourself, and you just want to align yourself with the white tea people. And I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. I'm like, that
they
I
hate
have
when you
never said.
embrace your own culture, bro. It's
Listen,
something
and
in
and
them.
like I had to explain to him, I'm like, me calling myself African American is rejecting all of the sacrifices that generations before me have made to to make it comfortable for me to even be able to do anything. Why would I turn my back on that? To me, that's something great. Like, I'm
Right.
not or looking for something better than that. What's better than what they did through slavery, segregation, Jim Crow, uh, 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 integration? Like,
So
what's
so
better
so
than what
so,
they
so
did?
here's
Go
what
back to the
They
wars,
survived
the
the
wars.
worst.
right. So here's what we're waking up to. I want to catch everybody up to speed. Okay. They've been running this con for the longest time. They had 100-year head start. It started, whether y'all want to believe it or not, with Indian training schools. Go look that up. Indian training schools. And then it didn't stop with Indian training schools. They called it African American Studies, where they want us to know everything about Africa, but not about our people. They want us to be pro Africa
Exactly.
and not pro our people. And you gotta watch
And not
out for
pro
this
us.
game that's been run on. That's why I'm saying a lot of our people were coming out of heavy propaganda and heavy witchcraft. You start to get the propaganda and the witchcraft starts to leave or starts to dissipate when you turn off the damn television. The best thing you can do to get out from up under heavy propaganda and witchcraft
Exactly.
is
Like,
turn off the television. Do not listen to the
and then
news.
I asked
It's
them another
all
question in
propaganda.
one group.
Go ahead.
And then I asked them another question in one group. I asked them, I said, so why is it only black Americans? I said, because when Jamaicans call themselves Jamaicans, I don't hear nobody saying, why you not calling yourself African Jamaican?
Come on.
When Haitians call themselves Haitians, I never hear anybody say, well, why aren't you calling yourself African Haitian? But when black Americans say, now I'm black American, all of a sudden, I hate Africa. I don't like myself. I'm uneducated. You don't. I'm like, well, where's the discussions about why Jamaicans just call themselves
Right.
Jamaican?
Great question, right? So what you got to ask yourself, remember the movie The Matrix. Whenever you're dealing with people, you got the red pill or the blue pill. When you're dealing with blue pill people, when you go against, when you tell blue pill people sound information and truth, they can't handle it. Because the Matrix has them. They're bots. They've been heavily infiltrated. They're heavily under propaganda and witchcraft. You can't talk to those people and tell them truth because whatever you say is true, they don't. It doesn't. It sounds like a lie to them because all they've been fed was the lie to be the truth. So everything is upside down. So you got to understand that. You can talk to these people blue. See, the same thing with Africans. They've been colonized. They've been colonized. Listen. Did y'all hear what happened in Kenya? Some Hebrew Israelite brothers went to Kenya and told them Jesus was black. And you know what they did? They stoned him.
They was ready to They was ready to they chased them
No.
out of town.
Are you serious?
They
Did they
had to go on
seriously?
a run.
Had to
No, they
run out of
stoned them for
there.
real?
Yes, their brother had
Yeah.
to run out of there with their lives. They just said Jesus was a black man, and their programming went crazy. Their programming went crazy, y'all. Went crazy. And they tried to unalive those brothers. They stoned them when they said Jesus was black. Think about that. So we're up against the Matrix, and the Matrix has many webs. It's been many narratives. And what's true for Africa is not true for the Jamaicans. And they tell them something similar, but nothing is the same. They keep everybody at odds against each other. They keep 50 tribes in one country at each other's necks. So whenever Africa tell you, oh, y'all need to get on, y'all need to come back to the diaspora, we're all one. Okay, hold on. I don't know who it is. It said somebody's reporting our page, but hold on real quick. Give me a second. Hold on. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop everybody and I'm gonna bring y'all back up. Just request
All
back.
right.
I gotta drop everybody. Just request back up. And we're gonna Goddess request back up. I'm gonna bring you back up too. And then we're gonna restart the room. We're gonna refresh it up because they're already there. You know, it probably was a Somali. I hate to say it, but it probably was a Somali woman that's reporting the page. I wish my people from I wish my mods were here. Goddess, I'm gonna bring you up. I'm gonna bring you back up. Or request up, Goddess, and I'll bring you up. So yeah, man, we're talking to bots, and that's why I don't like bringing people up, you know, because they like, you know, they act like they're not gonna, you know. I know who reported the page, you know. It is what it is, man. You bring them up, you try to have a decent conversation, they get offended very quickly, and then they want to report the page. So we're gonna switch topics. I got another topic we're gonna talk about. I just want to hit on this, but let me hear from Goddess real quick. Go ahead, Goddess. Unmute your mic.
Hey, I was just listening, and I was listening to what the other guy was saying, and it's so true because for some reason when you say that you're Black American, everybody like they get mad with you. It's not like you're like you're not saying that you're against Africans or whatever, but I'm proud to be Black American. I'm proud to be, I'm proud of everything that my ancestors created for me. I'm proud of that. And it's like it offends them so much. You saying that you're a Black American. I'm so confused. And then I feel like there's so many Black American people that are siding with the Africans. And, they're saying, oh, you hate yourself, or, you want to be like the YT people and this and that. I'm just so confused. I don't know. I'm kind of new to TikTok. And it's like I kind of came in the middle of, I guess, a lot of things that was going on that I don't really know about. But it's just crazy to me being proud of my culture and my people. And, sticking with that, I'm not against Africans or whatever, but I don't know nothing about Africa. I never been there. My grandmother never told me anything about Africa. So how could
What did
I?
your grandmother tell you was? What did your grandmother tell you was?
I was always known to be Indian.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So why would my grandmother lie about that? Like, she knew who she was. Why would she lie about that?
Come on. Exactly.
It's
So,
so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I don't know.
so
I
here's
just don't
here's the
understand it.
issue. When you ask an African who they are, they say, "Oh, my grandmother and my grandfather and my tribe told me this." But when we say the same thing, when we say our grandmother told us this, no, you lying, nigga. You lying. You African. You African. Which one is it? You either gonna take me for what I tell you I am, right? Or you're gonna continue on the sidelines following this propaganda and witchcraft that the world's been pushing out. Now, I was talking about the Indian training camps. They had Indian training camps where they used to teach people how to be Indian. Y'all go look that up.
It's other proof too, like the
And I'm not
natives,
talking
but
about the indigenous ones, the copper color skins one. I'm talking about the ones that look like they're YT. The ones that look like they're Mexican, they're Hispanic. The Native Americans that look like they're Hispanic, and then ones that look like they're YT.
oh, you talking about the Siberians?
Siberian. There you go. They had the Indian training camps, Indian schools for them. Go Google that. Go look that up. Those were indoctrination camps where they were teaching, and guess who were teaching them how to be Indian? Guess who their teachers were? Their teachers were copper colored people who were real indigenous people teaching them how to be them.
Where can you
Well, you know
find that
what?
information at?
You can find it on. I believe you can Google it. There's all kind of there's books about that. About those. They
YouTube
even
is a
have
good tool too. A lot of people don't look
YouTube.
at, but
They even have the
yeah.
You
pictures
have to
up,
look
man.
up $5 Indian.
Yeah, go look. Yeah, look up $5 Indian. Yeah, look. Start with
And
that.
that'll give you the whole basis of how it was,
And it is crazy, man. Where
But
we
tell them
were
how they got that.
teaching.
Tell them how they got that though. That $5 gift.
Oh yeah, they pay. They pay. That's why they call them $5 Indian, because they pay for it. The YT people knew that they were getting benefits for being Indian, and they took all. They usurped the black indigenous Indians. Usurped us just like they usurped the cowboys. Everybody was cow hands or cow men, and we were the only ones called cowboys. And then they start making movies about cowboys, and the cowboys went
Buffalo
from
soldiers.
dark skin to YT.
Buffalo
Buffalo
soldiers.
soldiers.
Lawton, Oklahoma.
Buffalo soldiers. So
and they
that's
was the only
what
one
they
that was
do.
documented. Think about all the other
So think
people across
about
the
so
country.
now go back to African American studies now. Think about how they've been indoctrinating us. And they said our history started with slavery. Think about that. Think about how they try to make us out to be generic Africans from Africa, when only a few of them came over here. And then they just breeded us all together. That's what they did. And raped and mutilated and just did all kind of heinous crimes to us.
Yeah,
But they
but you
don't
know
tell you
what?
about those wars though. Like even
Listen,
the
Chihuahua
Sundays.
dancers can't get with pit bull dancers. So we was already doing. Everybody always looks at us as a trendsetter because we was first. We know everything. We did everything.
Yeah.
They just now try to take the Super Bowl and get the dance off it. We've been doing that.
So I mean, this thing is deep. The same schools that they had for the Indians when they were training the Serbians, the same school they did to us. That's why.
They
Listen,
did
that's
to
why
us first.
I
It's
tell
so
y'all.
weird why Africans want us to claim Africa so bad. Like that's sound like an obsession to me. It's just so weird. Like, why do you want us to say that we're
Don't ask
African?
that question, Shake, because I will answer it. Don't ask that question. Don't ask
Well,
that question.
I mean,
Can I
it's
answer
actually
it?
it's a
Don't
biblical
ask
path
that
to it
question because
because if you look,
I'm trying to stay unbananaed right now. I just got off from being banana. I need to stay in the flow for a little bit. Okay.
but
I
check it
don't
out though. If you look
I
at the
don't want to
Bible, it
go there
speaks of
because
like people
they're
from
not indigenous
if you
to
believe that
anything.
we the true tribe of Judah. That's only if you believe that. But we traveled through Africa, and it speaks to that, and then it speaks of us being traded off or whatever. But certain people wasn't,
When did they tell you
from that
Pangea
land. Some
was?
people were from here already. So I don't know how, how that works, but I do think that we traveled. I do think that it was people here that was,
What do you
indigenous to
think
this land.
Pangea
But
was? What do you think Pangea was? When do you think Pangea? When do you think the continent split?
I don't think Pangea had an effect on this particular time period because I believe that we were this on this particular time period because I believe that we were already here. Now Pangea was like this
But
way
listen to this.
before.
Remember that our ancestors are the great ancestors. Everybody figured the world was flat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was because of Pangea. There was one landmass, some lakes, and then there was the big ocean around it. And then something happened. Everything split up. The Tower of
I
Babel.
mean, but that's
Tongues.
his story. Like, you know, I don't know.
No,
I've
you just got to go back because see, what they try to
always
tell
been
you is that
skeptical
this
of
is
Pangea.
round. It's
That's
not
kind of
really
skeptical.
round. It's flat.
It,
When it's split up, it's like old chicken grease in the sink, and you just slap it. When it's spread out, it's spread out.
so when we were
This is a flat
traveling.
surface you stand on.
Right. We were traveling
First
around
of
the
all,
time of
Yeah,
Pangea. Our
I feel like
people
Earth
are an
is flat.
ancient, ancient people. And we've been teaching the truth since the beginning. And we travel.
old dirty chicken grease sitting on top of the water in the kitchen sink, and it might be dry. And your mama said let it out, but you was like, oh shit, and you slap it, it just spreads out. That's dirt on this plane.
I don't know how that tie in. But I'm trying to.
Well, let
Hey,
me hear
I agree with bro when he said this is it's flat.
Flat plane.
Yeah,
When
I
the,
agree.
when
I
the
agree
dirt
with that.
split
Yeah, I agree with
apart,
that.
it didn't roll around the other end of the ball. It's
But
all
I do.
flat.
I
It's
believe
on
we
one
got a
plane.
firmament too.
so I don't want to I don't want to get too deep, but let me explain it like this. Listen,
Okay.
everything is it's not flat, it's a wave.
Right.
It's not a full circle, but it's a wave. Everything has a frequency. And we're actually on a frequency. The earth is shaped like a wave. It just goes and it continues. So
You got mountains everywhere. That's
I
the
don't want,
wave.
yeah, and I don't want to get too deep, but when you talk when the Bible mentioned heavens, what they're really saying is realms.
A lot of those
Yeah,
mountains are trees.
well, yeah, I believe
Heaven
that
is
too.
a realm. It's a realm, and
Those
the
old tree
galaxy
things.
is kind of the galaxy is set out into like a wave. It's like a wave. So when they talk about Mars, Mars isn't as far as you think it is because it's on a wave. It's all in the same galaxy, which is one big wave within a bunch of mini waves, and everything is
But have you heard that you have to go through the ocean to get to actual
yeah,
space?
Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah.
heard that.
Listen to this. Listen to this. We're protected by a dome, right?
Yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
Think
firmament.
about
The
dome.
firmament.
And what's outside of that dome is a liquid. It's not a gas. It's liquid. It's water.
Yeah.
It's black. It's black water. What happens when you turn the lights out on water? It looks black. It doesn't look blue. It looks blue in the morning when you shine the sun on it. But when you take away the sun, the water is black. That's what you're looking at when you're looking into outer space. You're looking at black. You're looking at liquid. It's all. See, we've been under heavy witchcraft and propaganda, y'all. And
Yeah.
now
Yeah.
awakening.
Hey, but you know they gave us a glimpse when they made that
Why did
movie
they? Okay,
Avatar.
somebody
That's
just
what I was
mentioned.
about to tell you.
Somebody in the chat said heavenly water. Why is water so important in spiritualness and baptism? Why can't you get to this earth unless you come through the water of the womb? Think about how important water is. We're inside of a liquid right now. The
Yeah.
moon,
I don't know about
is
all
inside
that
of
now.
our atmosphere. The moon is not far away. The moon's inside
What,
of
what he just told you is true, because if you
You're
breathe on the
made.
mirror,
Somebody just said in the chat
you're gonna
again.
see moisture come out on
Of
that mirror.
water. You're made of water. Whenever you hear about
Yeah, but I don't
UFOs,
think we
they're
in
coming
water. We
up
don't
from
think we some
underneath the
earth.
earth
I see
from
what
the
you. Yeah, it is water
water.
in my atmosphere. I see what you're saying. But
They're coming
I think
from
Nah,
we in the bubble.
it
I
underneath.
think
goes
we in the air
deeper than that.
bubble, like an air
Watch
bubble.
this. Watch this. It goes deeper than that. When you sit in the freezer with a cup of water and you speak love and compassion like a brand new baby
Water has
Oh
on
yeah,
the
I
memory.
heard
water,
about that.
You know water can
the
memorize.
water holds our memory.
Water
That's why
can
all the medicine we supposed to be taking comes from waterborne plants.
air has moisture. Come on. See, if we just use common sense, we'll know that the world is not no dang globe like
Well,
they're
that
telling
just
us.
gave me an
It's a
idea.
wave. It goes like this. And there's
So
a
basically,
dome
everybody should
over
get a
this
cup.
thing. There's a
To
dome
get a
over
cup,
this.
But
speak
they
good
told
to
us
it,
a
and
lot of
drink,
stuff
and
in
drink it.
reverse.
When they shoot a rocket up, ask the rock, why can't the rocket just go straight up? Why does the rocket have to always curve? Because it's following the wave. That's
He's not
why.
gonna let them go over to another world where they ain't supposed to be, because they locked them in here.
But I
They
feel
locked
like
them in here,
I feel like the
and
way
they
to get to
afflicting
another
us.
world is through your mindset. I don't feel like you can personally escape the earth. You have to. I feel like you have
Hey, what's
to.
up? Can I see your panel again? Can you hold it
Yeah, I
up?
mean they've been attempted, and that's why, like, you know, if you heard presidents say we can't break this glass ceiling, because
Are
why do you
you?
think the term
Just
is said?
pause.
Because
Nah.
it's a joke. It's a joke,
Okay.
but the joke is on you.
I see it. I see it.
That's what the
But
glass ceiling is. But
so we
they
ain't got a
always
little bit
speak
off
of.
topic, but it's all connected. It's all
Yeah,
real. It's all true.
No, it's
And
like
if you
code
just
though, you
start
know.
using common sense
Yeah.
and you start
we got
waking
something different going on, and it's like this. Right now, all the Chinese people are sticking together, right?
Right. But I was
We
gonna
are too.
say
Whoa,
it
whoa,
ain't
whoa, whoa, whoa.
when.
All the
We are
Arab people
too.
hold
sticking
on, we gonna get to
together.
you, brother. Hold on, we gonna get to you,
All the
brother.
black people
Yeah.
got to stick
Oh.
together.
Don't start
Now,
that
we
now.
might be different or whatever, but hey, whatever all these riots is about, right? The people are sticking together, and we all come to saying we ain't want to fight. We ain't want to fight. Who's want to fight? Put them in one bucket.
Let
We
me hear
can't
Now we
some.
see what's going on.
we can't
Let
really
me hear some
stick with
perspective real
foreigners
quick.
like that, black foreigners, because
No, listen,
they can't even
listen.
stick with each other. They can't even stick
What?
with Africans.
Okay,
Look at
so
all them tribes in Africa. They can't. They got to prove that they can stick with each other first before we
Correct.
try to go and
Correct.
stick with somebody that can't even work
Correct.
it out between
I
the
think that
people
we
that
just need to
look
mind
like
our
them
own
in the
business.
I ain't
same
doing number
country.
praying for them. I
You
ain't
That's
know
the
doing
what?
number
thing. We
praying
need to
for them.
You know
mind
when
our
we'll
own
start
business.
paying attention
Mind our
I
own
ain't doing number
business.
praying for them. Speaking blessings over them. Hey, y'all
When
figure that
I'll
out.
start paying attention is when I see Haitians and Dominicans get along.
Right.
Exactly. Like
I'm praying they get
they can't
along.
even get along with their own people and their
But
If
that
I
same
ain't
could
our
see
country.
responsibility. Our
Haitians
responsibility is
and
for us to get
Dominicans
along
get along and
with
be
each
as
other.
brothers, then I might listen to what they have to say.
Wait. So y'all don't like Caribbeans?
I got
No,
nothing
no.
against it.
Nah, we got
I don't
love.
got nothing
Listen,
against it.
listen,
I'm
listen.
saying
The
Wait a
ankle
minute. Hold
can't
on,
be the
hold on, hold
toe.
on, hold on, hold on,
you're
hold
not
on.
The
gonna
toe
come and
can't be
teach.
the brain.
You're not gonna come and teach Black Americans about unity when y'all don't
About
Right?
practice
unity.
No.
over in the
Look,
Caribbean.
It's
yeah,
not fair
Li-
for Black
Car-
Americans to try to unify with somebody who can't even get along between their own people in their own country.
so
Like
what
it's not
about
Well,
Crips
smart
that's
and
her
what about
for us
personal.
Crips
to
and
do that
I
Bloods?
don't
What
feel like
about
that's
Crips and
our
Bloods?
responsibility to make them do that. I feel like individually you meet people and you like who you like and you don't who you don't. I don't think it got to be like, oh, I like this dude.
Brother, for the most part,
You
Black
know what I'm
Americans
saying?
get on code and get along with each
Or
other.
like him because he
We do
Caribbean.
got
Like,
some
nah,
I
infighting.
don't be seeing
I ain't
that.
with that shit.
That's just a small proportion of people who
Yeah.
just not.
You're talking about 17% of Black Americans who just don't want to get right.
Hmm.
But the
Like, no,
majority of
I'm Black American. I'm playing.
the
I was just
majority of
fucking
Black,
with you.
yeah, but don't be cosplaying though. But if you're Black
Yeah,
American,
he is cosplaying
you
over
know,
there.
No,
you
no, I was just
you know
playing
like
with. I was just fucking
cosplaying,
with
brother.
y'all.
But let me hear from Protecting. Protecting, go ahead and mute your mic. Protecting, Protecting.
Hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I was born here. My parents are Jamaican, whatever, but
Hmm.
it was earlier in the
Big
chat.
up.
Can you hear me, guys?
I can hear
Someone was
you.
saying like, I don't know, they were saying something like Caribbean people don't like Black Americans or something like that. But I never had and never ever 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 had any issues. I guess it's a case by case situation. I'm not sure, but
This is what we've had. We've had,
yeah,
Oh, she talking about dude that said that about the Jamaicans. So
yeah.
he was speaking about a different topic, like basically people
oh
saying that Black Americans aren't able to embrace their culture, but let's just say they want us to call us African Americans, but they don't
yeah.
see anybody
And I'm
forcing
older.
Jamaican
I'm
people
older, and
calling them
it used to
Jamaican
be Black
Americans.
Americans, and I remember that because I'm older. It used to
Yeah.
be Black Americans, and then I don't know. I don't know if it changed in
Jesse Jackson.
1990.
Jesse Jackson in 1980 something.
Yeah, because when I was in high school, it was
He was
Black
labeled as the
Americans.
Cherokee Indian, and is on the and was a part of the Indian
It was
Affairs.
1988.
But
Okay.
Mm.
wait, hold
Renamed
on,
as
hold on,
the
Jesse
because
African
Jackson.
American.
Black Americans are African. We're indigenous and we're European. So
Correct. That's our
correct.
answer. That's correct. That's correct.
I mean,
Okay.
we built
We have
Europe.
African
Because
ancestry, we have
some of us
indigenous
are
ancestry,
Afro-Asiatic.
and we have some
Yeah.
European
No, I'm not.
ancestry.
I'm not. I'm
And
not.
some of us
And
are
I'm
full.
not.
Some of us don't have anything but indigenous. Some of us don't have
Right.
anything but
So
indigenous.
how are they black if they're full indigenous?
Because indigenous is black, sir. Indigenous is Black American.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
so
And
let me
Indigenous color skin right
wait a
here.
minute,
It's
wait a minute,
copper
wait a
color
minute.
No, no, no,
skin.
no.
that all
Black
Black people
Americans
come
are
from
mostly
Africa.
African, and then they have a little
No,
bit of the other stuff. Yo,
no,
home.
no,
No,
sir.
but he's saying that
No,
there's
sir.
indigenous, like Aborigine,
Now you're starting to
black
sound
people
like a
from.
cosplaying tether,
across the
brother.
world.
Now you're
Bro,
starting.
you could say I could sound like anything you want, bro. You starting to sound delusional. And you don't want to be
No, bro.
African.
So what you're
No,
not
no, no,
understanding
no.
is there's
No, no, no.
indigenous
We're
Can I
gonna
say
mute you.
something?
melanated
We're gonna
people
mute you up.
across
Can I
the
say
You're
globe
something?
too young for the
from like
Hey,
the
can I
conversation.
say something?
Philippines,
Every
like
time I
No,
get to cook, y'all want to start muting people. Like, damn, y'all can't even handle the heat. Yeah, like,
no,
brother,
listen,
you're
listen
not
though,
no,
gonna
I
get.
can
I
tell
thought
you
I
how.
think you're
a black
cosplaying.
person
I
don't
can
run
tell you
from a
I
how.
don't
fight.
want
Why
to
you
get the.
mute?
I don't want to get the. I don't want to get the live taken down. You sound like you're cosplaying. You
Yeah.
sound
Hi,
like
host.
I.
Okay, so
you ain't have to get rid
if
of them.
anybody want to look up
I
this
get.
term, you can.
I'm
It's
getting
called
rid of it. I don't
cocaine
got the term.
This
mummies.
your show.
I don't got the term.
It's
I don't
called
got the
cocaine
term.
Yes.
mummies.
Yeah. No, I
Let me
understand
say
that
it this
about
respectful. If you would have
indigenous
said it in a
black people
respectful
in
way, I
America.
would have kept them
I
up
got
here.
that.
But go
Yeah, I
ahead.
got that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not just the Americas. That's what people don't understand. If you go across the
There's
globe,
South America,
in
North America,
Well,
Central.
any
I mean,
quarter
I'm
of the
Jamaican,
globe,
so we're from the Americas as well, too. So,
Right, right.
I mean, I
but
get
I mean,
that
it's
as
not a
well. But we're
competition.
talking about your culture, though. We're
Well,
talking
she's not
about.
competing.
Pardon me?
I'm saying I'm
Okay.
responding. I'm saying that you're not competing. You're just stating a fact
No,
that
not at all. I give
No,
FBAs
I
their
heard the tone.
flowers,
That wasn't a
whatever. I'm not
competitive
into
tone,
all of
bro.
that. I'm just trying to say how I grew up. I don't know how, because like sometimes I be hearing in the panels, they're like,
Where'd you grow
oh,
up at?
you know,
Where'd you grow up
where
at?
did I grow up? I grew up on the north side of Chicago.
Okay.
So you gotta listen to y'all. Gotta listen.
Yeah, I grew
Okay.
up on
the
the north
thing
side.
is, American history is very complex, and a lot of people
Yeah.
don't understand. Like what happened here was a removal of the Indians. They were moved and migrated through the Americas. Jamaicans are the same as us. Like literally, they just were removed from this land and brought over to certain islands. The
Yeah,
dark
because we have our walk in the
yes, exactly,
cause
yes.
yeah, also because Jamaica's original name is Jamaica it
That
was
depends
pronounced
on
it was
what you
spelled with an
believe in
X.
biblically,
Okay, hold on.
because
It's
we are brothers,
Jamaica.
but they are the Leon tribe.
Hold
We
on,
are
hold
the
on, hold
tribe
on.
of Judah.
I do not listen. I rock with listen, we're all gonna come into the understanding at one point. Okay?
Yeah,
The Americas is a unique place.
yeah.
Yeah.
We are all connected to the America. If you're an American, if you're in the Americas, we are some way somehow connected. Okay? That's just what it is. Okay?
There was
But
a
but
deal I learned, and it was like, excuse me,
but
there was a deal I learned. It was like follow the money, right?
yeah,
What
but
was it?
hold on. But there has been a bunch of hating going on,
Yes.
especially towards Black Americans, from coming from not just from Africa, also from the Caribbean. When we have our stuff going on, this has been the biggest problem. And this is why we're telling people, if you're not Black American, stay out of our politics, stay out of our government positions, because y'all are okay. Did y'all know y'all do you know who Step and Fetch is? You ever heard Step and Fetch?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's like
Step and Fetch were Caribbean
the
brothers
minstrel show.
who did
Yeah.
minstrel shows about Black Americans, making us sound just perform. They did performative black before TikTok came out and that Nigerian brother started
I
bucking.
sure is hungry there.
Really? What was this like? Where was
Go
this on? Like on
Google Step and this was the early 1900s. This is called Step and Fetch. Okay,
Man,
Step and Fetch
look,
oh
were Caribbean brothers who were brought to the Americas to pretend to be Black Americans, to
and I ain't
cosplay.
gonna lie, y'all. A lot of this stuff you can find on
wow! I
YouTube.
never heard of that.
Just
Yeah,
go on
and
Are
YouTube.
they Jamaican? Are they
they're
from?
they're Caribbean. I don't know if they're
Oh,
Jamaican or
okay.
not, but they're from
What's
one of the
can
islands.
somebody say the name again? I like to look.
Step and
Step and
Fetch.
fetch.
Step
Jamaican
Stephen
and
and
Fetch.
Bahamian people.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
go on
Oh, they're
YouTube. It's
Jamaican
easy
and
to find.
Bahamian. Okay. Hmm.
okay. They came up and we didn't know what was going on because we didn't know those brothers was from the Caribbean. We just thought they were Black like us. This has been going on for years where they would use people from outside our community to
Right.
blend in with our community, to
Yeah.
infiltrate us and go back and give the word. Same thing happened to Malcolm X. His own people.
Yeah.
Same thing happened to the Black Panthers.
Get your hand out my
Those were
pocket.
not Black Americans. Those were melanated people from outside
Right.
the camp pretending to be us. It's always been a thing to pretend to be Black Americans. And
So
that's how
would they not admit where their
no,
background, like
of
where
course they're
they're.
not going to admit that. They don't
No, I
admit
never do that. I mean, I just be, I always have friends that
it.
are,
Blend in,
they
they
know,
dress
and
like us,
and it's a
they talk
respect
like
thing.
us. They
Yeah.
do everything. They do
That's
everything
right.
like us.
But don't you
That's
think,
right.
like, if you're around, like, say, for instance, you're like in a predominantly black neighborhood, because I've seen Asians, like, talk, like, I'm like, whoa, if you close your eyes, you wouldn't even know. Like, I've seen
Hey,
Especially
Asians. When I lived in Atlanta,
put it in
I've
there,
seen
embrace the
Asian
culture.
people.
That's what's
And I'm
up.
Can I
like,
can I,
yeah, go ahead.
can I just speak on that for a quick second?
Yeah.
And I can understand where the host is coming from in regards to people that who are not like us speaking on our culture. Look at and it's I'm going to stick to the Caribbean community. Look at the Fat Joes. Look at the Busta Rhymes. Look at the Nicki Minaj's. Look at the Cardi B's. See, what we did was, as foundational Black Americans,
Put them on.
we open. Well, you got to realize, as we as a culture, we're a welcoming people, and that's where we went wrong at. We made it so comfortable for others to come into our culture, cosplay our culture, then speak on our culture, start speaking on our behalf, and then you start scratching. And what got me was years ago. I forget what happened, but this young lady in my neighborhood, she came out very boisterous for Black Americans and what we were doing and where we were going wrong and this, like, the third. And then I really started looking at her. I was looking at her features. I was really looking at how she looked, and I was looking at her hairdo, and I was looking at her nose, and I'm saying to myself, something just does not fit here. So she wound up. I wound up asking her name, and she came up with this real long African name. I said, "Are you from the community?" And she said, "Well, yeah, I was born and raised in the area, but my parents are from Africa." I said, "There we go." I said, "Okay." I said, "I understand that you interested in what's going on here, but this is not your fight." And this is where, but you got to realize what's going on is that we're letting people from the outside use their skin colors, the Barack Obamas, the Kamala Harrises,
Come on.
the people who are looking like us, speaking on our behalves, but they do not understand our communities. You got to realize that foundational Black Americans, 99.9% of us have Southern roots. My dad was from, my late mother was from Louisiana.
All
My
right,
late father was from
don't give
Miss.
too much of the game away because that's when they start cosplaying and coming in and start.
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
yeah,
me.
yeah,
I'm in my
yeah,
50s. Don't worry
yeah,
about
yeah.
me.
But you have to realize, and he's but no, he's right. He's right. I gotta watch. I have to watch my words. I
No,
can't give up too much of
no
the
worries.
information
No worries.
because
No
I
worries.
don't know if you may go
I'm
back and tell
telling you,
your
they'll
fellow
start
Caribbean
coming in
people.
saying,
No,
"You better
Yeah,
bring
no.
your family
but
from."
No.
but 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 let me can
I
I
just like panels.
let,
I'm not,
can,
no.
listen? Let me just but
Mhm.
the one that really got me was the one that really hit home was when Michael B. Jordan went to go name his drink Juve, which is out of Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean name of their event down there.
That brother said,
And how dare she? How dare she? This woman has made money off of foundational Black American culture, particularly hip hop music. That her music is hip hop, our foundational Black American culture. And how dare she speak against him because he wanted to name a drink? This
Right.
woman is damn near close to what 300 million dollars strong off of black dollars. But this is where we went wrong, and that's why I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta really shout out to look at the people, the
Yeah, and
foundational Black
that's why
Americans
I hate to
of
say it,
hold on,
bro.
hold on,
We
hold on,
didn't go
hold on,
wrong.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
They just went wrong on us,
Let
bro.
me just let me just finish. I gotta look at the people of Chicago. The people of Chicago are standing up, fighting the good fight. Not only did they boo Fat Joe for what he said in the past, they also was anti-Venezuelans, those immigrants coming over,
Oh yeah,
those
"Don't
yeah.
Haitians coming over there. And
don't."
this is where this is where we as foundational Black Americans have to sit down and lay our stake and say, you know what, no more. We got to sit there and say, you know what. I mean, I understand we used to invite you to the barbecue, but I'm gonna make you a plate to go. I mean, and I'll send it to your house.
That's okay.
No,
I mean,
no. The thing about it
I'm
is
not
where
offended.
I'm get,
I hear you.
where I'm getting to with this is there's no gonna be no more fufu or mango at the barbecue. I
Oh
mean,
wow.
strictly FBA food. I like jerk chicken, but you know what? It's not welcome.
Oh
I'm
wow.
sorry. I mean,
I'll give you some
Yeah,
now.
we
I'll
gotta
make you.
help
I'll
but
you
you
make
out
you
gotta,
there,
some.
y'all,
you
coach.
gotta, you
We
have to
just gotta
realize
find the
that
right
no, no,
people
no,
that
no. We
within
get
those
hold on, hold
circles
on.
to
We
to
have to
mingle with.
realize no, 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 no. No.
That's
The thing is,
unrealistic.
the thing is that we have to realize that what we went wrong was we opened up the floodgates and we swarmed them all in. They all feel comfortable talking about our
Made us
culture,
stronger though, Chief.
no, 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 speaking on our culture. Now they want to take our culture. And that's
They
Really?
and that's
can't.
So do
They
you
and
can't.
that's
think
yes, yes, yes. So
you?
you know
Don't be
what? Last
afraid.
week,
You
Okay,
know,
no,
and
no, no,
when
no,
you
no, no,
gave me
no.
the
Hold on, hold on,
example
hold
about
on,
the
hold on, hold on,
no,
hold
hold
on,
on,
I'm
hold on, hold
listening.
on.
Ain't no more
Hold on,
hold
brother.
ons. I
You
don't
gotta
give you
let
like
other
10
people
hold
speak,
ons.
brother. You gotta let
I
people
just
But
want to. I
speak.
just
nah,
want to
Why is
finish.
the
I just want to
you
land
Jamaicans
my
just
playing
plane.
hip
afraid,
hop?
I
bro.
Go
want to
Why is
land.
the
ahead.
Can I
Kevin
land?
say you
Jamaicans
Can I
scared.
playing
land my
hip hop?
plane? Can I land my plane?
You
Can I
got
land my plane?
you got
Hold on.
15
Man,
seconds
you
to
gonna
land
land
your
by
plane,
4
brother.
planes.
Okay.
15
Look,
seconds.
look,
Why is the
look.
Jamaicans playing hip hop?
Just this week, they put out a video indicating that Caribbean people influence help create hip hop, and this is where I'm tired. I'm
I've
tired of the
heard that.
bullshit.
Yeah, I've heard that.
All you gotta do is go get. All you gotta do is go get microphone check. Everybody,
Yep.
go watch
Tariq
microphone check
Nasheed.
on Amazon Prime right now, and they will tell you every. It will debunk all those lies about who created hip hop.
Exactly, because they have the old
Yeah.
timers in there. They
Is
had
a
Trixie. They
Jamaican
got
They got
Sasa. They
the
got
real
all the
I
people
video.
mean,
who was there in the
and
very
I know
beginning.
that. I'm older. I'm 51 going on 52. I know that. So I don't
I'm
know where that
49.
rumor
Yeah,
came
yeah.
from. I know that. We
Don't
all
But you
We
know.
got to
all know
realize
that,
back in
it's
the
our
day.
culture, but the
Let me
whole
how
tell
thing
you,
old
is
30
is
years,
this
that
30
though?
years
Like
ago, if
there
you had
was
sat there
other
and said
influences,
something
but
like
we got
that,
to
hold
admit
on,
if
that.
you
hold
had
on, hold
said
on,
that,
brother.
We
Hold on, brother.
can't
We can't all
we
talk
can't
over
lie
each other.
about that.
Let
But the truth
Infinite speak,
is
brother.
that
You've been
Black
talking.
Americans
Let
created it.
it run.
but
Go ahead.
we did have other influences too. We got to admit that.
What other
Well,
And that takes a big man to say that. But if we're gonna sit here and say we did it all
what other
alone, that's a lie.
influence?
That's a
Hold on.
lie.
Wait, I have a question. Infinite, are you FBA?
Yeah, I'm definitely you know what I'm saying, FBA in the sense of I don't, you know, tag the term or anything like that, but I understand the
What
what
other
you mentioned.
influence, brother? You got to answer that question. What other influence? Tell us.
Well, we had the influence of Jamaican people with the speakers that they brought over.
that's
The
not
Uh-huh.
true.
DJ, the
We already had.
turntables.
That's not
Listen,
true.
man,
Not
don't
true.
don't
That's
cut
a
me
lie.
off.
Brother, go
The
watch
That's not
the
true.
turntables and
episode
the
check.
DJ
All
systems.
those DJ
It's a
systems,
lie.
he got it from
Kool
somebody else.
Herc. Listen,
Kool
man,
Herc,
Kool
let me tell
Herc
you,
got
Somebody else.
Kool Herc was influenced. Kool Herc was influenced by John
Us.
Brown and
no, but he
Grandmaster
also
Flowers.
was influenced
What
by
about like Farrakhan? Do you
initially,
guys?
bro. I mean,
What
it's
about? How do you
documented.
guys feel about Farrakhan?
He'll tell
I
you out of his
respect
own mouth that
Farrakhan.
who was
I
influenced by.
respect
He told you.
Farrakhan. Who doesn't respect Farrakhan?
Cool Herc.
Okay,
Cool
I'm not
Herc
so
saying
told you out
okay,
of
I'm
his
but
not
own
saying
mouth.
that he
Farrakhan,
got everything
Farrakhan is
from it,
like
but I'm saying he had
Farrakhan is not.
other
His parents
influences.
are from
That's
the
all I'm
Caribbean.
saying.
Not from not.
But I
Like
believe
I
that
said,
what we
He has
did, we
one
took
parent from
everything
the
like we
Caribbean.
know to
Both,
do, and
both.
we put it
One
together.
no,
parent is from
no, he didn't.
one parent is Jamaican and one
We
parent
took
is
all our
from I think
experiences and
Saint
put it together.
Kitts.
That's
Both
what
Who?
his
we did
parents.
as a people.
Yeah, yeah.
Malcolm X,
Farrakhan's parents
Malcolm
both
X
I
had
think
Caribbean.
one
I think
American
parent.
hold on,
consciousness. His
hold on,
leader
Grenada.
is
hold on.
But
he has a
don't
Black American
misunderstand
consciousness.
what I'm
That's
saying.
different.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
his leader is what's his leader? Muhammad. I
Elijah
don't know
Muhammad, which was the
exactly.
foundation of Black
He's a
America.
Black American. That's
Yeah,
his
he's foundation of
leader.
Black American. Yeah.
Well,
And
Hold on. There's
Hold up, what we going from hip
I've
hop? What
heard
we
the
on
same
now?
Wait,
thing.
wait, yo,
Hold
let the
No, that
host
was just
talk.
an
on.
example we were
Y'all
using. It
can't
wasn't
talk
on
over
the.
the host.
Let
Y'all
the
can't
host
talk
talk.
over the host. Okay? God. Listen, I've heard the same thing about Farrakhan, but when you ask some of his people, they tell you only one of his parents. Now, this is coming from NOI brothers. Now, maybe now they could not know, but they said only one of his parents were from
No,
the Caribbean. The
no,
other,
both.
no. One
okay.
was St.
Malcolm
Kitts and
X
one from
was
Jamaica.
Malcolm X had.
Hold on. Now I've heard both. I heard that both his parents, and I've heard from NOI brothers who took. Because I asked them NOI brothers. I said, "Listen,
Yeah.
man, is
Who are
is,
we
is,
talking about?
is Farrakhan Caribbean,
Oh,
or is
yeah,
he
he's Caribbean.
black? Oh no,
Yeah.
he's black. I said, but isn't his parents Caribbean? No, only one of his parents is Caribbean. So that's what
No. They
brothers
both.
told me.
Mm-hmm.
Now
No,
They
I've heard
both.
both.
one's Jamaican, one's St. Kitts. She's right.
Okay,
Saint Kitts, yeah.
okay.
his
Yeah.
dad
Now I'm
is
just telling you.
Jewish, actually.
I've heard both, but I've heard it from
Jamaican Jewish, maybe a
NOI.
Jamaican.
The NOI brothers, they're saying something different.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
that's fine. But what I'm just saying, like, not all. I'm just using that as an example. I'm not trying to. I'm
Malcolm
just
X,
saying.
Malcolm X, one of his parents was from the Caribbean.
Yeah, one of
Correct. That one is true. Yeah, that's
Grenada.
correct.
His mother was from
Yes,
Grenada.
correct. Yes,
But
true.
Nipsey Hussle, Eritrean, and foundational Black
Yeah.
Americans. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
But y'all
Jada,
gotta
Jada,
understand,
Jada
Kool Herc
Pickett, Jada
you got at
Pickett,
from
least
Kingston,
one
Jada
Jamaica.
Pickett's what?
If you
Just
got
Jada Pickett.
Jamaican is something else, and has a
I
Black
never heard
American
that.
father. Oh yeah, I got a list. It's a whole bunch. Will Smith,
well,
They
as
don't
long
have
as you
a
got
lot of them
one
got
parent,
Jamaican in
at
them.
all.
okay,
They
well,
don't
as
have
long as you
Jamaican
got,
consciousness at all.
okay,
They
right.
don't
As
have
long
what?
as you got one parent who's the foundational Black American, you're part of the lineage. And what's really most important, more than anything, is the Black consciousness. If you got the Black consciousness, we can work with you and we can build with you. But if you don't have the Black consciousness, we probably can't work with you. And
Right, okay, I got you. I understand. I mean, I'm one of. I mean, I'm not. Like I said, I
Well,
mean,
Yeah, you
how
definitely,
I
you
grew
definitely.
up. I never had like a lot of my friends are FBAs. You know, their families from Mississippi and all of that. You know, like I never like there was never no issues. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
But
yeah, it's
now I
really not
get what
even the
what
title. It's
this one
just
guy say
you know what I
anti
mean?
tether.
Tether.
I get what you're
Musty
saying.
Tether.
Like, you know, I hear what you're saying. Like, people you've had disappointments. You've seen things, and like, I get it. I
But you know
get
what
it.
though,
I don't think it
protecting
made us
my
weak. I
peace,
think
you
it
have
made
to
us stronger
realize
though, bro.
over the years we never really paid attention to it because we said black was black. Back in the 90s, we were all black. You have to realize
Mm-hmm.
I'm 49 years old, I'm around your age. Back then we
Mm-hmm.
said black was black.
Mm-hmm.
We just took that as a pass. So like I said, but what we started seeing over and over again, what opened up my eyes was Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yes,
his wife, what did his wife say? She said, don't nobody know how to pronounce my husband's name. But, you know, and blacks are not supporting him right now, but that's soon going to change. And why do we come out and vote for him? Because of his skin color. and because he was a smooth talker, but he didn't give a
Right.
damn about us.
He was
So I
smooth.
said to myself, I said, never again.
That's
We
I
one
sat
man
down
though.
then.
I
That's still
understand.
one man, and that's the whole thing that we get caught up in the propaganda, bro. Like
Yes.
each group gets caught up into a certain stigma of propaganda. The Africans are told that Black Americans are lazy and this and this. Then we have this thing, oh, they're poor and they live in huts, but
Yeah.
it's each of us gets different type of propaganda, so we gotta watch what we're being fed also.
And that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna watch from here on out. Like I
Right.
said, my thing is, I hate to say
That's
it,
right.
but you know what though? If you don't,
These
if you don't,
Africans,
if you
before
don't
they
cut
get
them
to come
off,
over here
hold
and
on.
hang
If you
out,
don't, if you don't cut
they
them
got to
off
go
at
to a
the,
class and
You
learn
gotta
those
watch the
movies.
propaganda, man. I'm telling you.
no, well,
The
even
thing
with
is,
that,
right?
Hold
Another
on, we
thing
all can't
is,
speak over each other. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
there's another thing that's happening where we're being told our history. I don't want nobody could tell me my history. Like, nobody's gonna tell me who I am, what I'm not, what I can claim, what my people created, what we've done here on this land. Nobody's gonna do that. That's disrespectful because I'm not gonna do that to another group.
I
I'm not
agree.
gonna go
I would
to
never do that.
imagine I go to a freaking like Grenadian and tell them their history. Like, that would just I'm not
well,
Grenadian. I'm
well,
Black
look at,
American.
And another
well,
thing I just
look,
want to say, I would never
Tell them
want
they don't know where they come
reparations. I
from.
would
That's
never
crazy.
want reparations. I respect that because I know my family is not from here. I'm first generation. I respect that too. I would never want reparations
Well,
because
you
I
need to
get
well,
get.
that.
look at it.
If I was
You
gonna,
need
Look
to get
if
at
I was gonna,
reparations. Hold on. Hold
uh huh.
on. Hold on. You need to get reparations, just not from America. Your
yeah,
No,
reparations
right. If it
Great
would be
Britain,
from
Great Britain,
Jamaica, it would be from
Great Britain,
Jamaica.
it would be Great
Great
Britain.
Britain,
It would
Great
be
Britain.
Great Britain.
Correct, but I'm just showing how I'm like I'm not one of those to be like, oh
But
yeah, I live
y'all
here. Why
know
don't I
y'all
get a
had
piece of that? I know that belongs to y'all. I would
but
never.
y'all
I wouldn't
know
even
y'all had a
question it.
But
Caribbean.
a
Y'all had
lot
a
of y'all
Caribbean
suffer the wrong
sister.
side of us too, though.
But here's the thing: y'all had a Caribbean sister, and y'all had a Caribbean man. Both of them wrote a book about why Black Americans should not receive reparations. These came from
I
Caribbean
know, but see, I
who
get the
were brought up
blame.
here.
You know what I'm saying? Like I get the because somebody has this mindset. You know what I mean? Like I don't. You know what I mean?
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't.
We don't know your mindset. Like, we don't
I'm
know
telling
in terms of
you. I'm
what.
telling
yeah.
you. I
And
don't.
and but you got to realize you might bring a friend. That's you, right? But then you
Yeah.
might bring a friend who may do have that mindset. And this is where we got to sit there and say we got to cut it at
No,
the
I get
Muhammad
core.
it.
Ali,
I
hold
get it.
on.
I'm not. I respect that. I'm not invited to the barbecue. I'm not invited. I understand. I'm just letting you know. I'm just saying there's people out there that's like me. That's just not like
Listen,
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Not. They're
listen,
not. Not
listen,
like have that
listen,
kind of bad mindset.
listen.
In those days,
Hold on. Muhammad Ali said it best. If I got 100 snakes chasing after me, trying to get in this room, and I got to close the door. I'm supposed to leave the door open because 10 of them actually love me, and the other 90 are out to get me.
Right.
yeah. Why take that
The
chance?
best thing to do is we got to delineate
Yeah.
that
Hmm.
everybody get their group together because we gonna come back together eventually, but we got to come back together under treaties. We got to do it the right way with a treaty
Hmm.
and with respect. It got to be legal documents at this point for us to. But it got to be done formally and informally. You understand? But
Right.
we gotta
Protest.
get ourselves together. We gotta
Let's
get ourselves stronger.
exactly,
And y'all got to
exactly.
get y'allself stronger. So
Yeah,
it's not one dependent on each other. It's two
yeah,
strengths coming together to come up against
yeah,
a superpower. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
You
Gotcha.
can't be
Gotcha.
you
Okay.
can't be the only strong
Gotcha.
one, and then we gotta carry everybody else because that's what everybody wants. They want us to
Exactly.
carry everything,
Yeah.
and we can't do that no more. We tried
Just
that. Pan Africanism doesn't work. We tried
yes,
that.
yes,
Okay?
yes,
We're not doing
yes.
that.
Right.
It,
He's
And
from
absolutely
here
I,
on
right.
out, it's
He's
Pan
I
Black
respect
American.
it. I respect it.
I
That's
wanted
what it
to
is.
say something about that. That's thank you for bringing up the Pan Africanism, because do you know what Africa did when, as a continent, when they found out that Black Americans were having this Pan Africanism movement? They upped the prices over there. They raised the prices
They
to
say Ghana so high.
well.
like, are you serious?
You
You're
got
trying
to
to
real.
rob us?
You got to realize though. To realize
Americans
you
start
got to
going
realize
back to Ghana, they
we
start raising the prices.
man. You got to realize that the mindset of those people are not like us. We as Black Foundation of Black Americans think a certain way. We have customs. We have old sayings from our southern
Manners.
ancestors. Yeah, and you got to realize they are not like us. They don't think like us. But they will try to benefit from us. So at the same token, we can't let them do that anymore.
Let me tell you.
I think that's an unfair assessment because
hold on, real quick, brother. Before you speak,
No, really not.
Let me
It's
let
really
me tell
not.
you. Let me tell you about Black Americans, right? We believe in the hookup.
Yes.
We're not raising the prices. We're trying to lower the prices. Brother.
But for
You get a
us,
good deal around
Give me the
here.
hookup. Give me the hookup, brother.
Yeah, the white man's on our
for
back.
us
Man,
though,
the hookup.
That's
Man,
right.
my brother, give me the
That's right.
hookup.
That's right.
But when you go
Look.
to Africa, they don't want the hookup. They want to raise them damn
And
prices.
if you not
No, they want the
FBA, you
hookup all
don't.
right. They want you hooked up.
Mhm.
but
can I talk to
They
you?
want
isn't
your
that
wallet.
somewhat?
It's
Yup.
Isn't that somewhat?
I need to talk to you, bro.
Yeah,
Where
I
you
think
from,
it's
sir?
an
What's your
unfair.
name and where you from?
Yeah,
Okay, so I didn't say this.
yeah.
I didn't say this because it's on my heart right quick.
Hold on, go
All
ahead.
right, so anybody got a pen? Just write this right here down. It's called BRIC, BRICS, with an S on the end, South Africa. Watch this. Here in a minute, look up all the countries that's in BRICS. And only we can touch that dollar. This one's crashing. I said, this one's crashing, and only BRICS, only us. What's justice? Just us touching our money? Right. They make you think that dollar bill is yours. You can be a billionaire. You can talk about your people. Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson. They wipe you out. This one got to fall. I said, this dollar got to fall. And that BRICS, better get you some. That's ain't no Caucasian. I said, ain't no Caucasian.
I gotta meet you up, brother. No
I
disrespect.
don't know what he's talking about.
No disrespect, but that's random. That first of all, that's random as hell. And let me tell you something like that. Let me tell you something right now. Black Americans are not gonna let that dollar fall, brother.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you against us, then I don't know. Then you sound that sounds kind of Pan Africanism. Listen, we're not gonna let the dollar fall because the dollar is connected to America.
That's right.
That's just what it is. That's just what it is. So we're gonna everything on this land here, we're gonna fight for. I know YT's on this land with us, but because they own this land, because they own this land with us, we're not gonna give up this land, brother. We're not gonna allow America
That's
to
right.
get there. It's not gonna happen.
We fought for this. We built this up. It's our country. This is our motherland.
If anything, we're gonna. This is our land,
That's
brother.
right. That's right.
Land. So BRICS and your brother, you're talking to a person who was a financial advisor for 13 years. Let me tell you something about BRICS. It's not doing so well right now, brother. It's not. If it was really popping, it would have been popped. It's not popping. This tariff war is going to tear BRICS apart. Let me just tell you right now, the tariff war that's going, we're at I can't even say it on TikTok. We're at a WAR right now in tariffs right now. That's what's going on. The tariff is what's going on. The future is cryptocurrency, but the tariff is what's going on right now, and it's going to tear BRIC a new ass hole, and y'all can take that to the bank.
And don't forget to get your Trump gold cards.
Well, you better get that motherfucking put
$5
some
million.
gold behind it.
Listen,
You gotta put some gold behind it. Everybody else do.
Listen, listen. You listen. If you're, I tell everybody, do your due diligence. Get you some gold. Get you some silver. Commodities
There you go.
is always going to be popping. Commodities are things that we use every single day. Get you commodities is a great way to hedge any investment, and that's the only investment advice I'm gonna give online.
And
The only
also,
reason why I'm saying BRICS is popping.
Look, can I ask the host a
All
question?
day money is backed by
Hold on,
gold.
I want to go to what's your name, brother?
yeah, where's you from? Where you from, sir?
I'm from the Caribbean.
I've talked to you before. Go ahead.
We
What
have
island are you from?
I don't think it really matters. It's just that I'm not
Why
from
are
here.
y'all
But
so
anyways,
afraid to say it? Just say it.
Yeah,
Like,
why
it's
is
on my
it? Yeah,
nerves.
why
Like,
is
just say
no,
it.
but I'm not afraid to say it. But I
It's a
just don't
lot of
like the
y'all who
way.
do
Why
that.
don't you
Man,
just
Like,
just
say it
say
just
then?
it,
say
There's
what
multiple
you're
man.
islands
from.
down
Look,
there,
Just
man.
look.
say it.
My
Okay,
whole thing is a
listen.
lot of
Black Americans,
FBAs.
Black
Oh
Americans.
Lord.
Hold on
Bro,
real
they
quick.
know the
Hold
part
on real
that
quick.
bothers me.
Our culture is knowing who you are. Who is your mama and them? That's our culture. We need to
Hmm.
know where your family from, so we know how to conduct business with you.
Exactly.
It's nothing. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
I
We
mean, I
don't.
understand.
We don't hide, brother. We don't play this
All right,
game.
then go ahead, speak your piece.
We don't play this
I
game.
understand that.
But
I mean, I've been on this
but go ahead.
platform.
Yeah, you've been on this
Okay,
platform.
where you
The
from?
Okay,
I
I
don't know
hear it. I
where you
hear it
from.
now. I hear it.
the
Why
hosts
don't
know where
you?
I'm from.
Why? I have a question.
Go
Why
You
ahead.
from
don't
Nigeria or
people who
Kenya?
are from somewhere else?
No,
Why
he
are
said
you
he's
guys
from the
so
Caribbean.
afraid to say where you're from? Just say where you're from. You know where we're
Okay,
from.
ma'am.
I think that's
Can I
an
now
unfair
can I
thing.
now respond to that, please?
Like, go
What
ahead,
I'm
just
Man,
say
saying
you
where
is,
done
you're from. Like,
responded. We
what's
just
wrong
want to
with
hear where
what
that?
you
I'm saying
from.
is, oftentimes I feel like it's insulting. Someone's asking me where
No,
I'm
man, no
from.
one's
It's not
insulting you. Just
insulting.
ask them
But
where
you're
you
not
from,
letting
Not
me
dog.
finish.
insulting.
Just let them go.
Look, I've been on this platform many times. I've
We're
always said
telling
what
you
I'm
that's
where I'm
not
from.
the motive, though.
Okay, I don't know where
We're
you from. I'm
telling
just
you that
asking.
you
Where you
can
from?
tell
Hold
us how
on,
you
guys.
feel, but we're
Just
telling
let
you
him.
that's not the
Just let him
intentions. We
speak
just told
because
It's
you,
like
Yeah,
a
bro.
high five, bro.
just let him
You
yeah,
gotta
but you
speak.
guys,
listen.
At the end of the
yeah,
day,
but you guys
let
didn't
him.
give me a chance to even say anything.
Just
No,
Basically, what
you
I'm
you
saying
hold
is,
got.
on.
Let
We
them
Everybody,
go,
asking you
y'all.
first
Let them
off
go.
top.
hold on. Hold
What's your
on.
name? Where you from? That's it.
Hold on. Listen, just let them speak. The moment they come in deceptive, we already know it's going to be deceptive all night. So
Exactly.
all
just
right,
let them
okay,
speak.
all right.
And
Well,
just let them
first and
speak.
You
foremost,
said exactly. Wow.
part of the reason why I don't like saying where I'm from, because a lot of Black Americans assume that people are trying to be like them. That's not the case for everyone. So when a person say where you from, it's almost as if like I'm trying to cosplay, which I don't. That's why I say every time I get on the platform, I proudly say where I'm from.
You're
But you
Haitian.
Now,
Now,
where
didn't.
you
You just didn't
from?
do that though. Like, you didn't do
You're
that
but for
just
the
Haitian.
most
now.
part,
You
the reason
proudly
why I
did
didn't say
not
it
say
to
where you
He's
proudly
the
hid
he's
where
reason
you
why
Haitian
from.
for
the
sure.
reason why the
Bro,
Give
reason
us
why
a
I
listen,
didn't
blessed
hold
say
on. Wait,
yourself
can I
where
say
you
something real
from,
quick? Can I
bro.
say something real quick?
He
The
is Haitian.
manipulative, the
He is
Yeah, you just
manipulative
gotta come
stuff.
with it. Like all that
thank
talking
you too
around
much.
the
I
surface,
Too
remember
bro,
much.
is not. We,
Thank you
I
too much.
remember him. Stop
Every time I
crying.
come on the platform, I always proudly say where I'm
Oh, say
from.
Stop
it.
you
What
crying.
the
didn't
hell?
say it tonight though.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know, and I just told you why. I just told
We
you
still
why.
love you.
So
Brother,
why are
We
you
still
mentioning
love
other
you, bro.
times
Come
that you
on with
said
it.
it and now you're not? That don't make
All right,
sense.
but the thing is,
I
right?
just told you because I keep hearing people thinking that everyone is
We're not
cosplaying as
thinking it.
them.
See, now that's
So
your
Oh my
hold
God,
up,
you
that's
guys
I,
your
lack
If
common
our
sense.
preconception. That's
message
what
is
you're
hitting
thinking in
Russia
your
or
head.
wherever, man, damn.
everybody calm down.
I'm from Haiti,
No, he
guys.
gotta get that
All right, you're from
mindset out.
Haiti. All right,
Everybody
cool.
calm
He's from
down.
Haiti. He's from
He
Haiti.
from Haiti.
Cool.
He from
Okay,
All
Haiti.
much
right, let's
love to
move
Haiti.
on.
Calm
Let's move
Much
on.
down.
Cause
love.
was that so hard though? Like,
No,
Right.
no, no.
No, but I'm
We
Everybody,
got
I guess
bro, we got love
That
for
just means
Haiti,
our
bro. We got
message
like
is
love
it's
for
hitting
Haiti.
Haiti.
cool. What the hell?
That just
everybody
means our
calm
message
down.
Y'all
hitting
the
Haiti.
first, y'all the first Black Republic.
Hold on. Everybody calm down.
Real shit. They revolted. They, you know what I'm saying? They
I
never
I
got
don't
listened.
have
you.
no
Calm
problem
They
with
down.
had,
Haitians. I don't
they
have
had to
no
pay
problem
for
with our
their. Oh
American
my god.
brothers and
Oh my god.
sisters.
They
Calm
did have to pay for it,
down.
but they, you know what I'm saying?
Not interested in
They
this country.
Y'all not just gonna keep talking over the host, man. Calm down. Just calm down. Give this brother his chance to speak. I've spoken with this brother many times.
yeah, I
He's
was just bigging
he's
them
from
up. That's
Haiti.
all. I was just bigging them
I
up. My
got
bad.
you. I got you. He's from Haiti. He wants to say something. Let's hear what he has to say.
Trying to embrace the man.
I got you, but I don't want him to forget what he has to say because we're just talking.
Yeah, because he said that he thought that we was trying to come at him. That's why I was trying to get. But I hear you, host. My bad.
We're
no.
not. Go ahead,
Yeah,
brother.
I was just saying.
I don't want you forget your train of thought. Go ahead and speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime on what you guys were saying earlier about soon as Ghana heard that people were moving from here to there, they upped the price. And I was saying that I think it's an unfair assessment, mainly because
You all
that
right,
takes
bro?
place everywhere. Anywhere you have tourism going up, prices always goes up. Like say for example, you guys seen the stuff that was happening in Spain, where the Spaniards stood up and they were saying that they don't want any more tourism because it's making the place unlivable for them. Because
Look, bro,
every
Black
business it
Americans, we
goes.
got you, bro. We down. We with you.
Hold
What are you
on.
talking? Can you let the guy speak, sir?
Just relax.
I'm trying to hear what he got to say. Let him speak. You keep
Okay,
interrupting me.
I got
He
this.
was a little emotional. Y'all didn't catch that, but he just, you know what I'm saying? I was just trying to comfort the man. You know what I'm saying?
We
He
don't
hurt,
have,
man. He hurt.
Nah, all I'm saying is, I think it's basic capitalism. It's the same thing is happening in Costa Rica. You've seen the Costa Ricans, right? Like they saying things like, the more people find out about Costa Rica, they start going there. The prices goes up, and it makes it bad for the locals. Because
Costa Rica's always
Hold on, what
behind.
that got to do with us though, Chief?
no, I'm saying I'm saying to say that
No, I'm just trying
Ghana.
to get. Come on, y'all. Let me have a
Well, y'all
No,
conversation.
let
That's
that,
all.
this man
look, what I'm
speak.
saying is,
Let this man speak. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
yeah, what I was saying is to bash Ghana and Ghanaians, to say that they're upping the price, to take advantage of you guys coming in. I'm saying it's an unfair assessment because it's just basic capitalism and it happens everywhere. It's
So,
not just the Ghanaian.
so
So I think one person said,
answer
they
this.
don't have the same mindset we have, and that's why they're doing it. And I'm like, no, that's not really what it is. It's anywhere you have a high number of supply. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean it's basic supply and demand. Basically, is
You
what I
done
was trying to
shift the
say.
topics on
So,
us, boy.
so
You done went
answer
to
this.
supply,
Hold on, I'm the
demand,
host. Hold on, I'm
import,
the host.
export.
Hold on. So answer this, right? I get it that prices go up when tourism goes up, right? But what about the non-tourist spots when they see somebody who is from America, period, especially Black Americans? The price still goes up, sir.
I would equate that to those touristic areas. Like say for example, you go to
No, I'm talking
walk.
about not in the touristic area, sir. Not in the touristic area.
No, what I'm saying
Wherever
is,
we seem to travel to, that price goes up. They
what I'm
know
saying
we're
is,
not
it's
African. They know we're not Caribbean. They know we're Black American by the way we move, by the way we talk. And as soon as we open our mouth, that price goes up.
Can I ask
Here's
one
what happens
question
in
though?
our
Does it
culture.
anger you that we come?
Here's what.
I
No,
I
they
I,
want us
I
to.
give
They want us
I
No,
give
to.
you
I gotta ask that question. Does it
too
anger
much. I
your
give
people
you
that we come?
too much. I'll give you one more example. For example, I live here in
Oh,
Florida.
okay, you ain't gonna answer that
Disney
one.
World. Disney World has two prices. Like if they know you're a tourist and they know because you don't have a Florida ID, you don't pay what we pay. So I'm saying that's similar to a person going to Ghana or anywhere else, and they know you're a tourist. They charge you differently. It's just basically that's just how it works. It's not. It's an unfair assessment of the Ghanaians in themselves. That's what I was
So
trying to
what I'm
say.
asking is,
Because the
does it
locals are
anger you when Black
complaining.
Americans come and visit? Does it anger
Well, I mean,
you?
first of all, I'm not from Ghana, and I do.
No, I'm
It
asking
does.
like
No, it does not anger
you're
me.
speaking on. So why are you speaking on that issue
No,
if it's not affecting?
it does not anger me. No, it does not anger me. In fact, I
Okay,
encourage
thank
that.
you.
I've traveled to Africa as well, and I went there. I was well received. I came back like 4 weeks ago. I was well received. A lot of the stuff that people are saying, in my opinion, is pure myth. In my
Yeah, I
opinion,
was just trying to
basically.
see like how it makes your people feel and what y'all, what's the temperature over there. That's all I was trying to see. I
Oh,
wasn't
Well,
trying to
he's from
judge
personally,
Haiti.
anything,
He's from
I
Haiti.
kind of
per,
wanted.
per,
I kind
per,
of wanted to add, raising the
but I
prices
don't understand
doesn't
why you're
help
speaking on it.
because what happens is it inflates everything for the locals. So we would. So because they're trying to inflate things because we're coming over, it ruins the landscape that they have set for the people who live there. So it shouldn't happen in general. What they should do is they should keep it the same because that's inflation. And we know what inflation does and how it looks and how damaging it is. All that's going to do is set off a financial off balance in that nation or wherever they're doing that at. It happens here. It happened here. We saw we experienced a heavy inflation that we haven't seen in years in America because of that, the uptick in pricing. Tourism is different from coming to live there. The thing that I
Exactly.
was talking about, right, was when they renounced their American citizenship. Pan Africanism, the movement is not tourism. It is leaving America to go live in that area, wherever in Africa, whatever
But you know
country you
what?
choose. So them upping the price is dangerous not only to Black Americans but to the people that live there. It's not about tourism. If it was tourism, that's different. The people they're coming to live there and they're raising the price.
Well, what
How
he's
is
saying
that
is
fair?
like their currency is worth a certain amount in that area. Our currency is worth different. So when they see us coming through with those American dollars, the price inflates in their country. Thus, but it doesn't match their cost of living in their country because it's our American dollar that's creating this inflation. You see what I'm saying?
So
Well,
the
the good
thing
thing
So
is,
it's not the
is,
same
hold
as
on,
us. Well,
no,
what
that's
we
not
go
how
to,
that
hold on.
works.
we're
That's
gonna
not how
get the
that
normal
works.
prices if we go to Washington D.C. or New York. We go see the Statue of Liberty. These are gonna be the prices, but those prices over there, he's saying isn't fair. You see what I'm saying? I think
But
you.
that's the thing. That's not how it
So it's not
works.
hurting us. It's
So
hurting them. It's
to
not
keep
hurting us.
no, it hurts them because they're raising the price, which adds more of our currency. It would make it better if they keep it low because our currency is already stronger. So if we
But
go over
no, but
there,
think about it.
no,
If we
but wait,
going
no,
to
no, no, because
Ghana,
I
we
work
got
in
it. You see what I'm
finance. I
saying,
work in
mommy?
Hey,
finance.
brother,
If
what
we
you're not
going to Ghana,
saying
we got that paper already, so it's not gonna hurt us over there.
No,
It's just gonna
yo,
hurt them.
you're not
brother,
understanding. Like you're
brother,
not
don't cut her
understanding.
off. Let her speak. If she can get it out, maybe
I
you'll
let her
understand
speak.
where
I
she's
was just,
coming from.
oh my god,
Let her
bro.
Yeah, he's
speak, brother.
talking over a lot of everybody.
Yeah, brother, you gotta calm down. I know you're excited, but you gotta calm down. Let her speak.
No,
I'm
but
not gonna
I
be
just
wrong. I'm
was
not gonna be
making a
wrong.
response off of her assessment.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you have to
okay.
let me finish what I'm saying, and then you.
Yeah, 'cause I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to get educated here. He keeps talking.
Go ahead.
So,
That's she
so
wasn't
I work.
educating you. She's
So,
confused. She thinks that it's
oh
hurting the
god.
people.
Oh my God,
All right, so
Jesus
I'm
Christ!
working finance. I trade commodities most of the time because I trade gold.
A lot of people think they know what they're talking about, but they don't. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you're making sense. I know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay, all right,
so
good.
if they inflate the price to match us coming over there to live, because it's not a tourism thing. It's not a, oh, they're gonna come and leave. It's a, they're coming and they're gonna live here. They're upping the price, but not a lot of Black Americans are leaving America. That's the thing.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
inflating the prices over there, expecting this big surge of people
What?
to come and just live over
He
there,
was talking
it
about
will.
tourism. They
Oh
are
my god,
leaving.
No, they're not.
Brother,
they're
She's
not
right.
leaving in high
y'all,
numbers and
if
high
y'all
volume.
don't, if y'all don't let her finish her damn statement, I'm gonna start dropping people. Listen, man, I don't.
If I gotta drop, if you gotta drop me, that's what you gotta do. But what she's saying is that it's hurting us, but she can't compare.
Brother, I gotta drop you, brother. Take a lap because you keep interrupting. She hasn't finished what she can't even get it all out because y'all keep dragging it on. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Thank you. So a lot of us are not leaving in droves. So them upping the price on things was them expecting for so many of us to leave like in the millions. That right there would have an influence and a uptick in their economy. But because a lot of us are not leaving, there's some of us that are leaving. They're upping those prices and they're maxing out their own citizens because they had a plan to fill those spaces with Black Americans for the American dollar. That's the thing. It's not gonna work.
That, that, that,
Wait, that's not how the
that's not what
economy
I've been
works.
hearing. That's not what I've been hearing. Because what I've been hearing is basically what is typical of countries like that, and as well as the Caribbean as well. When you go to the marketplace, the items are not they're not priced. So you come and you ask, hey, how much is for this piece? And they tell you such and such. Now, if you look like a person who's well to do, then they'll tell you one price versus a local which already know the price. That's kind of what I've been hearing a lot,
Well,
But that
which
is
I
is
not
think
that's the
Hold on real
exception.
quick.
That's not the
Hold
rule.
on real quick.
Yeah, that's what
Let
I'm
me make it.
saying.
Hold
He's
on. Let
saying
me
that
make it make
terrorism
sense.
is
Hold
affecting
on.
their
Listen,
local
I'm
prices. And
speaking. I'm
is she
speaking.
back?
Hold on. Hold on. Let me make it make sense for you guys.
why y'all trying to like
Hold
censor my
on,
speech
brother.
so
Damn.
heavily?
Hold on. I'm speaking. Let me make it make sense for you guys. This is what she's saying. What's going on is a few people are going over there and they're maxing them out. They're getting the maximum amount of dollars they can get out of them when they would get more if they kept the price the same, and then more of us would want to go over there. Do you understand that?
Oh
Yeah.
no,
But what
because
they're
And
that has
it's
to
doing is
do
they're
with
taking
travel.
advantage
That's
of that
before you even
one.
get to the
And
destination.
listen, don't cut me off. Listen, they're taking advantage of that one and max it because they're only thinking about today. They're not thinking about the future. They're not thinking about
Longevity.
But you're
tomorrow.
not considering
They don't
travel.
have that
They're
mindset. They don't
not
have
in
that.
charge of the airline, sir.
This
They're not in charge of that travel. So
what do you
brother,
even mean? Like, what are you even
brother.
Yeah, I
talking
don't know
about?
what this
You're
guy's
talking
talking
about
about.
something different than
no,
what
what I'm
she's
saying
talking
is
about.
at the point that they're being overcharged, they're already at the destination. So I'm saying is
No.
if that was the
too
case,
much.
it's more
I
about the
give you a
plane
perfect
ticket.
example.
In other words,
I
it's
kind
more
of
about the plane ticket than it is
Oh
the
my god.
souvenirs you
Come
get at the
on.
shop when you're already in Ghana.
It's not a souvenir.
Y'all
Brother,
not
That's
getting
what
my
she's
I'm
not
point.
saying. Like,
talking
you're
That's
not
about
y'all brain.
listening.
tourists. If
Y'all
you hear
brain
what
can't
she's
comprehend.
saying,
Exactly.
she's talking
So
about
can I
people
just
who are
add something really quick?
moving there. moving there. Permanent move. Permanent migration.
No, he was talking
Expat.
about terrorism. No, y'all wasn't listening. Sir, was you
Brother,
Listen, you're not
we're
getting
off
it.
that. She's talking about a totally different topic, and
she
you're
was
still
talking
on
about
something
what
else.
he was speaking about. We was all talking about the same topic. So if she segued into something else, then I
Listen,
don't know.
you have to learn how to track the conversation. If you can't
Yeah.
track, then
No,
I'm gonna tell
I'm
you.
not easily fooled, man.
This is not okay.
Y'all mad because
It's
I don't
not.
agree?
It's not.
Nobody's
I
mad.
gotta agree
I'm
with.
disappointed.
Brother,
I'll say
you're
that.
disruptive. That's what we're mad about. We're mad that you're not listening with the comprehension skills to understand. You're just talking. She's been talking about something totally different, and you're steady talking about you're talking about tourism. She's not talking about tourism, brother. She's not talking about people going over there to buy a couple trinkets.
No, yeah. Back to what I was saying. Too much. Like, say for example, I think there's even a term for it. I think they call it the American tax. You guys probably have heard that term, and which goes back to exactly what I was saying. It's not happening like in the supermarkets, because the supermarket is price and it's one price for all. But what I'm saying is, like, they have a lot of open markets, open marketplaces at these places where, like, say for example, people go and you haggle. There's no one fit price. Say for example, if the seller have not sold much for that day, usually they'll work with you. But if there's a high demand and this item has been selling, and you come as, yeah, you are there to stay, but
So
they
let's
know
talk
you're not
about the
Ghanaian.
haircuts. So let's
'Cause-
talk about the haircuts, brother. Let's talk about the haircuts, because when you go over there, the haircut. Okay, let me give you that. When I go over to East Africa, the haircuts are $4. $4.
Where do you go in East Africa?
Kenya. When they
Okay.
okay,
Nairobi?
yeah, Nairobi. Now the
Okay.
haircuts are $4, brother. 4. But
Yeah.
all of a sudden, they start coming out to 10, 20, 30, $40 when they get Black American.
If it's in Nairobi, but also for the most part, like even in Kenya, you and I both know we could pass for Kenyan because that's where I was 4 weeks ago.
I can't pass for Kenyan. They know
That's not true. That's
No,
not
that
true.
is true.
That's
No,
I
not true.
can't either.
brother.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not
I'm
even
too
just
light
about
skinned.
the looks. It's about how we
Brother,
talk. It's about our
brother.
mannerisms.
No, it
There
can
you
go off
go.
looks too.
Exactly.
It can go off looks
Exactly.
too.
Exactly.
No Kenyan.
We
Okay?
don't look like them.
I'm sure his whole attire is different from a Kenyan
Brother,
person.
I do not.
Yeah.
Brother, even if I dress like them, brother, I'm telling you, y'all keep thinking that we all one big nigga. We're not.
Exactly.
Look, too much. We don't have to be. You guys, I think a lot of FBF getting the wrong impression. Most of us are proud of our culture. We love our music. We listen to your music, but we love ours too.
Then be proud of
Good.
Oh
That's
God, what does
good.
that got?
No,
What does that got to do with
no,
just the last statement?
Listen.
No, what I'm trying to say is a lot of FBAs.
No, listen to this, okay?
No, talk to who you're talking to right now.
Listen to this. Japanese don't go to China and get mistaken for Chinese.
Exactly. Koreans either.
Koreans don't go to Japan and get mistaken for Japanese.
Yep.
They have a distinct look, and they can tell. Now, we may be thinking, oh, that's one big Asian. But
They know.
amongst each other, we know. We Black Americans can tell an African. Africans can tell a Caribbean. We know. Now the problem is here's how we all get confused sometimes. Some of the ladies, especially with the women, some of the ladies, they start doing their lace fronts just like our Black American sisters do their lace fronts.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
it gets kind of, they start trying to hide that forehead just a little bit.
yeah.
And we can't tell. When some of y'all wear y'all do-rags and y'all baseball caps, now some of y'all it's just we know African. We just know it. We just know African. Some of y'all
I
hate
got a question.
Y'all start dressing and then y'all start
He's making
talking
a
with that
statement.
American accent. Then it starts to get confused. We start to second guess ourselves. But for the most part, we know who.
In that case, I got a couple questions. So that would be to say, wouldn't that be to say all Africans look the same?
No, what are you hearing? What are you even hearing?
Okay, well, okay. Listen,
Wait,
here's
wait,
what
wait.
I'm. Here's,
I just want to ask, are you keeping track with what's being said? Because it's like, it seems like because you have a narrative. I study psychology. I know how the human brain works. It seems like because you have a certain perspective and a certain narrative, that's how you're perceiving this conversation. But what I'm
but
asking is if maybe you can listen to what's being said and actually take it for face value and not put your own spin on it. Because it's not going to
okay.
be a
Here's
productive
now.
conversation if you keep doing that.
Okay, now here's what I'm saying. I completely personally I disagree, and here's why I disagree. I go to my country all the time. I see Haitian here all the time that I don't know that are Haitians. So how is it that you can tell your own, but I can't tell I can't always tell a Haitian?
Because we're different from you.
You
Apparently
can
so.
tell, I can tell a Black American from an African, from a Haitian,
Yep,
from
I can
any
too.
other dark skinned person because we
But I'm gonna
look
be
a certain
real.
way.
I'm a Black
No,
American. I made mistakes before. I ain't gonna sit here and
thank you.
lie.
We can
I've
tell.
seen I've
Yeah,
seen
I
that
don't
yeah.
think
all
you're
day
a Black
long.
American. Like, I don't think you are. Like, you're not.
I've seen that. I've
I'm
seen that
starting to
all day
against
long.
myself.
I made
Yeah.
mistakes before thinking somebody might be like American, and then they spoke another language, and
Are you
they
Pan
wasn't American.
Africanist?
So I mean, I made mistakes before. I mean, that's
You're
just
not the
honesty.
only. I've seen that happen all
That's
the
just
time. You're not the
honesty.
only one.
Infinite, are you a Pan African?
I don't consider myself Pan African.
You're a Pan African. Okay.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
ain't
you're
right
Pan
Why
African.
you
there.
why you
Yeah.
think I'm Pan African?
Brother, you're
What
Pan
makes you think
African.
that?
Something, yeah,
Because you
it's
come
like
out with
you too
understanding.
much. It wasn't for
There's
the
something else in the
uniting.
closet,
Yeah,
brother.
something ain't right there.
No, it's not.
The closet.
It's
Let
not
me use
about
let
like
me use
I believe that a lot of people want to fight, you know what I'm saying, and argue, but I feel like it's a situation
Yeah,
person that you
yeah.
meet. Like certain people you can mingle with in certain communities, but certain people you can't. You know what I'm saying? Like
And
you
That's a
might meet
fact.
one cool
That's a
African dude,
fact.
you know what I'm
Infinite,
saying,
where you
at
from?
school that you met that was cool, but then you might know some other Africans that ain't cool. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
a,
It's
So
not about. It's
there's
not about being
there,
cool or
I'm
not.
just
It's
there's
being
a
real.
lot
about.
of
I'm just talking about how it is in the real world. That's I don't know how
that's a
that's
fact. There's a lot of Haitians I don't identify with, even though we're Haitians. I
It's
find
not
people
about the not liking. It's about the fact that we can tell phenotypically the difference of the look. Like, I don't know where
Exactly.
you guys keep
That's the
tracking this
conversation.
conversation. Like,
ma'am,
It's
listen
like
most
to
of
they
what's
try
being
to
uh,
they're trying to
said.
swerve this somewhere else,
ma'am,
and we are on one
a lot
Getting
topic.
of
on my
people, a lot of
nerves.
people I've come across are not able
let's
to
see
tell.
what
You
else
can't always
aggravating.
tell.
We could tell.
That's
You know
We
another
could
way we
Okay.
could tell.
tell.
You know
you can
another
tell,
way
but
we
a
could
lot of
tell.
people can't
Hey,
tell.
what's up, Too Much?
Forgive
I
me.
was just hollering at you, bro. I was down in the
Yeah,
comments.
what's up, David? How you doing,
But I
brother?
think
You
that
know,
when we get too colorist and
another.
too
Hold
racist,
on,
we
y'all.
start
Let me
sounding
talk
like
to
the
my brother.
oppressors, man.
No,
Hold on,
No, that's your
we
perception
could
when
hold
you
tell
on,
say
by
that.
No,
we
think
hold
could
that
tell
on,
by
y'all.
once we start doing that genotype stuff and playing with.
Hold on,
yo,
y'all.
listen.
Let my brother David talk. Go ahead, brother.
Now another way we could tell is through athleticism. You know, sports is a huge thing over here in this country, right? So we know, you know, who's who. And we
Hmm.
know our sisters too. We know who's who because they show up in athletics as well. A lot of foreigners cannot excel in those sports. I don't care you Haitian, I don't care where you if you're not from this country, you're not excelling in sports, bro.
I beg to differ because I think black
No,
people
no,
in general
it's
around the world, say for
no,
example,
no, not over here. Not over here though.
the greatest soccer player ever was Pele,
We
black man
don't
just
we
like you and
don't
I.
play we don't
We
play
don't play
soccer over here,
soccer.
sir.
Yeah.
We're not
No,
interested in
but
that
I'm giving you an
sport.
example. What
Listen,
I'm saying
if
is,
black
That's not a
Americans
sport that
That's
we
play
play, sir.
soccer, if black
This is
Americans
why it's
play,
important to listen to Black Americans because we're talking about ourselves and our own like
Exactly.
world that
Yeah.
we live in.
Culture.
But you're trying to counter with something, but
Pele
you
was
have to
Brazilian,
understand like you have to understand
yeah,
how
black
we
Brazilian,
operate and then we
Afro
but
Brazilian.
understand how other
he's
people
not like
operate.
us.
Yeah, yeah. But see, we gonna know from the basketball court playing pickup games to just being little kids growing up. It is a different. It's a big gap between us and every other black person around the world. It's a huge gap.
Someone at the
That's
bottom
right.
wrote, "Sport is not a good example," and I
No, it
agree
is
with
a
that.
good
Good enough.
example
Good enough
because
for
we
us.
All
dominate.
right, but
The only reason why we get medals is because of black Americans. Why you think we got
That's
so many
true.
medals in this country?
What did the South Sudanese say
I
last
don't
time
know,
we
boy.
played?
Jamaica got a hell of a
They
record
sat
too.
they sat and said, why was the basketball team?
recently,
What did they
recently,
say? Oh, what did they say? They said, why were the Americans so
Yeah, boy.
aggressive
You
against
gotta be
us?
realistic.
They said
He
South
was
Sudanese said about
talking crazy.
the American basketball team. They said, why were they so aggressive against the last time we played them? Remember they almost won that first game by 1 point, and then we played
Yeah.
them again, and we beat the hell out of them for
But the
close to
more
30
important
points.
part is
Let
that
me ask you
you
one
can't do
question.
anything without using a black invention. From the time you wake up in the morning to the time you go to sleep, you
That ain't
travel, go
that
to
you
work.
getting
You
off the
can't do
topic.
anything without a black invention,
Sir,
I'm saying we
a
know
black
Uh,
the
American
difference
invention.
between foreigners over here. We know y'all. We know the
exactly,
swag.
listen,
exactly.
So
listen,
I'm
listen.
Even
proud
when
of
they
my
try
Yes,
to
people.
that's the
portray,
Why are
point.
we
That's
even when
the
they
trying to
try
point.
to
make a
portray to beat
narrative
us,
about
they can't beat us.
separation when it's supposed to be we all black? It's
No,
not
that ain't
about
how
what.
it work, bro.
Hold on, wait a
No,
No,
minute. Let me tell you the
no,
reason
thing
that
no,
it's
is, right?
not
no.
how it
It ain't
works is
working. It
Hold
ain't
on,
because
let him
working.
of
talk real quick. Let him talk.
slavery.
Let him
We've been
talk. Let him
transferred
talk.
from place to place and dropped off
The
from place to
problem
place,
is there's no
and we
love, man. And
travel.
it sounds corny, but
Listen,
that's
but you got
it's the
No,
fact
listen,
of
there's
life.
love
Listen,
there. You
hold
guys
on,
are
the
People
man
walk
speak.
over each
listen.
Give
other,
him a
to
chance
brother.
to
love
A lot of
each
finish.
hate.
other
It's just a
first.
lot of
Let
hate,
them
man.
love
It's
each
just a lot
other
of hate.
first. Yeah,
You
that's
could.
not. You're not FBA. You don't
Hold
It's
on.
not.
understand.
It's not hell. It's
Hold
not hate.
on.
It's misconception and misunderstanding. Everybody's perceiving something about somebody that they have no clue of. I know everybody on
Bro,
this
it's
phone.
simple. We
Listen,
different. We are
everybody.
different.
No, we're not.
Let him
Listen,
finish.
brother.
That don't
Let
mean
him
we gotta
finish.
hate each other,
Brother,
bro.
Nah,
listen.
let the man
Nobody's
speak.
Everybody
hating
on this
anybody
phone
here. We're
has
just
heard.
Let the
saying
man speak.
something.
Jesus Christ,
Everybody on
brother.
this line has heard a preconceived notion about another race. Like you can't trust. So you got to understand when you travel
Facts.
abroad, we have a stigma that's attached to us as black people,
Right.
no matter
And a
where
lot
we
of
come.
those
Like when I went to
preconceived notions
Korea,
are
Facts.
negative.
I went
Negative.
down to
Man,
You know
like
what I
Korea
let
mean?
him talk.
and they thought that I was Nigerian, and I'm like, no, I'm not Nigerian. I'm from the U.S. So when they saw that I was from the U.S., it was like a whole nother vibe. But when I went
Mm.
down there into Itaewon, I was at a bar up from Nigerians that we had a good ass time, but it's just like it's separation from ignorance, and it's like we sit here and keep up these narratives like, oh yeah, we good whatever we do, bro. The sports, no matter where you at the sports, the problem with she saying and what he's saying is, and when we losing to that, we keep trying to put ourselves as Americans, as Nigerians, as this is and that is. Yeah, okay, that's not really our. We getting labeled. You
Let me
locking
ask you a
yourself into a
question.
label. Like
Yeah.
if you're an olive, you're an
Tell them,
olive.
bro.
If
Let
you
me
an
ask you a
olive,
question.
bro, I don't give a fuck if you're an olive from Italy or if you're an olive from Japan. You still an olive. You're an olive seed. You can take that seed anywhere and plant
Well,
it. You're gonna get a
can I say
what?
Let me
something?
ask you a question, sir.
Go ahead, brother.
Olive.
I
And
got two
olive.
questions. Hold on.
Nah,
Okay.
now y'all cutting off thoroughly, but that
Hold
man had made a
on,
hell of a
brother.
point.
Hold on, brother. Now I gotta ask
That's
him. I'm the
called
host.
confirmation bias. You gotta chill.
I'm the host. I can cut anybody off. Just
No,
hold
that's
on.
just
Oh no, I'm
confirmation,
listening,
man.
bro. Go ahead.
Hold on. I got two questions for you, brother. Okay. You want us to unite and be all one, right? Right?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm asking that question. Do you want us to unite and be all
Sound
one?
like he was
I want
saying
us
just
to
stop
know
the
that
hate.
we are confused by where we've been planted at. You understand what I'm saying? Like you trying to identify with your slave master's land. We a conquered people. You gotta understand our mindset is different from an African because in the
Okay.
African, when I go over to Africa, they got black money. I ain't never seen no black dollar, no black people on the currency. Their
So are you a Pan
mindset is
Africanist?
different.
Are you a Pan Africanist?
No, I'm a black man from
See,
Detroit.
they gotta throw that label on you. They gotta
Brother,
throw a
that's a Pan
label on you.
No,
African.
the
We're
reason
talking
why,
like a
can I
Pan
say
That's why he
something?
got
Africanist.
that big hat on, FBA, because
We're
he
talking
gotta
The
like
have
the
a
a Pan
thing
label.
is,
African.
right, hold on, wait a second, because this is where the lines get confused and this is where it starts getting heated. Like I can see where it's gonna come from
Yeah,
because
he just
you're
saying
not
where's the love?
comprehending.
It's not
No,
hard to
wait a
comprehend.
second, wait a second.
Where's the
We
love?
are our own people. We are our own people, and we have the right to differentiate ourselves. It doesn't
That's
mean we
right.
can't work together. We still have to have ownership of our name, our culture, our lineage, all those different
That's
That's
things.
true.
right.
You
But
guys
it gets to
think
a
the
Amen.
certain
Thank you,
problem with
extent
young
you
where
lady.
if
guys,
you
Thank you.
keep
Thank
doing
you.
that,
the problem with you
you
But
guys
begin to
is
identify
throw
you
out
this as our
hate.
think
motherland.
wait,
Stop
we
over
you guys
talking.
think that we think like
Jesus.
white people. We don't think like white people.
Mm-mm.
We can differentiate ourselves without having these negative oppressive ideologies. With the
Exactly.
difference between white people, they classify themselves as something and then they oppress other groups. That's not what we're trying to do. What we're
Mm-mm.
trying to do is we have our own cultures and we have to respect the boundaries of each other's cultures. We can still work together with respect, due respect to each other's boundaries. That's what it is.
I
We're
agree
not
with
gonna.
that.
We're not
I agree with that.
oppressive people. We're not an oppressive people. The Haitians, that's cool. You have your Haitian culture that is completely, totally different from Black American culture. You
But
are African,
me,
whatever
Which we
country
can I
you
say
identify as
one little
are.
foreign.
piece?
You
Can I say
are.
one piece?
You're saying so much.
So what I'm saying is that I agree with
You
what you just
just
said. Now,
talking.
really, I just
Damn, you
been
talk too
speaking in
much.
between what everybody been saying, but really, a lot of people have spoken. But to get my breath off, I agree with what you just said. I just feel like when we keep nipping it in the bud, it makes foreigners feel like we're not respecting their culture. And then I see times where they don't respect our culture too. And so it goes both ways. But I feel like
Because
if
of
we
the stigmas.
yeah, the stigma, I feel like if we just respect each other's cultures and then move from there. But a lot of times, they feel like
You
we
know what?
infringing, we feel like they
It's
infringing. You know what I
very,
mean?
very
That don't make me
hard.
a pan-Africanist though.
It's very,
Go ahead.
very hard for people to believe that you are foundational Black American. By the way,
Yes, you are, man. Where you
Man,
from? New
that's
York?
your
Where you from?
opinion.
very
The reason
listen,
How he
why
listen,
talk, we could
and
tell you
listen. I
not.
can't
We
kick
could
you
tell
Bro,
out
you
I
the
not.
don't
room.
care if you'd accept
Listen,
me or not. That's my opinion.
you
Now, if that's
should.
how
Listen.
you
You
feel,
should.
then that's how you feel.
Listen,
But
and
I'll be that dude.
I can't kick you out
There
the
you go.
room because you
I
sound
was
crazy.
raised in Florida, man. Jacksonville,
But I
Florida,
can,
man.
but
I'll
I
get
can
no more
definitely,
American.
be like,
Yeah.
you sound like you'll run over to the side of the enemy with the quick.
No,
It
bro.
sounds
That's
like a
what you feel
grandparent
like.
or a parent,
But you
maybe
never
someone
been
from
in those
somewhere else.
situations. I've been on the grassroots. I've fed my people. I've given backpacks. I've done community work.
Brother,
What
let me
have
tell
you
you.
Great.
done?
Okay,
What
brother, let me
have
tell
you
you.
done?
The thing is, right?
So when people
There's a
speak like
difference.
that, I got
Hold on.
proof.
See here.
No, hold on. I got proof that I
Time
done
out.
something for my community.
Time out.
So
Because I'm gonna answer
who's
that,
more
brother.
foundational black than who?
Hold on, brother, because I'm gonna answer that. Okay, I'm glad you asked. What did I do for my people? Go look at a website called fbacoin.org and read about what I just did for our people. Go read about it, brother.
I respect what you did. So all I'm saying is
No,
respect for what I did and stop saying that I'm not for my.
I got you, brother, because I don't, listen, I don't know you, brother. I'm just saying
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's offensive to me. If
it's
you,
very
because you don't know me.
difficult.
Yo,
You
you
just
got
saying,
so much
oh, you
heat.
don't
You
sound
got
like you
too much heat
foundational
for
black.
Black Americans. You have
Brother,
way too
I'm
much
not
heat.
the,
You need to
listen,
cool
brother.
that down.
I'm not the
I'm just speaking my
brother,
piece. I'm just
brother,
speaking my
stop
piece.
unmuting
And
your
let me
mic,
ask y'all
brother.
one question.
I'm not
So
the
what is
only
the
one.
solution?
I'm not the only one that thinks
Yeah,
that,
but
brother.
just because I don't have your label don't mean I'm not for my people.
I
That's all I'm
think he
saying.
ate some
I can't,
fufu
That's
and
all
some
I'm saying,
goosey.
Chief. That's all I'm saying.
What you mean
I
you don't
can't
have
keep
our
you out of
label?
lineage.
Like, what
He
you
ate some
mean?
Just
mangoose.
because
I
I don't
can't,
identify as a found,
I can't kick you out of our lineage,
you
brother.
muting me, bro. That's okay.
FBA
That's
is
childish, man.
FBA.
It's starting to
Because
be
The
you keep
man,
childish.
the
Go
talking.
man
ahead,
is
y'all. Go ahead.
FBA.
Because you keep
He
talking.
just
That's
got
why
done eating
I
some
gotta
Now,
fufu.
mute
but
you.
Billy,
You keep
but Billy had a question though.
talking.
But if you say something about a man, you can't be mad at the man responding, correcting your
Brother,
speech.
That's
You
what's
can't
not
say
fair
nothing
on
about a
our
man and no.
end.
over talk the host is what I'm
Okay,
saying, brother.
right.
Just
Let's do
saying.
this.
Yeah,
Hold
go
on,
with
I
the
want you
childish
to
me.
explain your
That's childish.
Billy has
position.
a question
You're
though.
being
That's
emotional.
childish.
You gotta use
Let
logic.
let
Yeah, that's
let the
how we
host
know he
explain his
not
Oh,
from
I'm
us.
not
position.
Cause
emotional.
you
I'm just speaking my piece. If
he
you
not
find
from
it
us.
to be
Talking you with
emotional,
the
that's your own
logic,
problem.
not the emotion, brother. You coming off the mic, you're over
Speaking my piece,
talking.
brother. You
You're
said
over
that you said
talking.
one thing, you made one claim, and I said I disagree. That's
All
all.
right, brother. All right, brother.
You
All right, brother.
I think Billy has a question
if you
though.
can't handle that, that's
Brother, let's move on, brother, because you're gonna keep it's you're gonna go back and forth.
I'm just saying you keeping it going.
I don't want to go back and
You
forth, brother.
you saying me
I'm
speaking
trying
is
to get
wrong.
on the
No man
panel.
gonna
I'm
silence
trying
my
to
speech.
You
Please
just made your
stop.
mind up. You gonna
Stop.
continue to
Like, oh
talk,
my
But
bro.
gosh.
but
I don't know why
Billy
you
go
ain't
ahead with the
dropped him
question though,
first. Why
Billy.
you ain't dropped him, bro?
brother, are
Billy
you
go ahead with the question
This
though.
dude just
I
talking and
text
talking
you.
I'm
and
telling you,
talking, man.
brother, because I have patience. Brother, are you married?
I have substance to my speech though. A
Are
lot of
you
y'all just
married,
saying,
brother?
"Oh,
Are you
he talking," but
married?
do you hear
Do
what I'm
you have
saying?
a wife at
No, you're
home?
not talking, bro. What
Do you have a
the heck?
wife at home, brother? That's what I
Okay,
want.
bro. Okay.
Are you married? Do you have a wife at home?
My marital status is none of your concern, my brother.
Okay. Brother, I'm just telling you, it's gonna be hard to get a wife with that mind, brother. It's gonna be hard.
Come
It's
on.
It's gonna be difficult.
Can we?
I want you to
Hey,
get. I want you to
My
get.
brother, my
I want
brother.
you to
Is
get the
that a
blessing.
half savage?
I want you to get the blessing.
You getting on my nerves.
Because you know you sound more like the woman than the man. And I
My
want to
God.
be with the
Man,
woman.
if just because I
No, sir.
articulate myself in a fine manner that you can't handle, you can call me whatever you got to call me.
Brother,
But see, that's what females
over
do is go to
talking,
name
over
calling.
Oh my God!
talking
I'm
Don't start talking
is
about females.
disrespectful.
I'm talking to you like a man. I ain't called you out your name and I ain't called you
Brother,
I
nothing.
We
think
are
this
See,
gentleman
you see
needs
what
to
I'm
have his
saying? When
own
intelligent
somebody
show.
beings,
losing the
so
argument,
don't put that on us.
brother. Okay, let me go to my brother Red Blitz. Red Blitz.
I
yeah.
think Billy.
Yo,
He
what's
gonna
going
inter-
on? Too
he gonna
much.
Red Blitz. He gonna interrupt you too. What?
Yeah, I know.
Too
Brother.
much is cool.
I'm trying to.
Too much is good, peeps. The only thing I want to say is, this
No, not too much. I'm talking about the gentleman.
this whole. Oh, I'm not worrying about that either. If that happens, then that just shows on his part, not mine. Respect goes both ways,
Yeah.
and it goes a long way too. And how you carry yourself says a lot about your
Exactly.
character.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'm not about coming online and getting caught up in the beef and everything. If you want that type of beef, then I suggest you go to Hulu and find old school Dallas and Knots Landing and all of that and get into that nonsense. That's not me. I'm tired of all the back and forth and this, that, and the other. That's trivial. Life's short. It's about FBA business. And
That's
that's what
right,
we're on
sir.
this panel
Amen.
talking about.
Amen. That's
And
right.
this whole idea of xenophobic and all that, because I notice nowadays at one time when Black Americans would speak profoundly and proudly of their heritage, their lineage, history, we always want to get deemed as being quote unquote militant. And so I
Yes.
noticed that the X word has been replaced over that M word. Now is xenophobic. And for the life of me, and no disrespect to non FBAs, Africans, the whole thing about delineation is it's about us, getting back to us, okay? Focusing and shifting on us. Because as history's shown, we have put the cape on for others forever. And
Yes.
none of what we've done for others is ever reciprocated in return.
Yes.
And the
Yes.
only thing we
Yes.
get is disrespect and a whole lot of disingenuous and disparaging remarks when we come together in these lives. I hear pretendians and all kind of nonsense. But what I don't understand is the vitriol that you will have for us. You don't have that same vitriol and quote unquote hate for the main colonizers that is coming over into your country, running
Mm-hmm.
you out of your country for you to flee over here to benefit
Mm-hmm.
off of what we have laid down for y'all to be able to rise and flow as
Mm.
smoothly as you've been. But rather than understanding at the end of the day, it's not about quote unquote leaders. The leaders is not too much, it's not others that you're
Right.
claimed to be.
That's
The
right.
leader is code,
That's
is the
right.
code. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when y'all want to go over into those white diasporas and when you want to allow those very ones to fill your heads, understand this at the end of the day. Because it seems that a lot of y'all don't get it. Understand this. All y'all are buffer classers. You're GMOs. They don't give a damn about you. They're just using you. And when they're done with you, what do? They break their tools. See, we be
Come
trying
on.
to game y'all on how white supremacy works,
Come on.
but it seems that a lot of you want to stand and let it go in one ear and completely out the other and continuously come for us.
Yeah,
But
that's
see,
they
FBA,
don't believe us when we tell
Black
us to stand.
American, because my thing is, I don't go by title, okay? I don't go by title. You can call me FBA. Hell, I'll end it all because there are others too that want to come with their nonsense, okay? Black American Freeman. That ends all enough said right there, okay?
Come on.
You can't conflate it. You can't infiltrate it. None of that. It speaks, okay? And
That's
so
right.
that's what it's about. FBA delineation, Black American Freeman, period. And understand this, it's not about hate. It's not about any of that. But a delineation is no more than a necessary detoxification, okay? Because it comes back to us. We got to focus on us. And
That's right.
we, at the same time, say, you'll do the same thing over in your diaspora. You'll
Mm-hmm.
get your stuff together.
Yeah.
So if and when that day comes when we can unite, cool. But the whole thing is this, it's understanding the code and that's the leader, the code.
That's right.
And
Let
I,
me
res-
play
I
this.
respect
And
that.
that's
I
what brings
respect
us
that.
together is the code. I'm happy you said that. The code is what brings us together. It has us on the same mindset.
And I feel
No,
like
and
that
let me
also
tell you
that
something
we've been
too, bro.
charged
Like
because we have
Red
so much
Blitz,
gifts and
they
blessings.
when they use words like xenophobic, bro, that ain't nothing but like, it's a bullying tactic. Just
Yeah.
like the rainbow community will call you homophobic when you don't agree with what they doing. They use these words to bully us, to push us
Anti-Semitic.
out. Yeah, and to all these words they use to push us away from the truth. You feel me? So
Yes.
that's just they
Make us feel
tactic. That's
guilty
in
about
their
ourselves.
toolbox. That's all. It's in their toolbox. But Black Americans ain't no xenophobic. We ain't none of no phobics. They hate us. They the
My
ones
thing
who
is, I think that we got a gift beyond measure, and I think that when we try to close it all in, yes, we always been our people. We never lost that. We got our barbecues, we got our traditions, we got our music. I don't think that we ever lost us. I think that us bringing us in was just showing how great our gift was, and I think that's what people misunderstand. Now that y'all can have y'all opinion, and I'm not trying to knock it because I'm gonna get on off because y'all said I was talking too much, but I'm just thinking our gift is so vast that we could spread it with the world because that's what our gift was to give it to the world. So don't forget that. And once you forget that message, you'll miss your calling, your duty.
We have
Your
given
gift,
enough.
your gift was so vast that the world was mesmerized by it and still is to this day. So once you start to say, "Oh, let's get," we've always been us. We never, man. Come on now. You look over to your brother, you gonna dap him up the same way you've been dapping him up since y'all been whatever years old when y'all made that dap up. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna do the same things. It's not about closing everybody out. It's just about us treating ourselves better. Really, we need to treat
Oh man.
ourselves better.
But
You
that's
right,
You
the
know,
man. You have a
thing
good
that
night, man. Be safe. Have a good night. Yeah, you
you know what I'm
you
saying?
right.
Because the way
when
y'all
we,
did me,
Have a
I
good
got
night.
love for y'all, but y'all want to do me dirty.
oh
Treat
my
your own
God,
people right.
Good night,
Treat your
man. You
own.
take care.
he's about to
But
piss me off. What is he even
but you
talking
know what
about?
though? I don't want to listen. I don't want to get to a point where as though when we raise our black gold and red flag, well, look at them. Look at that hate group. No, man. I want to raise that flag of pride and, for our mother country, our identity, our way of life, everything that we've accomplished in our country. That's how I want it to be. I want to just have it be proud for my grandkids. You know what I mean? We got to move this thing on in a positive way, you know?
What we got to do
Yes, and
is we gotta keep the delineation on, and we have
Yes.
to stop the erasure of our successes, of our inheritance, of our resources, because that's what these people want to do. They've told us too many times they're over here to what? To one of them said they want to become like the colonizers, to learn from the colonizers, because
Yes.
we already know all the tricks of the colonizers because we've been living next to them. But we
But
don't want to become the colonizer. But they want to come over here and become like the colonizer and take that game back home and think that that's what they're going to use to
Too much.
liberate their people.
but
And
too much. But look how
Personally,
no, hold on. But too much. Look how is the FBA movement is spreading like wildfire. Look how it's spreading like wildfire. My
because it's the
22-year
truth.
yeah, my 22-year-old daughter was the one who educated me about it. It's spread like wildfire throughout the country, and people, other black ethnic groups, foreign groups, are getting nervous.
yeah, me
yes, and I
personally,
just wanted to add here. Oh, okay, go ahead.
yeah, I just think the black struggle in general, it's bigger than just one particular group. And the reason why I said that, because if you think about the world that we live in, all right, we're surrounded by most of the advanced nations are white T nations, and then you have the
Oh
Asians.
my God,
The group,
stop saying that because America is number one top dog and it's not a white nation. Stop saying that. That pisses me off.
ma'am,
Y'all, this is the
it
problem.
is
Wait,
still
hold on. Wait a
predominantly
second.
white,
Wait.
ma'am.
Hold on. This is the problem I have with people who are not from here. Y'all don't know what our people can do and what we're capable of and what we have done in
That's right.
America. We are
That's
not
right.
a white nation. I need y'all to stop saying that. We
Ma'am,
dominate this country.
it is
No, wait a
still
second. Wait a
predominantly
second.
white.
You guys have listen. That doesn't matter. We still put them in a chokehold. You guys
That's
have
right.
not done that. Our people, we are ingrained into our constitution. That didn't take no. Oh, they just gave us that. No. what our people did to get what we have. This is our country. All of that, oh, it's
That's
run,
right.
it's a white
That's
nation.
right.
I
That's
hate
right.
that shit. That's
That's
y'all's
right.
mentality. Y'all come over here with that mentality that white people are in charge, and that's why y'all don't do business with us. Y'all go straight to them to do business. And that's the problem. The black dollar
Look,
needs to circulate in our community. That's another thing. I don't like that. Our black dollar is leaving out of our community, going into all these different places, not circulating. It doesn't even circle three times before it leaves our community. That's a problem.
ma'am,
This is why FBA.
with
Wait
all
a
due
second.
respect, I was cut
FBA was
off.
created
Don't cut her
because
off.
you
First,
guys have a
you
certain
allow me to
mentality.
talk,
Wait a
and then
second.
you cut me off.
No, because I'm not gonna let you know this white nation shit.
Yeah,
This is America. We are the American Indians. I need you to understand that this is our
Well, let me,
country. We're not gonna push that
ma'am,
narrative.
right?
ma'am,
We don't do that.
irregardless of how you feel,
I don't
we
care.
live
That's
in
your
a
mentality. That's how y'all
in a
think, and that's
world
why we can't get
that is
along.
dominated by white supremacy. Point blank.
Listen, no, you're dominated by
Let
white
me
people.
say this. Can I butt in and say
In this
something?
planet, that
I
we
can't take
live
yo.
in.
I can't take it.
When the host speaks, y'all need to calm down. If I speak, calm down. Listen, the globe is dominated by white supremacy, but it seems.
Now let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
I'm gonna come to you, True. It seems like the only one fighting the white supremacy are foundational Black Americans.
Here's where I have to disagree again.
No. Listen. We're the only ones that say I'm Black and I'm proud. We're the only ones that stand on business. We're the only ones that's ready to check somebody when they get out of line. Too many times we've seen non-FBAs who come over here. They just start, yes sir, going on with the dominant society and acting as if they're different or better than a foundation of Black Americans, disrespecting the many inventions, disrespecting the ingenuity and the genius that we have. We had the first biochemist in the world. The very first biochemist was George Washington Carver. Y'all never had that. Y'all never. We are pretty much the first in almost everything you can think. Everything we
Right.
bring to the society and to the world. Y'all use it every single day. And now the moment that we want to say, you know what, y'all disrespected our kindness. Y'all mistaken our meekness for weakness. Y'all mistake, and I'm using the word meek. Y'all mistaken our meekness for weakness,
Right.
and that's where you messed up. Now we have to claim everything again. Take it back and put a fence around it and gatekeep it and say this is ours, and that little bit of pie, that's yours. The big piece is ours because we made the whole cake. But that little piece, that little seasoning that may have came from y'all or whatever, you can keep that now.
Yo, can I say something real quick?
And back to what I was saying prior to being cut off. As I was saying, to me, the Black struggle didn't start with FBA, and nor does it end with FBA. It's much bigger than FBA. Obviously, you know that too much. Say, for example, my country have been undermined by YT for the longest.
What country is that?
Until this day. I'm from Haiti. I can't even get a government. That's not approved by the United States. Any president I have had have to have been approved by the United States to this day.
Are you willing?
So if anything, they've been
Are you willing to turn up? Are you willing to stand on business? Are you willing to press the line and not move? When you keep fleeing over,
of course we have
soldiers. No, hold on. When you keep fleeing over here, that doesn't solve the problem, brother.
That's right. That's right.
Too much.
Let me tell you what solved the problem.
You're not accomplishing nothing over here.
Let me put a little bit of truth out there for y'all, man. Let me put a little bit of truth out there. Listen to this. We talk about Black people, Black culture, all of this Black stuff. But first, what we gotta think about is what really happened to Black people. And listen, what really happened to Black people is this. All over the world, the whole world was Black. What these people ended up doing, man, they came up with the nuclear bomb. Before they ever used it on Japan, they used it on all Black civilizations. In Africa, North America, South America, all over the world. In the inkling of a time, these people were seeing 1,000-foot waves.
Don't say BOMB anymore.
Imagine getting hit by a nuclear bomb and then having to start over. This is what they call them.
You can't say that.
Do not say BOMB in this live. Don't do it. They'll take the live down, or they'll drop.
Say boom booms.
Down. So I'm going to give you a chance to speak and say what you want to say, but you got to be TikTok friendly. Okay? Go ahead and unmute your mic, son. Go ahead and unmute your mic, son.
Right. So this is what happened. At an inkling of a time, people start seeing 2,000-foot waves. If they drop, if it's a boom boom on the ice, that means all the ice is going to melt and all the coastlines is going to flood. This is how, there's no way that these people could come in and take over black civilization. They have to create something like that. And this is what happened. Now we're on the flip side of that. So we got to go through these processes of remembering who we are. Now, who we were. Hold on real quick. Now listen to this. You probably never heard this. Now, who we were before we were who we are today, right? We were black Buddhist monks, right? And they were a materialistic people, right? But look, you never heard that, right? And it sounds funny. Listen. It's the same thing, really. Okay. Listen, what did the Lord do? The Lord went up to the top of the mountain, and the Lord prayed on the mountain. That's what Moses did. He went to the top of the mountain. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the Mayan pyramids. It's the same thing all over the world when you're dealing with pyramids. This is what really black people are.
Brother,
and at the end of the day,
brother, I'm gonna need you to read the room. There are rooms where you can talk and get enlightened and go deep and do all that. You can start talking about aliens if you want to in those rooms. This is not that room. We're talking about foundational Black American business. I hear you, brother. I'm not saying what I'm not saying what you're saying is false, but I'm just saying there's a room for that. There's other rooms for that. This is not. We're not trying to take the ganja and go deep with it like that. We're not trying to. But I feel you. We was black Buddhist monks. Okay. Let me hear from my brother, dude. And then we're gonna go to the Telinator. What's up, Ben?
Listen, man. Oh no, go ahead.
Too much, bro. I done heard a lot, bro, but I ain't never heard
black Buddhist
before. like, bro.
Hey, brother, I'm gonna follow you because I want to hear more at a different time. So I'm gonna send you.
Hey, Ben, I ain't heard that one.
I gotta hear. I might give you more time so you can speak on that at a later time.
Hey,
because we want to hear about this Black Buddhist monk thing.
Hey, too much. I'm a well-read person. Man. I done been to college and majored in history, and I ain't never picked up a book that said that. Like,
very interesting, brother. It sounds very interesting.
Yeah, but speaking on our business, bro, I guess it was a protest that was nationwide, and for the first time ever, bro, we was on code, bro.
Yep.
We didn't show up to none of that. Like, and the white people, the YT people was like, why weren't the black people there? Because we done fighting for y'all. We done fighting for everybody else. We worried about ourselves. Because at the end of the day, y'all fighting for them people that's not supposed to be here to be here. Yeah. And y'all stuffing them in our neighborhoods, taking our jobs. So right now, Donald Trump has got his boot on their neck, and we all here for it.
Yep.
We here for it. Yes, every drop of it. Please.
Got something to say.
No, and you know what's so crazy? It's so crazy because, like, if they would have came into our community, right, had some respect for us, put, like, money into our community instead of taking it out, it would have been slightly different, But the fact is, they came over here with this individualism mindset, which Black Americans, we don't operate like that. Like, we're locked in. You see, like how we all decided to not protest at the same time. Like we're not doing that no more. It's tangible movements. Like we're not going out to the street marching and all that bullshit. We're not doing that. Either we're gonna boycott. We're gonna take our black dollar out of these markets. We're gonna get into these political positions
Yeah,
to actually make moves. Like we're not doing all that marching.
we don't know who we are. How we gonna do that?
Can y'all hear me?
No, because bro,
Well, we know who we
the
are.
guy that said we are Buddhists, you see his hat. It's foundational Black American, right? We know who we are. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I came over here on a slave ship. I'm a foundational Black American. Everybody on this page is a descendant of the slave trade.
Right, but listen to this, right? But listen, right? But that's what they say. Oh, the slave trade. But just listen.
It's not the CC. No. I can speak for myself.
No, listen. We in the hip hop culture, right?
I don't. See, the thing is here, right? The same book that you got that Buddhist stuff out of.
It ain't a book.
Doesn't apply.
Okay. It's not a book. Look, you just listen. Instead of trying to diss me, just listen for a second.
He's not trying to diss you,
man. You ain't listening. You trying to diss me, but you ain't really listening.
I'm not trying to diss you. What I'm doing is telling you my truth.
We know the Hebrew Israelite stuff. We know that already.
No, it's not stuff.
We know that, but listen, we already been there. It ain't get us nowhere, yo. We been there.
You're trying to cut me off.
Let me ask you this one question. Hold on. Let me ask you this one question, man. Where is your family from, son?
Listen, my family is from the United States, right? But look. But listen, it is. Look, wow. Listen, I'm a black person.
Let me say it again.
Listen, I'm a FBA just like you. I'm a FBA just like you.
Hold on, before you say that, brother, answer the question. I'm gonna let you say. Mute your mic. Where? Don't say the United States, but I'm gonna give you another try. Where is your family from? Go.
Right. Now I'm trying to tell y'all, but y'all won't listen.
No,
you won't listen, right? So you want me to say, oh, my family's from Africa or this place or that place or that place.
No, where is your grandparents from, sir?
Okay, a perfect example.
North and South Carolina.
So a perfect example.
Right.
Too much will answer this. Okay, Too Much ask this. So Red, where's your family from? Oh, Too Much. Well, my family hails from South Carolina, Texas.
Right. But listen, it's deeper than listen.
Too Much goes and asks, okay, to the another. Okay, where's your family from? My family is from Tennessee, Kentucky.
Right.
What I'm saying?
But listen, if you own a continent.
This is a tether, man.
Right? How can you?
Because you see, if you ask any FBA or any Black American freeman where their family is from, are they not going to say, my family? Oh, well, my family comes from Arkansas. Oh, or my family comes from North Carolina.
Right, but that's the overlay though.
That's the type of answer you. That's the type of answer you're going to get. In other words,
too much.
Too much. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick, y'all, please?
God is what?
Don't nobody want to listen. They just want
to. My brother, the Tethernator. Hold on, I gotta go to my brother, the Tethernator. He's been waiting. Tethernator, go ahead, talk to us, brother.
I'm known as a tethernator around TikTok. All I got to say is this, man. You give these tethers an inch, and you're taking a mile. I land my plane with that.
All right, go back to me. Too much.
Hold on, Too Much. You gotta let me finish.
Go back.
You gotta let me finish, bro. You cut me off. You gotta let me finish. I am from Rochester, New York. When the slave traders dropped my family off there 4 generations ago, my DNA and bloodline traces back to West Africa. I am a Hebrew Israelite by DNA.
Right.
I am not indigenous to this continent. No foundational Black American is indigenous to this continent. I'll prove it. You ready?
Right. See. Listen. Okay.
Hold on.
You wrong about. Listen.
You gotta let me finish, bro. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. We are too powerful of a people to let somebody come and take an entire continent from us.
So listen, let me tell you. Just listen for a second, man. Right? Because look, we've been there, right? We've been Muslims, Christians, Hebrew Israelites. We've been all these things, man. We know what you're saying, right? America, all this.
Did you
listen?
If you know what I'm
give me
saying,
a second.
if you know what I'm saying,
yo, just be quiet for a second.
No, bro.
Because you keep listen. We all been there with the Hebrew Israelite stuff and the slave trade stuff.
Okay, my brothers. This is not looking good. We're talking about the tethers, but here we are, going back and forth and so and not respecting one another. And as I said earlier, the key thing to learning and the key thing to understanding is hearing one another. And you talk to one another as opposed to at each other.
Let me help you out, man.
So let's set the example. We can agree to disagree, but let each other talk and get your points out without cutting one another off and making us look as like the dominant society forever sees us as.
Well, ain't no. Let me say something because I can't even say nothing for real.
Hold on, because I'm the host and I got to speak first.
All right, my bad.
I got to figure out. Ben, you're my brother, but I got to fix this, brother. Listen. What makes up a foundation of Black America? Okay. Some of us have African ancestry. Some of us have indigenous ancestry, and some of us got a little bit of European. Okay, that's what makes up a foundation of Black America. Okay, not all of us come from West Africa, brother. Not all of us come from West Africa. Some of us have West African DNA. That's a fact. But some of us are indigenous actually to this land mass here. American freedmen is a conglomerate of slaves and freedmen and American, what people want to call maybe American Indians or Native Americans, whatever they want to call it. Okay, that's just what it is.
Right.
Some of us are Hebrew Israelites, and I rock with it. If you're a Hebrew Israelite and you're connected to the transatlantic slave trade and you're indigenous to the United States, when I say indigenous to the United States, that means you were here before there was a United States. You built this thing, and it became the United States. Then that means you're indigenous to the United States. Just like people are indigenous to Nigeria. Nigeria was just founded in 1960 something. Okay, so they've been there before it was Nigeria. So they are indigenous to Nigeria. Now we know Africans are and even Americans are nomadic people. We moved around the globe. Listen, I could take it all the way back to Pangea. We were moving around the globe in Pangea and giving out the game then.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, brother. We know we are an ancient people. That we know for sure.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Okay,
but don't nobody want to hear it, you know. But
we are. Let me say it for you so people can understand. We are an ancient people. We've been giving out the game to the world for the longest.
What kind of people though?
How do we know this, man? Listen. How do we know this? The Olmecs. Let's talk about the Olmecs, who look and resemble more like us. They never disappeared.
I'm trying to tell you who they is.
They just migrated into other cultures and other backgrounds and moved around, and that's became what we know today as foundation. They were the most influential society back then.
But what were they?
And we are the most influential society today.
Right. So
we never stopped giving out the game. We got 50,000 patents. We've been giving the world a lot, and we never gatekeep anything. We just gave it out. Here, take it. Here, we're that phenomenal. We never stopped doing it, but now we have to. Now we understand that. Listen, we've been giving out the game for so long that everybody thinks they invented everything. But
right.
And since they think we invented everything, since they start to think that they invented everything, we have to show them now who we are. And how are we going to show them? How are we going to keep our culture intact without outsiders coming in? Is by delineating and putting a fence around it and saying, this is ours and that's yours. See how big the pile is over here? And see how small the pile is over here? You see it so you can believe it.
Right. So
I just wanted to add, Black Americans went through an ethnogenesis. An ethnogenesis is it refers to the process of creating a distinct ethnic identity. We have a very mixed, not only just blood, but culture and heritage. So Black Americans are a mixture of West African, coastal, Central African history with Western European and Native American ancestry. So we are our own people. And
Right.
that's why it's important for us to have boundaries. Like I get what you're saying. Like, yes, there are dark skinned people, indigenous people all around the world. The thing is, we are individual cultures. Yes, we've interacted with each other throughout history, but we are our own people at
Right.
the end of the day.
So
Yes,
right.
we pick up little things from other people's cultures throughout history as we travel throughout this world, and we met each other, we engaged with each other, we picked up, little traits. But Black American history is synonymous to Black Americans. Like there's a certain history. We practice certain religions. We didn't have certain things like the history goes on for a long time. Like you're saying that we came from slavery, but there is actually a story behind that a lot of people don't know because it's hidden because they're trying to steal from us.
Mineral rights. Excuse me, listeners. So listen, and you're totally right. Okay, it's a book called Farmhouse. But what I'm saying is to say this: we were world travelers. Okay, so for them to say that they found and brought America's blacks to America is a lie, because they have proof that it was ships and sailed over here. I think it was discoverers. So it's kind of like you mixing up his story with the truth. Okay, let's just say that there. Let's break away now with the brother with the black monk thing. I agree with you, brother, because we have had blacks that go to Budapest.
But no,
Hold
right.
on, True.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that blacks have been everywhere on this goddamn continent. Okay, let's get that understood. They keep trying to make you think that you were brought somewhere where you already been. That's like Christopher Columbus discovered America, but the Indians were sitting there wondering, what the hell is this nigga doing here on this boat?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? But we discovered this. How you found some shit in my house? How somebody come to your house and say they found $5 at on your table? Did they? How could you find something on my table in my house?
Right. Well, look. Well, let me elaborate on that, because he said, we are global people and everything like that. Well, when he first created people, it was black people. Even after the flood, it was a black family, and their heritage and spread throughout the whole earth. Now, black people, right? The actual culture of black people, we in the hip hop culture. So the hip hop culture is materialistic, money, cars, jewelry at the highest level ever on the earth. Now, we in that culture now, but before, the Buddhist culture is unmaterialistic. Right. So now when you see that Buddhist stuff over there, you see different kind of things. It's not really what it's supposed to be. But the culture that was before this one was that. So what happened was this: all over the world where this culture was, in the Indus Valley, South America, the Mayan pyramids, the Olmecs, the different types of things like in America, boom booms was dropped everywhere. We living in the last days. How else you think they could take a whole planet from black people?
Too
Think
much.
about it, right?
Too much, bro.
So look. That's too much, right? That's too much. All right. So look,
bro.
Let me tell you this. When you when you ever ride down the block, right, and you see one of those funny looking churches, the way they're built, right? They got the steps and they built with the funny little bricks and stuff like that, and it looks like it can't be knocked down. All that is a rendition of a Mayan pyramid. You go up to the top of the pyramid, and then you go into the building, and it's a priest sitting there on the top of the pyramid. It's the same thing.
You do know you do know this, that last year they found in South America, in Peru, on top of a mountain that was frozen, they found a fully intact Mayan
But
woman.
listen, you can't look
She
at
was,
that.
hold on.
You can't look at that
Hold
because
on,
they
bro,
listen.
look.
They
You
show
gotta
you,
let me talk.
but
You
I
gotta let me
wasn't
talk,
finished
bro.
though. I wasn't finished.
But
I
you cut
wasn't
me off
finished.
when I was talking.
See,
You gotta
that's
let
what
me,
I'm
you gotta,
talking
cause
about.
like,
Every time I start saying something, you cut me off.
but it's crazy.
Go ahead, True. Go ahead. We're
Yeah, so
listening, bro.
listen, this is what
Let's
I'm
talk a
trying
little
to tell you.
faster, Truth. Go ahead.
Listen,
Tell
this is
us.
what I'm trying to tell you. When they show you, right, the Egyptian murals, the hieroglyphs and
Yeah.
the
Okay, we got it. Go ahead.
hieroglyphs in South America, when they show you this person that was frozen for all of these years,
Mm-hmm.
that's the stuff that they want you to see. It's not the real hieroglyphs.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the real people. The real
Mm-hmm.
people is black people like me and you
Mm-hmm.
with woolly hair.
Mm-hmm.
See, but they ain't gonna show you that on TV.
They never gonna show you that because that's his
Exactly.
story.
There you go. There you go. So you got to go a little bit deeper because our culture really is an unmaterialistic culture. When we
It's really not.
once we let the materialistic things go, like money, clothes, the Jordans, the things that we buy, the
Bro,
things that we
African
eat.
people have been flashy since the beginning. It ain't
Nah,
even flashy. Let me
listen.
explain
This is what
something
I'm
to you. Let me
trying to
explain something.
listen.
Hold on, Truth. Let me explain something to you. Okay, you
Billy,
ever heard those saying it's not
Listen.
tricking if you got it?
You're not
Nah,
asking.
You
man.
used to
yeah.
a certain
That's
style
the
of
wrong
life or
type of
used to treating
attitude.
yourself a certain way, brother.
Nah, it's the
Then
wrong
you
type of
are,
attitude to have because that's why we're in the situation that we in.
Okay,
bro, we kings and queens.
look,
How you gonna tell me what I can have?
We
How you
can't
gonna tell me
because
what I can
listen.
conquest?
But listen,
bro,
I'm not
he got a
limiting
cell,
myself to
Billy.
nothing.
Billy,
I'm
he got a
sorry.
cell phone. If he wasn't materialistic, he wouldn't have a cell
right?
phone.
No, I'm not
Everything
Exactly.
that
saying
Talk
that
to
preaching
him,
you
Rock.
got
I'm talking
is
about the
thrown out the
culture that we
window.
came from.
No,
The
bro.
culture that we came
No,
from
bro.
is unmaterialistic
Okay,
culture.
What culture, bro? Which one?
Listen,
We
I'm
create
trying to
more
tell
culture
you.
as our
Y'all
people's
keep cutting me
motherfucker.
off.
no,
Listen, the culture.
no,
Because you
bro.
sound
Look,
crazy.
Listen,
bro,
because you never
insane.
heard it.
You
Listen,
guys,
the
No,
culture is this,
no,
right?
because
guys,
When the
it's
Ben
scientific.
Israel was saying
No,
something about the
truth.
mummy they found. Ben Israel, finish what you were saying about the mummy, the Mayan mummy.
Okay,
listen,
okay. Look. Truth got to give me a chance to talk. Truth, 1 second. I'm gonna say this real quick, bro. I'm not gonna take an hour like you, bro. Just hear me out. You said that they set off a bunch of microwave boom booms around the planet. You do know if that was the actual truth, you couldn't be on that land for thousands of years. So that's the
not
first,
thousands. It depends
bro,
on the type. It
Truth,
bro,
just let
depends.
him talk,
bro.
Truth. Just let him talk.
Truth, bro. Please, for one, thousands of years, right? And number two, the entire planet was black. But my Pacific race of people came over here on the slave trade for three. And number four, you talking about the Mayans, Incans, and Aztecs. The Mayans, Incans, and Aztecs have been here since the continental plates split. This
Yeah,
is
that's
their
you.
land.
That's who
No,
you
bro,
are.
this
But
is
when they show you the
no,
murals, they
look,
show you
bro,
people
look.
with
That was
dreadlocks
not.
instead of
Talk about the
woolly
Mayan
You
white
want
mummy,
hair.
everybody,
Israel.
bro. You keep wanting people
Cause
to
you
let you
ain't
talk, but
talking
you don't
about
let no.
nothing. You keep talking about the slave.
You
You
gotta
ain't
let
Truth,
me.
you
listen.
You
keep cutting
gotta,
the man off.
We all been there.
bro,
What you saying
bro.
already?
Let
We
me
been there
talk.
already.
Let me talk, please. And and last year, on top of a mountain in Peru, on top of the tallest mountain in Peru,
We
it
already
was a
know that.
young girl. You got to let me say it because a few people don't. Right? A couple years last year, on top of a mountain in Peru, they found a teenage girl. She was in between the age of 11 to 14 years old, with her heart taken out of her body, sacrificed to 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie, the snake deity. Bro, she is not black at all. 0%. She looks like a dark-skinned Mongolian. Same phenotype, same hair texture, same everything. We are not indigenous to this land, to that land. Some of us black people may be indigenous to this land. Cool, I can accept that. But my Pacific tribe of black people came here in the slave trade.
All
And we were
right,
never Buddhist monks. And we
All
were
right, that's
not,
you. That's
we
you.
were,
That's your
no, let
tribe.
me finish, bro. Oh my God. You gotta let me finish, bro. I came over here genetically a person about materialistic things. We were always a person, people rocking fashion and gold, bro. Always. And you say that the people in Egypt were not black. Even the real Egyptians say that they was black.
I
We
didn't
rock
say
so
that.
much gold, bro. You did say that,
Hey,
bro.
what
I'm
up, Too
unpacking
Much?
everything you said.
What's up, brother?
Oh, okay, y'all. Hey, Too Much, bro's so crazy. He driving me crazy, bro. I gotta drop off. I can't listen to him, bro. He crazy, bro.
Don't drop, bro.
He
Because
give me a headache.
I want to lace you. I want to lace you with some
All right,
straight game
All right,
too.
guys.
let me say my
Too
piece,
much,
bro.
Bravo.
Don't drop
Too
off.
much. It was a pleasure as
I
always,
can't,
man.
bro.
Thanks for having me on the platform. You guys be easy. I'm out.
All right, brother. You take care.
All right. All right, y'all follow me. I'll follow you back. Too Much. Invite me up next time you go live, bro. I just can't listen to this Buddhist monk guy he's anti-materialistic and he got a cell phone. If you were so anti-materialistic, get rid of your cell phone, bro, and get rid of your car. Stop working.
Hey, I got something for you though. Who you think the Mayan people are?
Hold on, real quick, brother.
Yeah.
We gonna get to that. Hold on, real quick. I want to.
Oh damn! So I'll try to keep him get him before he got.
Yeah, I
before he
know.
left.
I want to hear from Sherman real quick, brother. Sherman, unmute your mic.
Honestly, Billy Hog, he really said what I was gonna say on. He basically said it right on the nail. But Buddy Ben, he's a little off, but he also is a little. I think they're both right. Honestly, I think the Truth and Ben was right because some did come from the trade slave, but most of us
did, right?
yeah, some. But if you look at the numbers,
And a lot of us mixed in with the native or the indigenous people that were already here.
yeah. So what I'm saying, yeah, exactly. So honestly, bro, I think they're both right. I just think the way that they're delivering it to each other is just different. You know what I mean? But Billy Hogg, he was on basically the same thing that I've been learning too. But if we can my thing is if we all can connect, I think the biggest thing is us connecting.
It's the divide.
Where's your family from, brother?
Originally from Lawton, Oklahoma, and Louisiana,
okay.
But I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
But we ain't got no African blood,
huh?
We ain't got no African. You know what I'm saying? Once you learn about
well,
this,
we have. If you we the ones that
label. We ain't got no African blood.
Let me say something.
We have everything in us, bro.
No, we don't.
We're the fathers and mothers to everyone.
We don't. But listen to what I'm. You know what I'm saying? The slave trade, it was told in reverse. They sent American Indians from here all over and came back. See, the Africans never really came here. You know what I'm saying? It's only a handful. It's not even enough to even be having a conversation about. So we're indigenous here to this land. We're not from there. We're totally different people. We got two different phenotypes. You know what I'm saying? Once you understand that, they sent us. They sent some of us from here to Europe to Africa.
So let me say this: I'm not that guy that's going to deny the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, you got to understand the truth about it, though.
Hold on. But I'm not that guy that's going to believe that they brought millions of slaves over here to America when I know that just from Africa to here was very difficult.
It's just impossible.
They lost a lot of cargo along the way. So I will say most of the people from transatlantic slave trade went down into the Caribbean, South America.
Yes.
But the majority of them went down there.
No, they sent us to the Caribbean.
Of indigenous, of our people were already here. I'm sorry,
let me jump in. Go ahead.
They spent a lot of time trying to get us off this land. That's what the whole thing was about.
My mother, my grandparents, they all told me the same thing.
Yeah, amen.
So Cherokee. That's what they.
So we don't even know any.
Say that again. What they say, bro? What your parents said?
Blackfoot, and they said I was Cherokee. That's
exactly.
Right. All told me. Now, do I have some African ancestry?
Yes.
I do. Yeah, I do. And I'm not here tonight. I'm not here to deny that I got some African ancestry. But what makes up a foundational Black American is not just African ancestry. I got
Exactly.
African ancestry. I got
Yeah,
indigenous ancestry, and I got a little bit of European ancestry in me as well
yeah,
too.
but when you say that though, you discredit our ancestors. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no,
Because
no,
it
no,
was
no,
it,
no,
it was
no. I honor my ancestors by telling the truth and standing on business. I am an American. I claim it. I live it. I'm a foundational Black American. I claim it. I live it. I speak to the ancestors. I praise the Most High. I get my energy from them. The things I do, I'm a righteous brother. I was first of all, I was born righteous, brother. I wasn't born non-righteous. I was born righteous. Okay. I
yeah.
was
But when you
born this
start
way.
understanding like
Righteousness
all
is
the stuff
not
they
something
lied
I
to us about,
listen. Righteousness is not something I have to earn, brother. It's just something I am. I recognize the greatness in our people, and
So
I
you
right,
know,
and I
they kept
salute
records.
that.
They
yep,
kept records of everything,
Yes,
in less
I've done my
in
brother. I've done my genealogy. I know. Listen, I can go all right now. I can go. I probably can go further back, but I can go as far back as 1833 right now.
yeah. But what I'm telling you though is that's easy to do, and you won't find anything about no African ancestry. That's what I'm trying to say.
And right, I haven't found anything about no African ancestors from 1833 so far. Now, if I pay a little bit more money, I can go further back. I'm sure I can.
Yeah,
The
you don't have to
documents
pay
and
no more money.
the
You don't have
yeah.
to pay no more money. It's pretty simple to go farther than that. Go to the
Okay,
17 is easy, but
okay,
you know,
okay.
Okay, let
but a
me
lot of
say
people get
this.
this misperception that we're mixed and this is our natural.
Let
We're the
me
root
let me say
race.
this.
I keep
This is our
trying to
natural.
tell
We're
us
not
who
mixed,
we
brother. We intertwined. Do you understand that?
we
Like
ain't
you can't
intertwined.
stop. Hold on.
You
What
gotta
you mean you
understand.
ain't intertwined? I'm intertwined with other
to-
creed of people. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm with this brother. My people from Arkansas is Blackfoot Indian.
Yeah,
So I'm mixed with that. Well, I
That
ain't gonna
comes
say
from some.
mixed, but listen what I'm trying to tell you. Let's just go back before slavery. Let's go. Let's not even bring up slavery. Okay, we're gonna go
yeah.
back 1,000 years. We're going back to Mansa Musa.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
Now, one thing I want everybody on this phone to understand and agree to is that gold does not disappear. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Hmm.
So don't follow the history, follow the money. Okay? If this man has so much gold that he could break an economy, okay, he sent ships out to go sell and tour the nations. He did this shit way before England was even established. Okay? So I'm trying to get you to understand the mindset of where we going with this. We had enough wealth to travel and leave and move about the country and the world globally. Okay? Then they came back, they killed him, stole all his wealth, spread it through Europe. Trace the money. Don't even trace the history. Just trace the money. And you will see, because remember, gold don't disappear, right? So that wealth is somewhere. Even if it's spread or used, melted or turned into whatever, it's still a mineral. Trace the
Right.
money and you will find out where you come from. That's why I
Right.
keep
Now,
trying to tell you to get
all
you keep
right.
saying
So
like you can't mean with this, you can't man, if I got bread, I can go with Italian, I can go with black, I can go with Chinese, I can let this out anywhere. I can let this out anywhere, bro. So you can't never really say where a black man haven't been. And you can't really try to identify through looks or faces because you know what kind of people we is. We are spiritual people.
You can't
So
really
when
go
we
off of
come
that
over here,
either.
and then another thing, and I hate to say this to whoever's not born in America, but the slaves that they picked was the coldest ones that they seen. The ones that they stole. And some of them started off as transferring
Man,
prisoners.
that's so
But you got to
okay.
think of it.
Stand stories like that, man.
You got to think of the slaves that they selected. They picked them for a certain breed and purposes. You got to think now. If you want to go to slavery, remember he picked what he seen was the best that would come over here. And he picked based off of breeding and based off
Let
of
me,
what we are right now.
let me
Some
ask you a
cold
question, man.
pieces.
Let me ask you a question, man.
Go
You
ahead.
sound like a Sunday school teacher right now. Hey, so
Sunday school teacher.
what makes you think that we're the root? Okay, first of all, we're the root race. We're from here. We're indigenous, right? And they had such an issue with getting us off this land. They called it an Indian issue, and they wanted to get us off, and that's where they came up with sending us all over. As a matter of fact, they created um, the country in Africa called Liberia. That's created by some American society that
Go ahead. Keep
took
going to the point.
took
I'm listening.
thousands of people there because they're trying to get us off this land. Why would they bring we the best we our race is the ones that started it all, and we are the people who everybody looks up to, and it's the same today. So why would they bring people here to replace us? And they got
This is our land, and we're highly populated back then. Why would they bring people here? That doesn't make sense. When you can go and look up records and all kind of artifacts
Let me
about talking about
explain
how
this to
we
you.
sent the
If you're going to build
how
a house, you're going to bring
we were sent to
workers.
Europe. Hold on. We were
I've
sent
just
to Europe
answered your
when everyone.
question. If you're going to screw in a board on the fence, you're going to go get a drill. If you're going to go put up a roof, you're going to go buy shingles. So if you need the
Man,
people to build a nation, then you have to go get slaves. Slavery is nothing that's like slavery was a thing. Why do you think that all these kingdoms had people that was inside the kingdom?
they ain't had
They
no
were
boats like
slaves.
they ain't had no big old
Let me
ships
ask
or none of that type of stuff. What
let
you're
me
talking
ask you
about,
this.
Right. What are you
it doesn't
talking
even make
about?
sense. The
Hold
What are you
story
on.
has
talking
been.
about?
They done
Hold
came up.
on.
They said it was.
Hold
They said it was
on.
like 12 million
Hold
people,
on.
right?
Hold on.
Then
Well,
they
I
Hold
don't
on.
know
dropped it
what
down.
they
Then they
said or what
dropped it
they
down to
told
hundreds
you,
of thousands.
but
Hold
that's
on.
his lie.
The host is talking. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Niji, let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
Do you believe that American Indians were enslaved?
Here, yeah, because they sent
Okay.
this all over the world. This is what I'm trying to explain to them. The
Okay.
slave trade was taught in reverse.
Bro, the
You know what I'm saying?
slavery been everywhere.
let me
Because
say this. You say
specifically, everybody
American,
knows and learned that you can't come from Africa to here to this day. So
but
it
y'all
doesn't
say
make.
Indian, right? What is an
Yeah,
Indian, right? What is it? An Indian is this, right? They sit with their legs crossed, right? I'm trying to tell y'all what the Indian is, but you ain't listening to me, right? They sit with their legs crossed, bro.
man,
That's what
you
they
trying to
do.
be funny right now, but you're
Nah,
disrespecting
that's
our ancestors.
you ever be sitting with your kids or sitting with your friends when you're young
No,
and everybody
we ain't got
say,
time to hear
yo,
that nonsense. We ain't got time to hear the nonsense. You know what I'm
it,
saying?
it ain't
Talk to
that.
some.
You just
Talk.
listen. You ain't
talk
listening. That's what you
no,
that's
no,
the
no. The
problem.
problem
Ain't
is
don't nobody
you ain't
listen.
learned. The
Listen,
problem is you ain't
listen,
learned
right?
nothing,
We
and
talking
you
about the
talking.
Indians and we talking about the non
Who
we
you think
talking
the
about the
Indians? Who you
pyramids,
think?
right?
Let me tell you
Listen,
this.
when
Let me
listen, when
clarify
you
something
listen,
for you.
listen,
Let me
listen to
clarify
this.
something
When
for
you
you.
walk up the
Niji, let him
listen,
No,
talk
no,
because you were
no, no, no,
talking
no,
for
no.
a
Let me
minute.
clarify
Let him
something for
talk.
you because
Hold
you
on, let him
speaking
talk.
some ignorance right now. The American Indians are us. It's a reason why they call themselves natives now,
but who
because
are they though?
the natives
You
are the fake
saying
ones that are in
American
cahoots with the
Indian.
government.
That's all you
Understand
say.
this? No, 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 no. Hold on,
Let
hold
me
on, hold
ask
on,
you
hold on,
another
hold on,
Listen
question,
to
Niji.
him, bro. He's
hold
trying
on.
to tell you truth. Be quiet, bro.
Let,
Hold on. It's a whole
let me
difference
ask you
why
another.
people call themselves natives is because they came here and they're in cahoots with the government. And some of them pay $5, and then some of them were actually made here in the lab, test tube babies. And then those are the people that are
He's
called the
right.
natives. American
He's
Indians are in
right.
the Constitution, and that's our people. That's
He's
us. So when
right.
you talk against Indians, you're talking against us.
So
So
let me ask
understand
you a
that.
question, Niji. Let
Right,
me ask
but
you
you
another
ain't
question.
saying, okay, what
Hold
kind
on,
of culture?
hold on, brother. I'm the host. Man. Y'all keep trying to overtalk me. I got to get in here. Okay. Let me ask another question. Where did the term Indian come from?
I was just about to say that.
It doesn't really matter where it came from
No, no,
because
no, no. It does. No, no, no,
it's
no,
not
no, no, no,
there's
no, no, no,
evidence
no.
that it
I
was
need
here
you. I
first.
need. Okay, I get you. But where did the term Indian come from?
It's
It
a couple
comes from
different.
Christopher Columbus believing that he was going to
No,
find
that got
India
nothing to
when he
do with
came
it.
to America.
I
That got
got
nothing to
that.
do with it.
I got
Because
that. But
America
I
is
want to hear
ancient.
Niji. I want to
America's
hear.
ancient.
Let
I
me
want to
answer
Yeah,
hear.
but
that,
that has
truth.
nothing to do with the word
Let
Indian.
let hold on. Let him answer that question. I want him to answer that question. Where did the term Indian come from?
It came from our ancestors here, actually. But people are running with this textbook indoctrination talking about Christopher Columbus when India wasn't even established. In India was called like Hindustan or something like that. You know,
Hindustan and
back in
what
the
else?
days.
What else? What else? What were the three names of it? Do you know the three
Oh,
names?
we have plenty of names, but the
No, no,
main
no.
name
Of India, it was Hindustan,
is some other. I can't
Bharat,
remember all of them, but it
Bharat,
wasn't India.
Bharayat,
Yeah, yeah,
and
Bharat.
then it also hold on. It also was called India. It was called
Yeah,
India.
as recent times, yeah.
No, even before. Even
No,
before. Yes. Yes. It was had three
they only
names.
were established in
No.
the 19.
It wasn't a country back then, but it still
Yeah,
was a name that they called it. It's like it's like Africa. Africa was called a
Right.
Kegaland. It was called Ethiopia. They thought the whole continent was called Ethiopia at one time, right? It was
yeah.
called
Exactly.
Skull
Ethiopia was.
Island. It was called Skull Island. So understand that term Indian and India
Came from
existed
Christopher Columbus.
even
Nah, it
before.
didn't
That's
come from
why
Christopher
Christopher. Hold
Columbus.
on.
He thought he was in the Indonesias, brother.
Christopher Columbus called it the West Indies.
Exactly.
Even though India wasn't a nation yet, it became a nation in 1960. Okay, even though India wasn't a nation yet, that was what that region was called. It was called India. It was called Bharat, and it was also called Hindustan.
Mm-hmm.
Those three names. You can. I'm not making it up.
No, I hear what you say. I know what you're talking about, but I disagree on the time period.
Now, what are you saying Indian comes from? That's what I'm asking now. What are you saying?
There's evidence that it was it's mixed on that, but the main point of what that is, it doesn't really matter where it comes from. That's what. But
no, it does.
People,
I'm asking the question.
let me just say. The reason why it's important for us to have that name is because I understand that name is that was given to us, but it's in the Constitution. That's what's important about that. That's the only thing that's significant about that, and that's the reason why they were pew-pewing our ancestors about.
That's why you're using it now, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's the main thing that's important for us to understand.
Foundational Black Americans are using Black and freedmen because we've already was classified as that. Is that correct?
The reason why. Wait. Say that again.
The reason why foundational Black Americans use the term Black and freedmen interchangeably because those are classifications that we were classified as, right? And it's in the amendment and the Constitution.
But the thing is, it takes away from our total indigenous status. That's why they changed us and reclassified us from Indian to mulatto to color to
Negro.
Because we have all these different perspectives on the spectrum with our
why would they have two different classifications for a Negro? Did you know that they had American Negro and African Negro? Did you know that?
Exactly.
So if you're going to deny the slave trade, then why did they classify two different people at the same damn time? Matter of fact, they had three classifications, right? They had Creole, American Creole.
Mm-hmm.
This is and this document.
And that's us too.
Creole, yeah, that is us. And they had American Negro, and then they had African Negro, sir.
No, I never seen African Negro. I've seen African.
No, it's documented, sir. I'm not gonna make this up. I wish Wolfie was in here. She would actually post the document because she has it. Okay. And
what document are you talking about?
Listen, they had the document that showed how much the slaves were worth.
What document are you talking about?
Hold on. The American Negro was worth more than the African Negro. You know why that is?
Because we're the root race.
Because we had the skills.
No, we were the actual ones that were.
We were the Coopers.
I'm telling you, they have statues of us. They had statues of us when they had for the tobacco.
Listen, the reason the American Negroes were worth more because they had agricultural skills. They had masonry skills. They had black
skills of everything.
Skills, Cooper skills.
Skills of everything.
They had all the skills. Skills. The African Negroes were taught by the American Negroes.
And that's what I was going to say.
Look, you said who was taught by who?
They were taught.
If you had to
I can't hear you.
Culture.
Too much. I can't hear you.
Integrate a whole culture into your
hold on,
society.
Hold on, Dottie. I'm gonna come to you, brother. I'm gonna come to you. I promise. I'm gonna come to you. The American Negro taught the African Negro, and they breeded them together.
But they're not. But it wasn't that many to be relevant because they mixed up people that were they updated the information by saying that they.
Hold on. I didn't say there was many of them, but there was a couple 100,000 of them, not millions.
Yeah,
a couple 100,000 of them, son.
Too much. Let me say this real quick.
I think they said it around 300.
As far as the Indians, right?
300,000. I can rock with that. Like 300,000, yeah. But you can't deny that they came over here. As slaves.
Right. But people don't talk about also is that they reclassified our relatives that went there and came back.
Yes, they
as African.
You know why? Because they said, hey man, they're the same color. And they wanted to breed strong. What's that? The Willie Lynch. Understand? They wanted to breed a strong race of slaves.
Right, but too much. Look, you got to get off that a little bit because look, that's what we all learned in school.
No, that
right?
No,
But
we
just
didn't learn
listen,
that in school.
all right, but just let me say this real quick, right? The American Negro, right? Who he really is, right? Listen, this is why he
I'm
gets.
talking
This
about
is.
actual documents. I'm not talking about
I'm
what they taught
telling.
in school. These were documents.
Listen, all right, man. That's what I mean. Man. Don't
These were
nobody
documents.
want. I sat here and I
The
let
Negro's
y'all.
always been
I'm
us
trying to
here,
tell you.
us
Listen,
indigenous
right?
people has always been the
He
Negro.
always been here. This is what I'm trying to say, right? The reason why he gets so much heat in the country, he can't breathe. This, and that. No justice and this. The truth is this, right? Who you really are, right? Is listen. When you walk up that pyramid, right? That Mayan pyramid or whatever the pyramid, right? When you, at the top of it, it's a Negro sitting in there, and he talked to God. This is who you are, and they don't want no Negro that look like me and you sitting on a pyramid talking to God, and God pull up himself. See, see, people don't like to hear that. See, this is why they don't want you to remember who you is, who you really are, right? So that's why we got hip hop. That's why we got all this stuff, because you
Distractions.
too much. You sit on the top of that pyramid and you talk to God personally. He come to see you. You can see him. He ain't invisible. And this is what they don't want you to know. Look, you sit up there Indian style with your legs crossed. They get all that Indian stuff because you a Buddhist priest. And look, don't equate Buddhists with what they do now, because look, hold on. Don't equate Buddhists with what they do now, because you know it's washed.
Yeah.
Right? So the truth is that the black Negro, he owned North America, South America, the whole continent, because that's who God created first.
Yep.
It was all black people. So all over the world, that's what you gonna see. So how can they take it from you? How can they take it from you? How? Just say how.
Okay, can I? Let me say.
Hold on.
Go
Let me
ahead.
answer. Hold on. Let me answer.
Listen.
Hold on. Let me answer. Okay. Let me tell you what happened. Okay. There's some truth to what you're saying, brother. I'm not gonna deny that. I just didn't want to take that. I didn't want to take this live down that rabbit hole. Okay. There's other lives that talk about this stuff, and you can have a field day going in there, and y'all could build, and y'all could really figure out some things. So the way they were able to take it, see, you're right. We were not a people we were a meek people. We've always been a meek people. Meek is not weakness.
No.
We just were more spiritual. We
Exactly.
were connected spiritually to the land, to the S. Yes, we did talk to God. Matter of fact, we were called the sons of God. If you want to find us in the Bible, we're not part of the humanity part. We're part of the sons of God that got to go, like you said, visit God back and forth. We were the ones walking to and fro through the earth, and then somehow the deceiver was able to walk back to and forth and get connected. Because guess who the deceiver was part of? Was part of us. Okay? That's gonna get a little bit too deep, but I didn't want to go deep like that. But we were the sons of God. Yes. But we were not a warrior like race. We were a meek race. We were meek people.
But they can't. But look,
hold on, brother. You asked me, so I got to go there. We were not the Moors. We were not the damn Moors. The Moors
I see an African comment on here now.
The Moors know who we are, but we were not the Moors. Okay, we got defeated. I'm gonna tell you how we got defeated. We got defeated because they came with technology. We had our own technology.
We got defeated because of the skin color. The same thing we're going through today.
You too up to date.
Skin folk.
Listen. They were able to take this land. They were able to strip us away from our God. It took them a long time.
The technology was boom booms.
It took, yes. There you go, something like that, right? But they were able to defeat us with that because we weren't building that. We weren't building a warrior race. We were a meek people, and we were doing things in the spirit. We were bringing things from the spirit. And using it here, and then we were educating and teaching the people, the regular people. We were the ones. We're the ones that gave water. We're the ones that gave fire. We're the ones that gave iron to these people. We're the ones that gave iron. We gave all our tools have been being used. We're an ancient people. We're ancient people. ancient, and they were able to overpower us through deceptive tongue because that was not in our programming. We didn't have any deception in it. We were built with character, morality, integrity. There was no double tongue talking with us. We meant what we said. We said what we meant. We were very direct. We were not a fearful race. We looked people in the eye. We told them what it was, and that's what it was. And we were the most respected people. When people saw us, they knew that we weren't like them.
But it wasn't that easy.
Still
Just
do
by
know. They still do know
language
to this
and
day. To
stuff
this
like
day.
that. It was
Again, they still know that to this day. But here's the thing: we've been tarnished a little bit. Now, again, I kept telling y'all we were born righteous. It's not nothing. Righteousness has nothing to do with good and evil. Righteousness has always been a position. It's a title.
Righteousness is the Buddhist monk that sit at the top of the pyramid with all his people come to the pyramid.
Okay, brother, I come on, stop that. Righteousness is just a position. It's something you were born into. It's a position that you were given. You were righteous because the Most High said so, and you were always a set apart people.
Right, but the Most High, right? That's just a title. Like, we ain't even specific. Like, as far as who He is,
you can do evil. You can do good and you can do evil. That doesn't take away from your righteousness.
But look, but as far as who we is as people, right? We can never agree, right? If we say the Most High, we say Indian, we say. Can't nobody say exactly what it is, right? And then as soon as somebody say what it is, it's too deep or it's too... See, that's what's wrong with us, because the truth be right there.
Why are you stuck on this monk stuff, brother?
Because look, right?
Listen, hold on. Let me finish.
I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, what's the book called?
It ain't a book. Listen,
okay,
right?
Yeah, see, that's where the problem gonna come. That's where the problem gonna come. See, that's where the problem gonna come.
See, when you always read a book,
the truth, I'm asking you flat out because I want to know. I don't want
what it is, right?
Get to the point, brother. Stop getting emotional.
I've been to the point, yo. Like, listen, the black people's culture, black people. Yeah, listen. The monk, right? Is he just what it is an unmaterialistic person, right? They don't care about materialistic things of the world, right? Right. So this is how black people live. And what I was saying was what we have today is the total opposite, which is the hip hop culture. You understand what I'm saying? Money, diamonds, cars. Woo-woo. They want us to have that instead of our original.
But you know why we act like that.
You keep mistaking hip hop culture for big listen.
Because I'm trying to tell you, look.
Let me say what he's saying.
Listen, the hip hop culture is what I'm telling you is this too much.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old kids were not walking around with big necklaces on. That came.
Listen, man, but the mentality.
Let me say what he's saying though. Let me say that too much. Okay, so what he's saying is basically like it's deep in our DNA because we were kings and queens. We had everything. Yeah. So we're trying to emulate that now.
That doesn't mean. Listen, that doesn't mean like you talk. You might see a king, right? Look, they might show you Tutankhamun, and he got the golden throne, and he got all of this stuff. That don't mean that all of the people was living like that. You looking at the king, and listen. Remember what I told you before. When they show you stuff like that, that's not the real truth. Right. But even though it's glorious, black people back in the day, we was kings. Everything is gold that they took out of the tomb. Even though that's glorious and I think that's dope, that is not what we look like, bro.
So get to the point, brother. That's what
I'm trying to tell you. The point is, listen, the black man, right? This is the whole point. What I'm trying to say. While we get all this heat in this country, right? While we can't,
brother, don't babble. Get to the point. Get to it.
I'm talking, right? You ain't tell nobody else to get to it. Right, brother, I'm just trying to tell you.
Brother, get to it. You're so much complaining about what we're saying that you're not.
All right, look, Nerd, look. Just have a nice night, bro. I appreciate the time.
All right, brother. Take care, brother.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, man. Again, I'm about to end the live in a little bit too, man. Because
That young man was trying to make us some monks tonight.
Listen,
I
I
ain't
want to
gonna
hit a
go down
point.
that
I
rabbit
ain't
hole. Nah, he was
waiting all
talking
this
some truth.
build up for
He
bullshit.
talking some real truth.
Say your truth about us being monks. I'm listening because we've been a lot of things. What we do, man?
Only,
I just because I ain't listen.
only an
I'm
ignorant person
trying to
would
tell
laugh
you.
about what he said.
I'm just
Brother,
trying to tell
you
you
gotta
what it
learn how to
is,
you
right?
gotta learn how to be concise with your
This
words.
this is what it is. I'm trying to tell you. We talking about the Negro and we talking about Indians, right? And look, they saying this about the monks, right? But look, when you look at the monks today, it's not exactly what it used to be. You
Brother,
know
we
what I
don't
mean?
care about the monks today. We want you to
Right. That's what I'm saying. So we talking about Indian culture. That's what Indian culture is.
To call Indians is an insult.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But you don't got a name for him. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. The Negro, the black man, is a priest king.
Okay. It's a lot of kings. Let me explain
Nah,
something.
he's a
Hold
priest
on,
king.
brother.
He's a
Listen,
priest king. He
let
sit
me
on top of
explain
the.
this one fact
hold
to you.
on.
When you
Let
are
me test you
selecting
real
a
quick.
group of
Let
people
me
to
test him
build
real
you a
quick.
nation, you are going to pick the best people you can get. You're going to pick
Wow.
all of the builders. You're going to pick all of these people have, I was just putting in the text, we have already had empires before slavery.
Yeah.
Quit thinking that you just came from out of the woods picking cotton
No,
and
we want
chasing
to
lions, brother.
Exactly.
They have already had established empires. Matter of fact, the Roman Empire was established off the African Empire. They put their whole system based off
Nah.
around the way the Africans set up their economy. So
But
this is what I'm trying to tell you.
the way y'all study is
It's
too
not,
up to date, man. It's too
bro,
up to date, yo.
bro,
Y'all study,
listen,
y'all
listen.
reading every book out there and stuff like
Ain't no
that.
books just gonna tell you this. You got to, just like I said, to track the history, track the money. Okay,
But
I understand what you're saying about
what's
people.
wrong with the Negro being the person at the
Who's a
top of the
Negro?
pyramid, the priest at the top of the pyramid when you walk up
again.
the steps and you
Let me
want to talk to
quiz you
God?
real quick, brother.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Hold
Right,
on. Let me
right.
Nothing
That's
wrong
all
with
I'm
that.
saying.
hold on. Let me quiz you real quick. Who was Melchizedek?
Listen, a lot of that stuff, right?
Who was answer the question,
I'm
brother?
trying.
Don't
I'm
go
trying to
listen.
tell. All right,
Who was
just let me
Melchizedek?
say it if you gonna let me say it.
Who
Right?
was Melchizedek?
What they say
Yes.
Melchizedek was. They say that he was Christ. That's what they say. They say he was Christ. But listen. A lot of this stuff, right, is just what they give us. Because
Okay.
look.
Okay. Let me tell
We
you who
live in.
Melchizedek was. Because you already said it, but you just went off the path. Melchizedek was a priest and a king to the Most High God.
Okay.
Of
Now,
all the
what we
spiritual
don't know,
powers,
is that what we don't know
he had no
is that
listen.
like our
He
culture
had no
was
beginning and he had no end, and everybody knew that he was Melchizedek, and he had access to the Most High God. They called him a king and a priest,
right,
and they gave a
right,
tenth. They the first person that people tithed to was to Melchizedek.
right. And Jesus was the same thing. He was a priest, right? He could talk. He could talk to God. God talk. It's the same thing
Mm-hmm.
as the Negro that sit on top of the pyramid. You go up there and get blessed. He touch you, or he tell you something about yourself, or God pull up himself, or he pull, or he got the oracle. He got the oracle when God can pull up in the oracle, but we can't go back that far because we can't think that much. Once we start thinking of ourselves like that, that's too much to think about. You see, so going back to who we really is, that's too much for a lot of people. They can't even think about it. You see, so they just keep going on to these stories in the Bible, those stories in the Bible, and I'm not saying that the Bible ain't true because y'all all know how we grew up, you know. But if you
True.
go, if
True. Let me say
yeah,
this, brother. You mixing up so much stuff that you
nah,
are over. No, listen to
I
me.
just told you
You
who you was,
listen,
bro.
listen to me. I feel you, but you can't sit here and wrap the Bible around black people because that's an indoctrinated slave book, brother.
Right,
That book was created for King. Actually, the Bible was created by King James' father. He gave a book to his son, and then they took the Bible and publicated it
right,
and started bringing it to the people. Remember,
right.
the book
It's
was revised. Hold on. The book tell you in front of it. It says It was a revision by King James from
Revision.
Greek scholars. Okay, so which means that if I'm a king, let's just be common sense here.
He
If
took
I'm running
all
my
the holy
household,
books. He took all the holy. He took all the
yes,
holy books, and he took out the parts that he didn't want in there,
exactly,
and put in the
because
parts.
he wanted to rule.
And then
He
he
needed to and he
added a
needed
few
to
things in
administer
there.
this. That's why we are supposed to get our blessings in heaven. We're supposed to wait and be subservitude and subjected to all kind of mistreatment
Man,
and
we were
receive a
not.
blessing later on in life.
We were not that was brought to us. We were not no Christians. We weren't
Well,
Christians. We were
yeah, but
spiritual.
that's why I just
A
told us.
whole crusade went down to kill everybody to make this lie truth. That's
Nah,
what you
bro.
gotta understand.
Listen, right, you right, but listen, who we really is, man. Look, you talk to God. I'm telling you, they know that about the Negro. You talk to God face to face. You don't need Christ to come and this. He pull up right to you on top
Bro,
of that pyramid.
do you not know? Have you ever said? Let me
Christ
ask
is
you
in
this,
us.
and I know you have. Have you ever thought about somebody and was about to call somebody and they end up calling your phone? Had that ever happened to you?
Of course.
So let me explain that to you. The phone is a placebo. You got more power than you even know. Okay. The trick is to make you think that you have to depend on another source, resource, or something to give you and generate the power of God. We are the children in the power of God, bro. Your
Right.
problem with
And the
religion is
Negro,
you trying to put God into a book or a box or some type of.
what
Hold
I'm
on,
telling you is
listen.
that you is God's son. That's what I'm telling you.
And
He
I'm
made
telling
you a
you the
priest.
same
He
thing. What I'm
made
trying
you
to
the
tell you
priest.
is, man,
Yeah,
listen.
bro.
I
Listen
ain't
to
no
what I'm
priest.
saying.
I ain't
Listen
no
to what I'm
monk. I ain't no
telling you.
Christian. I ain't no
Listen,
church person. What I'm trying to tell you is
Let
this.
me quiz
listen to
you
what I'm
again.
telling you,
Hold
man.
on,
I'm
hold on,
telling you.
hold on.
Stop trying to
Hold on.
classify yourself.
Hold on. Let me quiz you again. Who are the sons of God and who are the sons of man?
I'm about to tell you. Let me answer that. The Son of God, right? What they try to do is they try to make it seem like it's somebody named Jesus that's going to come back, that left and is going to come back. But the Son of God is really the Son of God is really the black man, the Negro, right? He got, when he get older, he got white woolly hair and a white woolly beard, just like him. So what he that's who his son is. He put him on the earth. When he said, "Make a temple for me,"
Exactly.
it was a
Who is the son
pyramid.
of man?
It was
Who
a
is the son of
pyramid. It was a
who is the
If you
son
go
of
outside
man?
of your house and you look at how the houses is built, they all built triangular. They all
Who is
got the
the son of
triangle to
man?
them.
Who is the son of man?
The son of man is you, the black Negro, right? And listen. God put
No,
him on. Listen,
no,
I'm
I
trying to
disagree with
tell
that.
you, bro. I'm trying to tell
The
you.
son of God
He
and the
put
son of
him.
man are two different
Listen,
people.
Brother, let
he
me tell
made
you
him a
something.
priest king.
Brother, let me tell you, brother, you got to do something. You're almost there, brother. You're almost
I
there.
just want to know this.
And
How old are you, Truth?
I'm not gonna
I'm
give it
telling
to
you
you.
that that's
Truth,
you.
Truth.
How old
How
are
old
you?
are you, brother?
You got to come to
He's like
research.
24, 25.
Bro, listen. The son
Mm.
of man, listen. The son of man, right?
You're a young
The
man.
son
Truth.
of man,
Truth.
right?
How old are you, bro?
Listen,
Truth. How old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
Okay, good. So
So
listen,
no. Listen.
listen.
You
You're
sound a
not
lot
gonna
younger
get.
than that, brother. You sound a lot younger than 40 years
Yeah,
old.
I don't think you're 40.
You know
Right.
that's our
Nah,
cap.
I'm 40,
But
bro. I was born in 84, man.
Okay.
Listen, but the only thing I'm saying is this, right? Which y'all don't know, right? Y'all don't know this part, right?
okay.
You don't know that you're a priest. You don't know that you walk on that pyramid. Listen, the real baptism is like this. Like the priests, they on the pyramid and they praying, they worshiping God. Look, God pull up, bruh. He watered the whole pyramid. The water pours over the whole pyramid, bro.
Mm.
All the people was standing around it. Everybody get hit with the water, man. They all get baptized. Imagine taking some of that water home and putting it in your fridge and drinking it for the rest of the month.
Truth, please now listen. I can't take this shit no more.
Yeah,
It's
see,
3 o'clock in the morning.
You can't take
Truth,
it.
truth. Listen now for
Can't
real.
take it. See,
Truth.
but it's real though.
It's not that I can't take it. I
But
can't
it's real.
ingest this shit this late in the morning.
But just
It's
it's
three
real though,
o'clock.
because
Truth.
look,
I feel you, brother. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you. If God baptized the pyramid, who built it?
but listen,
That's all I'm trying to tell you.
he gave the black man Negro
He
sacred.
said God watered the whole
Listen,
pyramid.
he
Now,
gave.
Matthew 6 is
Listen, bro.
that
I'm trying to tell you. Listen, right? he gave, right? Listen,
Come on,
the
man.
Negro, right?
I
Listen,
got
the
to sleep on this
Negro,
shit,
right?
bro. It's got to make some
Right.
sense.
I'm trying to tell y'all, listen real quick.
For a month.
All right, but just listen real quick, right?
Okay.
Right. He baptized the whole joint. Everybody get wet. This is where they get. I'm trying to tell you.
P. Diddy
Right?
shit.
How they build
Nigga,
it. Listen, how
Egypt.
they built the pyramids, right? It was with sacred geometry. That's why they can't build them no more. That's what God gave the black man, the Negro, sacred geometry to build out of the rock. So nothing moves. A cataclysm, anything happens, your churches is still there, the pyramids is still there.
How'd they get the boulders up then? How'd they get the boulders
Because listen, I'm about to tell you, through sacred geometry. When it's sacred, bro, God help you do it.
So hold on. I'm gonna answer that. You know, do y'all know who Terrence Howard is?
Yeah. Who?
No.
Bro, don't take us off the subject, bro.
No, bro.
Don't take us. Listen, when you got sacred geometry,
I need you, True.
Too much about to say.
I listen to you. Now press your mute button, brother, because you know.
Go ahead, y'all got it. My bad. Y'all got it.
Do you know who Terrence Howard is?
Yeah.
Terrence Howard is kind of what you're talking about. That sacred geometry.
Mm-hmm.
Where he confused everybody and he say 1 times 1 does not equal 1. You ever heard him say that?
Mm-hmm.
I heard he said he built this octa, this I don't know, this tetrachon or whatever.
And it was come out to be bullshit.
That doesn't. He got like over 90 patents now. Okay, and he talks about how he doesn't have he's figured out a way to get infinite energy.
Mm-hmm.
And these to where you don't need to use a crane to pick up things. It's like this little drone that can pick up anything. And they're saying that kind of was similar to the technology to get these big old boulders up on top of it, because it wasn't people that got it up there, but it was some type of energy source that was able to.
It's the Lord, bro. It's God. It's the Lord, bro. He teach us how to build. He teaches how to build. That's what
supposedly.
That's what the Lord do. He teach you how to build, bro. He give you sacred.
All right, calm down. I got you, brother. Terrence Howard supposedly has figured out the mathematical equation that built these things.
That's some downloads.
Yeah, that are not in the book. Y'all need to look. Everybody needs to do their research on Terrence. Terrence Howard.
Nah, I seen that video you talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, there's a video with him talking with Patrick Bet-David. He's talking with Patrick Bet. Get that one.
Yeah, I seen it. I know what you're talking about.
And they bring up a Chinese physicist in there, and they go back and forth, and you hear him just the physicist didn't want to admit it, but Terrence Howard was able to slice that dude in half with the game to make him say, I agree with some of the stuff he's saying, but he's battling with his indoctrination.
Right. But if he does have that knowledge, right, somebody greater got to give it to him.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what. Right.
Of course, brother. Of course. See,
that's what downloads.
What understood doesn't mean said. The reason why we laugh a little bit because you're saying something that's the obvious. It's like you're not saying anything that we don't know.
Yeah.
But you're acting like, no, it's the Lord, it's the Most High. No, we was monks, man. No,
it is, yo.
Look, it's young true. It's you are saying some truth.
Yeah, you're saying, brother.
It's your delivery. Your delivery is jumping. It's jumping from here. It's jumping from there.
You're all over the place.
Everywhere. And we was monks. We was Moors. We was Israelites. We was Christians.
Yeah, we were all
Baptists. That. We was anything a black man go sit there and attend.
But look, the last thing they will want to see in the world today is a Negro that look like me and you sitting on a pyramid with our people around it. That's something they'll drop a boom boom on.
Oh my
God, bro.
All right, y'all feel me.
Bro, we gotta get
you. Y'all feel me.
Bro, we do feel you, bro.
I'm going to a pyramid tomorrow. I'm about to sit up there.
No, and look, God bless y'all too. God bless y'all too. Cause listen, I don't be mad at the laughs when you know it's the truth. You can lie all you want. I know it's the truth, bro. And look, that's why black people is
I just say he gonna
constantly and
go sit on the
always
crib
be
tomorrow.
divided because they can't come. Listen, if it all crashed now, it'd be a civil war between just amongst ourselves because everybody's this, everybody's that, everybody's this, everybody's that. How we all gonna come together and say we just this one thing?
Let
Because
me
that's
tell
what
you.
it's about.
Hold on. Let me tell you how, brother. I'm gonna give you the blueprint. It's called Foundational Black Americans. We all ride under that.
Come
and
on,
we all
bro.
follow the code.
Come on, bro. Ain't nobody going by that.
Is the leader. Well,
You
brother,
gotta
you don't
follow
have
that,
that,
brother.
brother. Let me tell you like this.
Foundational,
Let me
they
tell you
all
like this.
sell out.
Let me tell you like this, brother. You can be on the island by yourself, and you can do whatever the heck you want.
Yeah.
Well, I'm riding. I'm following the code. The code says FBA. FBA is the lineage, and the code is the leader. And if we do that, and we all get on code, then we can all come into this.
Right.
We can all come into the fruits of our labor that we supposed to.
Naja, as how you said, no, Naja is how you say it.
For 619.
He was trying to say it. It's the downloads, bro. We all are connecting in some type of way, and it's because of the downloads that brother was trying to point out. If the FBA, just think of it as something else. Don't take it as FBA. Just know that we trying to come together.
Right.
And they're scared. It is not. It's multiple races are scared of that because they know who we are. And truth, we understand what you're saying, bro. You think we slow? We understand what you're saying, but if you can get to your mark faster and let us stay with you, then we would have followed you. But we can't follow someone that's scrambled minded.
Up on the top of that pyramid that's getting dripped with that holy water.
Yeah, the whole
Where's the ladle at this? Just go just douse
you
that
baptized. You turned us into monks. Then you baptized us in the pyramids.
Where's the water coming from that's getting poured?
Listen, let me tell you.
No, don't tell us. Don't tell us.
Brother, we're being facetious. Don't tell us.
Yes, okay. We're not. See, we're playing right now, and you think we're serious. Like,
but that's where baptism comes from. Like,
bro,
we just got it at.
You're still talking about baptism. We got you, bro. We got it. What were you saying, Dodger? My bad.
It's Niji. That's the indigenous term that how we address our people, as in how we speak to each other. That's where that comes from. So you'll see multiple people with that name, Niji. But
no disrespect.
I'm just trying to get an understanding.
Let me tell you what you need to work on, brother. Everybody, just listen. We all got to get on code right now. FBA. Let me tell you how it works. Whoever got momentum, that's who we rally behind. We got the code and we got momentum. Whoever got momentum, we all just come. So the momentum is the ball. Whoever got the ball in their hand, we just protect the person with the ball. That's
exactly
it. Right now, FBA got the ball. So what you need to do is tell everybody, the Indians, the Hebrew Israelites, all of them, get on code with what we're doing. We got the ball. The momentum is in our hand. FBA is sweeping the whole United States. Just get behind us. We're gonna have our infighting and our building, but we're gonna do it behind closed doors. And we're gonna figure it all out. Do you understand?
See what I want.
So right now we got the momentum. Get behind FBA. We're gonna figure it all out once we all get on code. And then when we pop out, we're gonna pop out. But if everybody keeps trying to say, well, I got the information and this is how we need to go, and somebody else says, I got them. No, that's not on code. We got a code. Get on code. Start listening to 𝗔𝗶𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗁. Start listening to Professor Black Truth. Start listening to Vicky Diller. There's another young brother, Afro Elite. I'm telling you, this brother got some game. He's a young brother. He's on TikTok. He's on Twitter. He's on YouTube. Start listening, because these brothers are journalists. They're giving us the game and what's going on. And don't forget to listen to me. I'm giving y'all the game for real. So tune in. And this is how you're gonna stay on code with our people. And you don't got to be on the outside trying to do your own thing. You can still be that, but be that inside of this, inside of FBA. Still be who you are inside of FBA, and let's get on code. And let's do something that the world ain't never seen in a long time.
Yeah.
That's all we're saying.
So what I was trying to get at those, I know you pushing the FBA, real tough, and I'm on the American Indian thing, and I understand that. That's how you feel, but I'm totally different on that because I just know that we were, our ancestors actually went by Indian, so it's like when we go to FBA, it's like we're creating a whole new name, and then we got other names that are created as well right now.
He's already called black, sir. Your ancestors before these.
Once you understand what the words mean,
this American Indian thing, that's like 100 years old. Y'all already got reclassified and accepted black.
No, that's way over 100 years old. Way over 100 years old.
Well, yeah, okay, I got you, but I'm saying this. Listen, the Olmecs, that's the past. So we're not the Olmecs anymore. You understand what I'm saying? That's the past. We're futuristic people.
The Mississippi, with the Mississippian culture.
Futuristic people. We are futuristic people. We're in the now. We're in the present today.
You know how they say you reinventing the wheel? It's like we got all these different names as opposed to knowing who we are. And like when you understand, like,
listen, Andy, listen. America, I'm gonna just keep it above. The same way y'all have a problem with black, we have a problem with the word Indian because it comes from India, sir.
It doesn't come from India. That's what you gotta understand.
I know you want to keep saying that, brother, but y'all haven't shown me enough proof for me to rock with that. We've already been classified as black, and we've already been classified as freedmen.
That's by the U.S. government,
right?
See,
but those are the two things. But here,
we was Indian before that.
You got to understand the strategy that we're coming with it, and I can't go over really too much of the strategy here on this live.
Yeah,
but I can tell you if you plug in, you'll figure out what the strategy is. But you got to plug in.
I just want people to understand that.
Hey, hold on.
I ask you a question. Are you with the do you believe that the Black Panther movement was great?
It was necessary.
No, not you. I'm talking about Buddy right here because he don't want it. He's saying he just wants to be behind the Indian. I'm just trying to make a point about the FBA.
We didn't start calling ourselves black until after the 60s. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking. What I'm asking is, would you have, if you were in that time, would you have been a part of the Black Panthers?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so listen, man. What he's trying to say is the movement that he's pushing, though, everybody's trying to be behind, is similar to that. It's us sticking together, working on the plan to make us build and go further in life. It's not trying to take your identity away. It's not trying to take your identity away because the Black Panthers never stood for taking identity away. They stood for stability. They stood for rights. They stood for
that's back when they started preaching that Pan-African stuff on us. You know what I'm saying? It was a change with the civil rights that we're blindsided on.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
We're not Pan-Africanists, brother.
That's not what
like I said, we didn't call ourselves black. That was derogatory before that. You know what I'm saying?
That's
when they started tricking us.
Listen.
That's when the technology came for all of us stuff that wasn't
to
even
get
for
connected.
Us.
It's a movement for all of us to get connected, brother. Do you want to?
You're not understanding what I'm saying, though. You don't understand what I'm saying. You understand what the words mean? That's what I'm trying to help you understand.
I understand what you're saying. Don't call yourself black. Yes, I got you. Do
you have a problem with freedmen?
Yeah, also because freedmen is telling us that we was all slaves, and that's not true.
Jesus Christ. Do you know what freedman means? Freedman doesn't necessarily mean you are all slaves. It means you're a free man. You're free.
Yeah, I know that's what it means, but people, when you hear that term, they automatically think you had something to do with slavery. And plenty of us, our ancestors had land, farms.
So what happened to those lands and those farms?
No, I was just about to say
we still can get them back though, but the problem
No. Well, who took them?
Who took them from you? Who took them, and how were they able to take them from you, sir?
They put you in chains.
They tricked us out the land.
So are you
okay? So then it's not yours no more. You're based off of laws that he created. Think about this.
No. Think about this. Our classification. Our classification.
Whose classification?
Hold on. Let me explain to him because you want to say these little slick little comments.
No, it ain't about slick. I just want you to be thorough.
When you understand,
are you a POW, sir?
When we what I'm saying is, let me understand. Let me explain this to you though. We had to classify, correct our status and all that type of stuff because what we was with the reclassification thing, we was thrown off track. And then what they did is when they came here, they took our names. You know what I mean? They it was a big identity crisis, and that's how they was able to accomplish by stealing our land. So that's why when people think we're named after them, is actually in reverse. They're named after us. And a lot of them can't even go back, you know what I'm saying, to their ancestors because a lot of them was created. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to understand that when you start calling yourself black and African American, that's the whole trick of the game, is to trick us off our land.
African American, brother. Black is
black
is a color. We call ourselves black based on the consciousness.
No, we didn't call ourselves black. They called us that. That's from the colonizer. You know what I'm saying? We never called ourselves that. The original definition of American is the copper color races that they found when they came here.
Sir. Indian is from the colonizer too, sir.
That's before them.
American,
you know
hold on, American, that's the colonizer too, sir. So
American,
you can't have it both
American. Originally, we are the original Americans.
Is the colonizer.
American is not the name of this land. He's saying the indigenous name of this land is not America. No, it's not.
Come on, brother.
What do you think
America
comes from?
not.
Is Tumeri. The ancient name is Tumeri.
But that's not America, sir.
Yes, we know that part, but it was not called America. Do you see what he's saying?
Again, so if you're using American Indian, you're both.
Thank you.
You can't be a hypocrite.
It's the same thing as FBA, bro.
It's not the same because FBA is not in the Constitution. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The same problem you have with Indian, the same problem, or the same problem we have with Indian, the same problem you have with black, sir. So you have to recognize that it's the same thing.
There's no comparison because Indian is in law. American Indian is in law. FBA is not. It's in the Constitution.
Freedmen.
American.
Do you know what year? Do you know what year? What year they start calling us Indians? What year was that?
I don't know what year, but
it was the 1400s, bro. That's when they start calling us Indians. We was here before that, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I'm saying, what I said in the beginning, the point that is trying to be made is there's no difference. He's calling you. He's saying it's hypocritical because there's no difference between black and Indian. They were just switched. It was switched from 1400. Then when they changed our name to black in like 1600, and then like 1700 they changed another name. 1800 they changed another name.
You know what an American Indian is?
Look it up.
Hold on. American Indian is nothing more than a classification.
Exactly.
And that's what the whole point
if you go to chat,
foundational black American,
already in law. We just need to claim our status.
Look up chat. You got chat GPT, bro? Do you got chat GPT?
Let me understand. Why do you think there's a difference between Native Americans and Indians? Why do you think that? Why do you think
it's a difference between indigenous.
No. Understand that.
No, it's indigenous. It's not Indian.
It's not. You're trying to tell me. Man.
Bro, what are you saying? My granny is 90 years old. Listen, bro. My granny is 90 years old, bro.
I rock with indigenous before I rock with
indigenous, exactly.
But that don't mean you know what you're talking about.
I'm telling you.
That got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying?
That's San Diego coming out.
You got to stop with the indoctrination. You know what I'm saying? What I'm trying to tell you is it doesn't matter.
It's classified. Indian was a classification that they gave us, right?
So you're telling me.
Then they took the dark ones out. That's called, and that was the what is it? The Trail of Tears. They took us out and called us black people.
And
moved us to Oklahoma.
When do you think that was? That's when the takeover happened. That's when that happened. That's when we lost the classification of being American Indian.
Let me tell you when they started with the classification of Indians is when they was playing the race card by separating you by looks and culture. They was dividing you by light skin, brown skin, red skin. This is where all these titles came from, bro. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. It ain't even about what your narrative is as far as your nationality or whatever. The movement is about the movement. You can be whatever you want to be because you got Buddhist monks and shit. You can be whatever you want to be. But if you identify with a wrong and try to make a right, and if those lines line up and agree with what your goal is, then jump on the train that's moving. You're going to sit there and wait and miss the boat because you don't want to be called an Indian.
what train you gonna jump on if you ain't got one? Because
I'm
the
jumping on the
whole
one that's organized that has a group. I don't even know nothing about the FBA no longer. No sooner today. I'm about to research the shit out of them because I just came up on this and saying, oh, okay, for real. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if you do not organize, okay, you will be colonized. Don't y'all steal that, because I gave you that. If you do not organize, you will be colonized, and you'll be fighting for terms that don't even apply to you. Like, why are we fighting for titles that don't even that was named by other people?
Let me ask you this question, right? If an injustice is going down like another George Floyd, where a police officer, well, we got one right now, Carmelo Anthony, right? Carmelo Anthony, and what if y'all all know about that? Are you gonna get on code with your people, or are you gonna say I'm an American Indian? I'm not in it. What are you?
Ain't got nothing to do with that nigga. That's what they want you to say. That's why they gave you those titles, so you could declassify yourself.
If something happened like in the another I don't want to say it, another unaliving of one of our great people. Let's say they go after Farrakhan. Let's just put his name in there. What are you going to say? Well,
he's a Muslim,
NOI, and he's a Muslim, and I'm an American Indian. And you're gonna look at him like he's not your people, and everybody else is like, oh, we got to ride now. What are you going to do? Are you going to sit that out?
No, that doesn't make sense because there are people. You're just trying to classify yourself as something different that's not in law. That's all I'm saying.
So here's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing. We're all part of the same damn lineage, whether you like the name or not.
Or not.
So you might as well get on code. We can still
all I'm saying is that's not in law. That's what I'm saying. By law, what we need to go by is different than what we call ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
I think brother is trying to classify himself so he can attach himself to lost land, so he can claim things on the indigenous. Is that what it is, Nigel?
So you're trying to usurp around. So you're trying to usurp around what your brothers are getting on code, because we're trying to get it all back. We're not trying to just get some of it back. We're trying to get it all back. So you're
that's
trying
the whole thing is that if you're not
mine first,
if you're not classified in law,
that law don't mean nothing because it was created by a group of rogue agents. You feel what I'm saying? That's when you come by and declassify stuff.
Let me tell you what this sounds like. This sounds just like the Moors, who still think they have power and that they're sovereign in this nation.
No, definitely not.
You're still going to jail.
Definitely not.
If you call yourself a traveler and you don't got a license, you're still going to get pulled over. They're still going to tow your car away because you don't have any military to back your sovereignty up. It's old. It's outdated. It's
that's totally different.
Paying attention to it. Now you're totally trying to say, well, I'm an American Indian and I need to be classified this way now. And this
it's a proper way. It's a proper way of doing it.
We're doing it the proper way. It's called the FBA. And it's the train, and it's not going to stop. We're going to get it all back, and we're going to get reparations on top of that, brother.
So let me ask you this: is the FBA seeking to be a nation within a nation?
Say again?
Is the FBA seeking to be a nation within a nation?
The same deal they kind of gave to the natives.
Mm-hmm.
We want that plus more.
Okay, now you know what? I'm with you because that's what I want.
That plus more.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So we're trying to get it all back.
And established.
Some of it back. And established. Right. This brother's trying to get some of it back. We're trying to
because you gotta be able to sit at the table. I mean, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Trying to get a seat at the table.
At the table. It ain't about selling out. It's about not worrying about
be on equal playing field.
You got to get that Frederick Douglass step right there, where we over there with that seat, saying that these is for this, and that's going to include you. That's like the NAACP. It's not just for blacks. Even though homosexuals and Jews push the NAACP narrative so that they can get their little stuff pass through, and they use black folks.
You see the comment?
What?
From Paulette? I'd like to hear from her. She seemed like she's an elder.
No,
she might come up.
There's not no elder. What are you talking about?
Look at her name is Paulette Allman.
What is she elder of?
I don't know. Does she look like she's older?
Okay, but people don't worry about the
what she talking about.
People in the comments, they're gonna say whatever they want to say. They're not important. We're on the panel. They're listening to us.
Mm-hmm.
We're the ones having the conversation. Ishmael Friedman, go ahead.
Well, I just came up because I love the conversation. I agree. You know, this is.
Who do you call it? Do you agree with Niji? You agree with the American Indian, or you agree with the FBA?
I'm a foundational Black American.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. I'm a
And
foundational Black
you
American.
agree that we need to get on code, right?
Oh, I agree. Absolutely.
And you don't have a problem with some of us being American Indians, do you?
Oh, no, I don't, because we are amalgamated people, and we have indigenous ancestry. So,
wow,
it makes absolute sense.
You see how easy that
That
is?
sounds
Hey,
good.
I just pulled it up
all
right
be
here.
inclusive up under one banner. Instead of having multiple tribes. Because listen, we know that there are many tribes within the foundation of Black America. We're just trying to unite them under one. It's all the same lineage anyway. We're just different tribes.
But the problem is, it's like we can't claim African American. That's the whole thing.
No one claims
Nobody's
African
trying to claim
American.
that.
We don't claim African.
You're trying to
You're in a
reclassify.
job right now. So
You
you're
trying
in a
to,
job right
bro?
now. What you
Hey,
gonna
I
put
got
on as a
what
racial
he said
class?
about why he called us Indians up
Why
right
do y'all
now.
keep thinking we're claiming African American? We're not claiming African American. We're claiming foundational Black American. We're not claiming
That's
African.
not on the census, and that's not on the
Why would we
racial
claim two
classification.
continental identifiers?
Freedman is, and that's interchangeable. We use a Freedman when it's time for paperwork.
No, when you fill out your government paperwork, that's not a
Why
part.
would we claim two continental identifiers when the term African American was coined by Jesse Jackson, who identifies as an indigenous American? Doesn't make
Yes.
sense.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Why would
the
we
whole
claim
point of
that?
That's the trick bag.
No, you're saying Indian.
No,
American
I'm not
Indian
saying
is a
that. I'm
classification on
saying
there.
No, not you, ma'am. Not
no.
you, ma'am.
Yeah,
Not
we
you,
should
ma'am.
be claiming American Indian because we're indigenous here. If you look at the
Can you put
definitions,
me
you'll
on the big
understand.
screen? I got it right here where it says that in the 1492. This is what you're naming and you're saying about.
It doesn't
us.
matter. It doesn't matter what you're talking about.
This doesn't matter.
You're missing the point. You're missing
I'm
the
telling
point.
you that we were before. What I'm telling you is we were before.
Okay, so what are you claiming when you fill out your paperwork? What do you put on there as a racial class?
So why do you choose that terminology and not the one before that? What gives you the right to just choose what name you're going to call yourself based on what era? You're in this era now, but you're choosing that era then. What's so significant?
Exactly, like
because his laws and bylaws has been established for Indians that he's trying to grasp.
And that's our people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the people. So you got to stop thinking third person, thinking that when you say Indian, that we're talking about the Native Americans. See, people don't know the difference between Native Americans. That's what I was trying to explain to you.
No, we know the difference between Native Americans.
No, people don't know the difference.
Excuse me. The nomenclature is implied, right? And so, essentially, what we're saying is that Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, are an amalgamated people. Very much conceptually how the Afro-Brazilians are an amalgamated people, obviously within the context of their own continental region, or rather country region, nation state, right? We are an amalgamated people within our own nation state. We have an admixture, a fixed admixture that is specific to our specific ethnic group. Which includes Aboriginal or quote unquote indigenous people or indigeneity, but it is not limited to indigeneity, not limited to Aboriginal people. So that's implied, and it's in proximity to the nomenclature with which we subscribe to. So that would include anyone who identifies as foundational Black American, Negro American, American mulatto. Someone who is Black American, someone who goes by American descendants of slavery, someone who goes by, I already said that. I already said indigenous Aboriginal, excuse me. So yes, so those things are actually implied and are indicative to the identity of our people. Again, we are an amalgamated people. There are no pure-blooded people on any continents except for 5 specific groups which do not reside in North America. We are continental North Americans. We are ethnically Black. We are nationality-wise Americans. And that includes our admixtures and amalgamation, which is not limited to Aboriginal, Indigenous, but also includes African, European, and Eurasian descent.
What is this?
So,
What is all?
you know,
Where do you?
I don't know why people would be upset about that, but that's proven. And I'm not talking about DNA. I'm talking about genealogy, and I'm someone who's traced my genealogy back to the mid to late 1700s. Thanks for letting me speak.
And where are your people from?
My people are from. I am a direct descendant of those first generation Northerner born to Southerners born directly in the Devil's Punch Bowl of Natchez, Mississippi, and also St. Louis, Missouri. On
What do you mean first
all
generation?
sides. I am first generation. You didn't hear what I said. I'm first generation Northerner, directly born to Southerners born in the Devil's Punch Bowl of Natchez, Mississippi, which means I was born in the North, but everyone before me was born in the South in the Devil's Punch Bowl in Mississippi. Listening is a skill, right? So you should try it.
And you ask a question and you don't understand,
so my
right?
people are from Natchez,
Wait,
Mississippi,
hold on.
St. Louis, Missouri.
Why are you trying to be rude with it? Why are you trying
My
to be rude?
people are
I'm trying
from
to get
Natchez,
understanding.
Mississippi, and St. Louis, Missouri. I answered the
That's
question
the problem
directly,
right
and I was
there.
not
That's
disrespectful.
the problem.
I
It's
didn't
an
call
attitude.
anyone pejoratives or any disrespectful names. I just answered the question. You
No,
didn't
you
hear
don't need
me.
to get smart though. I'm
I
asking
am
a question
smart.
because obviously
I
I
am
didn't understand
smart.
what
And you're
you're
clearly
getting at.
smart too, but you didn't hear what I said. So I repeated it for you for clarification,
No, you
sir.
don't need to talk like that though, because you're
I didn't
talking
talk like
condescending.
anything. I just answered the
And
Hey,
question. If you
brother,
didn't like it, that's
let's
your problem.
not bash the sister with a voice
One
because
thing,
we're gonna
one
need
thing I
voiceless
don't
sisters
like.
to stand up for
I answered
themselves.
yeah,
the
but we don't need
question
nobody coming here
directly.
talking
I
down
did
to
not
us either.
disrespect you. I did not call
You
you
did.
any
I just
name.
told you you
I
did.
answered the
He's
question.
just
You felt
direct,
You
bro.
said that I
disrespectful.
said something I did not
You
say, so I
feel that the
clarified
sister
for
was
you
articulating
I asked
what
a
I
herself in
question
a
because
said.
manner
I
of authority.
articulated what I
Everybody mute
said
up.
because when I initially
Hold on.
made
I
my
asked you a question
summation,
because I didn't
you
understand.
did not hear what I said.
Hold
So I
on.
repeated it for you,
Everybody
sir.
mute up. Hold on. I'm the host. Let me talk. I gotta mute everybody because y'all. I don't want to go. Listen. One thing I don't like. I let everybody say it with their chest. Men say it with their chest. Women say it with their chest. Nobody's walking on eggshells or nothing. But we're not going to men. We're going to be better, and we're not going to argue with women. We're just not going to do that. That's not the game that we play. We understand that women have emotions, and we allow that here. We stay in our logic and we stay calm. If they get passionate, we allow that here. That's the way she speaks. If it came off a little bit disrespectful, just allow it. But we don't argue with women. We don't do that. That's not a masculine thing to do, to argue with. We don't do that. We don't have to use our power against our women, and our women don't have to use their power against the men. We don't do that. We're all part of the same lineage. It's okay. It's okay. If she got a little sassy, it's okay. It's okay. Just allow it. But we're not going to go back and forth and argue with women. That's what we're not going to do. We're not going to do that. Not on this live. I just got to let y'all know. We don't do that. That's not that. You don't want to look sassy, brother, by arguing back with the woman. Just don't do it. Okay, she said what she said. You stood on business. She stood on business. Let it go.
I'm not mad at this. I'm trying to just get a point across. Like I'm trying to understand.
But I got
Right.
you.
So to Brother Too Much, I would just like to clarify. I was very clear about what I said. He asked me a question, and I said specifically that I am a first generation Northerner, meaning that my family is from this country. I am foundational Black American. I was born in the North, but everyone before me was born in the South. I am a direct descendant of those born in the Devil's Punch Bowl. I was very clear about what I said in my initial summation. He then asked me the question again. So I re-clarified my answer, sir. I did not call any names. I did not call any pejoratives. I simply re-answered the question to assert what I said initially. So I want to
Ma'am,
be
he
clear. I
just
did
didn't
not
understand.
disrespect this man. Thank you.
Ma'am, he just didn't understand. He didn't
If you
understand
took
what
it
you were saying.
disrespectfully, allow it. It's
Yes,
okay.
I understand. This is my diction and inflection. So I'm not trying to disrespect any of the brothers on this panel or platform. I'm simply trying to assert what I'm saying. So if it's coming off that way, I apologize, but that is not my intent. My intent is to clarify so that people understand where I'm coming from. I'm first generation born in the North, but I am the first person in my generation, in my genealogy, to be born in the North. The rest of my family is from the South. I want to be clear about that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Let me ask you a question. Like, I just want to help you understand. Like what I was saying is that we all come from different places, right? I'm from California. I don't know where you're from, and you know how our language is. We speak differently. We got different dialects, so that's just what it is. I don't know, what one word means to another person until you get the whole sentence. You don't understand exactly what they meant from that because that's how we move. That's all I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to get an understanding of the words that you're saying because I've never heard that term before, and a lot of people, I'm pretty sure on this panel,
You
ain't
just
never
haven't
heard
heard
that
her
term.
explain it like that. Okay, but it was very clear, but you just haven't heard it. She could have said my family's from Mississippi, but she was even more clear and precise, which said I'm first born in the North and everybody else was born in the South. I'm first generation Northerner. So that was just that's kind of like giving the altitude, the coordinates. She gave you the coordinates.
Yeah.
You know,
Because I didn't know
and
she
could
was
have
talking
just
about
said
north of
Mississippi, but she gave you the coordinates.
Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Or we don't. I'm not from Mississippi. I don't.
Here being sassy.
But I wasn't being. I wasn't being like.
Yeah,
I was just
I don't
trying.
like that.
I was just trying to get a clarity.
Well, but here's the thing. I don't do the back and forth, especially with women. Men. We can talk amongst each other, but I don't do the man on woman thing. It's just not a good look for
That's
anyone.
why I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't trying to like challenge her or nothing. I was just trying to get understanding because we all got different backgrounds.
And we don't talk like we gonna like we don't talk like we're gonna bully our women. We don't do that. We're better than that, brother. We're better than that. So we don't got to use our power against our woman. And the woman, you don't need to use your power against the man. A man's gonna be in his place.
We're supposed to be together.
And we're gonna dialogue.
I'm not insulted, right? So like there was something about what I said initially that you did not pick up on. So I'm re-clarifying what I said. I didn't
It's
take
more of your
offense to what
delivery,
you.
ma'am. I think it's more of your delivery. Like we're all calm talking, and like you came very like it was kind of aggressive. It's okay though.
How
That's
was
your
it
personality.
aggressive?
What I'm saying is just your delivery. Like we chilling. Like we were very very chill. Like
Sure.
we're
Can you tell
toned
me what
down.
about what I said was aggressive?
It's your tone. The tone. You didn't say anything. A
We
word.
don't tone police. We don't tone police.
Yeah,
We
I
said it
know.
with a
I'm not
chest.
trying to tone police, but I'm just saying
You
it's
know.
just like we chilling. Like we not.
I
We
see
all
some
learning together. We're all
sassy
learning.
brothers in the room tonight.
Who's sassy?
Oh, come on, man. That's over.
Yeah, I mean we grown.
Come on,
We're just
Tethanator.
trying to
Come
get
on,
understanding. That's all. She didn't mean no harm. I didn't mean no harm. We're just
Yeah,
trying to understand each
we
other.
all good.
Come on, brother. So
And he got to cover with the sideline. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to take us in a whole
I
other
just want to know
direction.
what it is about my tone that was aggressive. When you say aggressive, I'm looking
This
at
is
that
offensive.
as
The tone, the way. So this is
Yeah,
what
it's not nothing
you said
big.
it
It's
one
over.
time, and then you
It's
sound
over.
like you got irritated the second time,
Yeah.
so you had to repeat yourself. That's
oh
what it
no,
sounded
not
like.
even close.
Okay,
Not
that's what
even
it sounded
close.
like then. That's
This
what it
is
sounded
really this is why I brought up specifically my diction and inflection. My diction and inflection is this. So I'm not irritated at all. He asked a question. When I first initially answered his question, he did not understand my answer, so he asked again. So I rephrased with a more direct diction and inflection to infer to him what my answer was, so that he would better understand my answer. If you thought that I was being aggressive, I'm not sure what it is about my diction and inflection was aggressive, other than putting emphasis on my answer. Aggression implies, in some senses, violence. It implies
Not all the time.
pejoratives. It implies certain elements that I did not have in my initial or secondary response. So I'm asking you to pinpoint those things because none of that
We're
was
trying to say it's
present.
over. We're on to the next. We're on to the next topic.
Yeah, we just
We're
gonna
trying to
move
say we're on to
on.
the next
We
topic.
just gonna move on.
Yeah, we're
All right.
done.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
done.
Well, I was on to the next topic. So
We're done. It's not about winning. It's
Okay.
just we're gonna move on to the next topic. So
I
all
can
we're
move
trying to
down.
do.
If I've insulted people, I can just move down.
No, you haven't
Thanks for
insulted
letting me speak.
anybody. We're all adults here. We're coming with logic, not emotion.
Yeah.
That's what this is about. It's about using our mind. Wisdom, always
Yeah.
wisdom. Okay. So listen, we're getting on code, and brother, what I'm telling you is you can still be you inside of the FBA. but if you again, it's all about the code. And I don't know how better to explain that. If you don't understand that the code is above classification, above everything. The code is everything. The code is the next thing next to God. I'm gonna just say it like
I
that.
feel you. I'm definitely one that's been always on code.
If you want to get on code,
regardless of what the name is, always
we're moving in a way not so some people get their stuff. We're moving in a way so all people get their stuff.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
The brother next to me in their box, by that forehead, is he Nigerian? Because I never saw him before.
Why you all covered up?
Oh Lord,
I'm working. It's cold out here.
Okay, I mean you gonna get on here? Why you trying to come at me like that, man? We over here having a good discussion, man.
I'm just checking, bro. I'm seeing who's not. You
You
arguing.
come here with a name like Tether. What we supposed to expect?
He's the FBA brother. Even he classifies himself as an American Indian. That's it. FBA. He's from San Diego. Again, we don't gotta like everybody in our lineage. We don't gotta understand everybody, but we can't kick them out the lineage.
They got a lot of Belizeans in San Diego.
They got a lot of Belizeans in LA too, brother. I know about Belizeans.
So what you saying? Where your people from?
Biloxi, Mississippi.
I don't know what you look like. You got your whiskers like you can't get haircuts or something. You don't take care of yourself. We're trying to stay fly out here in the Cali. You know what I'm saying? Get our haircuts. You know what I'm saying? Keep our braids right. You know what I'm talking about?
Back and forth.
Those are Gucci glasses I got on. You want to talk?
Listen, I get you.
What kind of glasses you got on?
I don't get in between men.
They $350.
I don't get in between men.
I got Gucci glasses. They more than that.
For the sake of the
What are we talking about now, guys?
And I don't want to I don't want to drag on the live too much longer. Let's just move on, y'all.
That nigga real sassy.
The brother,
you real sassy. Come up here trying to co-sign and trying to speak against.
Come on,
You know what I'm
guys. We on the
saying?
internet.
It ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying?
We got all kinds.
We on the internet, guys. We can't even do that. Let's just get back to it. It's cool.
I don't understand why he coming up here trying to talk. He trying to single me out. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with him. You know, me and what's her name? We done figured it out. You know what I'm saying? And he just got to try to attack me. That's our problem.
Get out your emotions.
That's one of our problems right there.
Listen, we're done attacking. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. And I'm gonna keep
too much. I followed you, bro. I'm gonna hit you up, man. Hit me up next time you do a live. I gotta get up out of here.
Thank you, brother.
All right, y'all. Y'all stay blessed, guys.
Sassy ass niggas, man. God damn.
Where you from?
You sound just like an internet banger, a hating.
Yeah, Taylor, where you from?
I'm from Biloxi, Mississippi.
All right, so I don't understand, bro. Like, I'm not sassy at all. I'm from Dallas, Texas. We don't even play like that, so I don't even know what the internet stuff. Internet. I'm saying like we all chilling, bro. Like I don't know. It was nothing bad, man. Like we over here really.
I see y'all was arguing with an FBA sister, and that will not be tolerated.
Nobody's arguing with her, bro. Like
okay, next subject.
Huh? Yeah, man. Like,
he wasn't arguing. I think he just.
I'm with the movement. I'm with the movement, bro. Keep on pushing it. God bless, man. Everybody stay up. You too, my brother over everybody on the channel, bro. Y'all all stay up, man. All right. God bless y'all.
Yeah, peace. So here's the thing, man. We are on code. FBA is on code. We've been doing something behind the scenes for a long time now. And whatever we're doing has been working. You saw the Democratic Party crash and burn. That was because of Foundation of Black Americans, Black people in general, getting on code. We're no longer following after the plantation. We're doing our own thing. We're making our own moves. If they're not trying to give us any tangibles, we're not trying to follow. We're not trying to hear. We're not trying to listen. Okay? We're in our phase right now where we're going to build generational wealth with or without the reparations. We're moving past that. Now, when I say with or without, it's not that we're not gonna get it. It's just that we're making moves in spite of. And we're trying to get back not just some of it, but all of it. We don't, matter of fact, we don't want some of it. We don't want some of us to get it and some of us not. We want it. We want all our people to get it. If they're not trying to give it all back to us, we're not going to accept nothing less. We're accepting nothing less. We're standing on lineage, business, and we're demanding it all back. And they're going to give it all to us back. And we're putting things in place. One of them is, y'all go see fbacoin.org. Just do your due diligence. That's all I'm asking. Do your due diligence. Read fbacoin.org. Go there, do your due diligence, go down that rabbit hole, get on ChatGPT, go to YouTube, find out about what cryptocurrency is going to do for our people, because we got our own money now.
Jackson, what were your basis on being able to fund this foundation financially? Like, what's the support system that y'all could create to actually fund the FBA?
Well, this is part of it. This is a part of it. The FBA coin is a part of it because we need to be lobbying. We need to be sending emergency relief to our people. We need to be building schools and hospitals. We need to have a decentralized bank, a decentralized Freedman Bank. We need to have our own money where we can lend to our people for businesses and startups, for housing, all the above. We need to take care of our people outside of what the government offers.
Exactly. So that's why I was saying the nation within the nation.
This coin, fbacoin.org, this coin is going to keep money in the black community. So whether you hold it, it's going to stay in the community. Whether you spend it, that money is going to be recycled back into the community. The money cannot leave the community. And guess what? It doesn't matter what color skin you have, non-FBA or FBA, if they purchase this coin, it's all going to benefit foundational black American. And that's all we ask. We have a way to leapfrog and build generational wealth and catch up to the dominant society without waiting 100 years to do it.
I see what you're saying.
That's what this coin is designed to do. So all I say is just do your due diligence. Go check it out. Read up on it. Follow the logic. Follow your head, follow your heart, and follow your gut. And when all three of those things align, make a decision.
You know what I say? Follow the money, and you'll see where it's going.
There you go. Do that too. But check it out. That's one of the ways we're taking back y'all. But again, this coin was derived from us getting on code. That's all it is. Get on.
What's the name of the coin?
fbacoin.org. Just go to fbacoin.org.
And it's a crypto.
It's a crypto.
So are they getting it to be able to get on a trade market to be accepted at local retailers?
You can get it right from that website. So it's a brand new coin.
No. I'm saying are they marketing it so it can be traded? Used as store as far as in your coin wallet.
Listen, it's going to be run by a DAO governance. So 8 to 10 people are going to govern this treasury fund that's inside this coin. We're going to get it in businesses. We're trying to get it to where we can use it on the day to day. I want people using this coin. I want special discounts and promotions for black businesses. I want to build it all up at the same time. I want to rebuild Black Wall Street with power where they can't take it away. See, we have an actual bank. They can come in and just do what they did to us last time.
Disassemble, right?
But if we have a decentralized bank, they can't touch it.
Yeah.
They can't touch it. And I don't care if you're Black Indian. I don't care if you're Hebrew Israelite. As long as you're part of the lineage, that's what I care about. Show me that you're part of the lineage and you got access.
It should just be part of the mission.
Yeah.
Because some people don't have to be black to want to see you back on top where you're supposed to be.
Well, guess what? That's the beautiful thing. If they really say they support us, they're going to support the coin.
Right, exactly.
And guess what? That money is going to be used. We can now lobby within 2 years. If we build it up, we can lobby right now. We don't got to wait 10, 20 years to start lobbying. We can start lobbying tomorrow. We can start picking our candidates and supporting our candidate. Imagine us running our own candidate that's an FBA and funding him outside of the dominant society. Imagine us funding other people who don't look like us but carry our message of reparations.
So let's campaign.
Right. We can start, but only from the grassroots. We're not dealing with anybody in the public society today, any of the boule, any of the Democrat. No. We want someone from the grassroots to carry our message. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to protect them. We're going to give them security. Make sure that we're going to make sure we're going to paper them up. So make sure that they stick to the program. Your job is to go in there and represent 43 million people and get us some tangible.
Now, let me ask you one question outside of this. Now, this is for everybody on here. Did y'all see the mass unaliving that took place in the last 10 years to see who was going to rise up and be the next person to say something against all that? You understand what I'm trying to say without saying what I'm saying? When we had all those police unalivings against black people, like it was so many mass unalivings that it felt like it was like they wanted to see who the next voice that was going to step out of the darkness so they could cut the
Can I
head
speak
off.
on that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so actually, Baba Dick Gregory was talking about that in the mid to late 1900s, and essentially what he was talking about was some of this had to do with the FBI, CIA initiatives of MK Ultra and Operation Chaos, which initially connected to unaliving the Indigo babies. And the Indigo babies were Black American children who exhibited, high levels of intelligence, intellectual curiosity, capacities in various different areas like STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, industrialization, essentially, in and outside of this country. And so they were looking to eradicate indigo children through stem cell research, through MK Ultra, through Operation Chaos, and also through musical neuroscience as well. And so this is what we're seeing now. We're seeing a reemergence and a resurgence of indigo children being born as Black American people reach different levels of evolutionary consciousness, but also of evolutionary intellectual curiosity in refining the way that we respond to certain aspects of our genocide. But the other element is refining how we're responding to different things like delineation, reparations, restorative justice. We're beginning to see the importance of fostering certain holistic agricultural, horticultural aspects, and this reemergence of getting back to our culture, and in doing so, separating from the immigrant population, which is essentially infringed upon the wholesomeness of our culture. And that is what has caused this reemergence of indigo babies. And so a lot of this has to do cumulatively in correlation to that, in wanting to commit these acts of violence towards our people to put us back into a catatonic state, a stress state, if you will, where we are kind of left dormant politically, economically, spiritually, and culturally. But because we are a very resilient and resistant people, it's not working. And so what's happening is that people are kind of starting to kind of lose their shit. They're starting to panic because Black American people are not being susceptible to these elements, these constructs, this evolutionary element of oppression, systemic oppression that's been directed specifically at our people.
Did you guys
and that's why you see this resurgence of unaliving a lot of our children, our men, our women, our elderly people, and so on and so forth.
Did you know that Black Americans were one of the hardest people to MK Ultra, and they know that?
That's correct. Yes, I did know that. In fact,
it doesn't work on us like it works on everyone. That's why most of your what do you call them? Lee Harvey Oswald. What's the word they use for that they try to pin everything on? What do you call I'll say this.
The scapegoats.
Right. I can't say the word on here,
Right.
but you guys know what I'm talking about. That's why they're always non-FBA, because they can't MK Ultra us.
Yeah, that's
why they're always trying to that's why they have to use bio pew-pews on us, because they have to figure it out. Listen, our DNA, because of this melanin, it's protected. They got to use people from outside our community to infiltrate, because they can't actually use us. Like, they don't ever want us to kind of be in any position of power, because at any moment we can go against what they're saying and really do something that's going to help our people. They got to bring in an outsider to really that looks like us to really do something, but it's not going to be for us. It's going to be for them. So they can't really MK Ultra us really like that. We're not really susceptible. Like we can be under propaganda and witchcraft, and a lot of us are. We're under heavy propaganda and heavy witchcraft, but it wears off. Wears off.
There was a brother who was talking about that a little bit, and he was talking about how we have a kind of an epigenetic predisposition to, it only works for a period of time. One of the things that they used to use, they used LSD, they used cannabis, they used psilocybin. And what they found was that psilocybin and cannabis actually had the opposite effect of what they were trying to achieve. It actually opened up the cerebral cortex, the pineal gland decalcified, and also helped to stifle overconsumption of cortisol secretion. But one of the things that he pointed out, which I thought was so very brilliant of him, was that over time, the Black mind, because a lot of Black children are 60 to 70% more likely to be born with wet pineal glands, which means that we are predisposed to decalcify ourselves when we are put into a holistic environment. Is that we have a natural predisposition to deprogram ourselves from the socializing of programming, systemic oppression, genocide, and so on and so forth. And so how that manifests is it will look like a manic break or a psychotic break, but really it's your body's natural response systems telling you that you need to come away from how you've been programmed into this ideology or this philosophy of mind control that happens. And it's happening essentially to the grander scheme of the population, but it's directed specifically at Black Americans. It's really fascinating, very, very fascinating information. I've done a couple of lectures on this, along with a panel of different people, and we have this really beautiful a series that we've been doing over on Twitter, if you guys are interested. But there's a woman from NASA. Her name is Miss Azima, and she's been doing rooms with us as well. I'm actually going to be doing a space with her this week. And she's a former astrophysicist from NASA, Black American, foundational Black American woman. And we've been talking about the effects of musical neuroscience on reprogramming Black Americans away from systemic oppression, and how this correlates to how they are intentionally targeting, to go back to the brother's point, intentionally targeting our youth and our people with violence, and how we have found ways through resistance to counteract some of that in modern times. It's very fascinating and very helpful information if anybody's interested.
Yeah, I think people in the chat, I definitely want to know the researcher, the name of the researcher again. But yeah, man, listen. Do you ever wonder why they can't get us through logic, but they have to get us through emotion, our heart. They always have to touch our heart in order to motivate us to do the wrong things, because they know how big of a heart people we are. But we got. I preach on this all the time, and I talked about it many times in this live. You got two brains. Use them. You got what? You got your head knowledge, where the memory is, and the trauma, and the indoctrination is, and the programming, and then you got your gut, where your spirit dwells. You can't always follow your heart. As Black Americans, as Black people, we can't always listen to our heart because our heart is easily deceived. And they get to us through our wants, our needs, our desires, and we have to learn that, hey, that's not who we are. We're not motivated by our wants, needs. See, our motivation should never be from our heart. Our motivation should come from our gut. We should be motivated by things in the spirit, and we should be moving by things in the spirit. Our gut, that unction that we get, that those vibes that we so-called talk about, oh, the vibes is off, all this stuff. But we really understand those vibes. We have to let those things lead and guide us so we can rightfully divide the truth, because there's heavy propaganda and witchcraft. Turn off that TV because that puts you at a low frequency. It lulls you to sleep. It's hypnotism. Television is hypnotism. That's what it's trying to do, to hypnotize you and keep you in a hypnosis state or
incubated state. Yeah,
a suggestive state. I don't watch TV, y'all. I work 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I love it. I'm not bored. I'm building. I spent 3 months on this FBA coin, all out till 3 a.m. in the morning, just coding, putting it together. I love it. It's interesting to me. It's exciting to me. I'd rather do that than watch television and be under propaganda and witchcraft and be in a suggestive state. Another thing that puts you in a suggestive state: weed, drugs, alcohol. Those things put you in a suggestive state. Why do you think a bunch of people in Hollywood doing some funny stuff for some change and they can't live with themselves afterward? You got these Beaver people and Diddy cases and things like that. Because they're in these suggestive states where they just perform acts of wickedness that kills their spirit. They become reprobates. They're given over to a reprobate mind. Anybody who used drugs for a long period of time is going to become a degenerate. You're going to be. It's only natural. If you're doing anything in any of the hard drugs, the Molly, all that stuff, you use that for a long the ecstasy. You use that for a long period of time. You're going to become a degenerate. How do you think they got all these congressmen and politicians in their pocket? Because they're all degenerates, because they're all under this suggestive state and this, how about they control our government?
They got them under the government from selectivism. They pre-picked everybody to be in what position that they carry. So you can't look at that as an electoral type of situation. You got to look at that as selectorial. Because
here's that. No, we elect them in.
Who is we? Says who? We ain't counting them votes, brother.
But they know. I hear you. But
it's selectorial.
I got you. But they give that suggestion.
Yeah, that's
the moment you take the suggestion, the LSD, the moment you take that stuff, we got you. They got you, and they got.
Now let me ask you this.
Get you in a compromising situation.
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you. They tell you a lot of stuff about don't smoke weed, don't drink this, don't do that. But then there's other stuff that they try to keep you from. You never hear them talk about them goddamn mushrooms. You never hear them tell you, don't microdose that. Now, I ain't no mushroom head or no weed head either. I'm just saying.
So let me tell you, since you're there, what's that? I can't think of, man. Joe Rogan talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
He went down to, I think it was Mexico or South America, and it comes from this frog. Okay.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They call that the god drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's not psilocybin though. That's DMT and ayahuasca. Those are different than psilocybin.
DMT, ayahuasca. That's what they call it. Now, Now this thing alters your brain. You go down a trip and you come out, and a lot of people don't want to touch it because they're happy with the way their brain is working now. But this thing unlocks some stuff. Like if you got problems, it can help you, kind of. You know, I think that's how Kanye was able to come back from a lot of that stuff. I think somebody put him on some microdosing, and he was able to come back for some of that mind that they almost got him. Still messed up behind. He's still not 100% here, but they almost got that brother. They almost got that brother. That's why that brother is speaking truth one day and then doing some degenerate stuff the next day. Because man, they give you that cocktail, it's over. There's a cocktail they give you. I tell people, listen. I tell people all the time. I used to be in the music and entertainment industry way back when I was in my young teens, and I appreciate the older generation, the people that came and pulled me out and said, "Hey, man," gave me the game. I had a brother come to me and say, "Listen here, young blood, don't take the money because it comes with the cost. If you don't need the money, don't take it."
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know what the heck he meant. But I started seeing some funny things, and I realized I had another brother say, "Hey man, if you're going in the studio, get all your work done before 3 to 5 p.m. Get it all done. Do not stay in another man's or another person or another business till 12, 3 in the morning at the studio, hanging out, working on your track. You treat it like a job. You go in at 8 in the morning and 5, and then that's it. You take your butt home, because you know what happens when you wait a little, when you hang out a little too long at the studio, you smoke a little something that you think is what you want, and the next thing you wake up in a compromised situation. You don't stay at the studio. I'm so glad to have people give me the game. You don't hang around the studio, and you ain't got no reason to be working on your album at 12 at midnight till 3 in the morning. There's no reason for you to do that. You get your stuff done early, 8 to 10, 8 to 12, in, out, and you gone. You don't go drinking at anybody's party. If they invite you to a celebrity party, you don't drink. Don't touch the food, and don't touch the alcohol.
Agreed.
Eat before you go. Make sure you're full. And if you gotta drink something, bring your own drink. And you leave early. Always leave early. You don't stick around. But see, I'm thankful I have people in the game telling me how to move around, because they didn't want me to get got. I remember I was at a Calvin Klein shoot, right? We had to take off all our clothes, and we're down to our boxers. And there's this man that was walking around touching everybody's chest, a little funny. And he got to me, and I just like, "Nah, man, you're not touching me. I stood on business." Dude gave me a funny look, and then went down to the next guy next to me. And the guy next to me, he said, "Nah, I don't want to. You don't got to touch my chest. You can look, but don't touch." Next thing you know, they got me up out of there. They said, "Oh man, you can go on. You can go home. We'll pay you for the time you're here, but you can go home," because they knew I was messing up the program. See, that's why I love being a foundational Black American. All you gotta do is stand on business. You don't gotta be. You don't gotta do nothing for no. Listen. I got my dad put so much belief in me that I don't need nobody else's opportunity or money, because I know I got it all here. I got what's necessary to get what I need and get what I want, without having to compromise anything. That's the key. Belief in self. When you have so much belief in self, and you know you're gonna pop, you know you got the real skills. First of all, everybody wants you when they know you got skills. Everybody wants you when you really got real skills. Competency breeds confidence.
So Too Much. Check this out. Hey, they call me that Negro jamming. I'm glad to be here. Glad to hear the knowledge. I'm a mulatto. Might sound a little different. I get that a lot, but Just giving you a heads up.
Where's your family from?
What's that?
Where's your family
Well,
from?
I got family from Georgia. I got family from Coke Hill, Oregon. Like I said, I'm mixed, so I'm biracial. I definitely ride with the Negro side, my dad's side. That's who I am. That's who I've always been around. But my people come from Rome, Georgia. Like I said, I'm doing my lineage right now, and working with some really cool people from the lineage to get that done. But what I was saying was, I heard you definitely talking that. So I have MS. I'm in a wheelchair, and so I smoke tough, bro. I smoke tough. I've been in the reparations fight for the last 2 years, and I'm gonna tell you, I don't take medicine. I hate medicine. Absolutely pharmaceutical, anything. I got to take a couple just because my nerves are shot and I absolutely have to. But for the most part, I turn that down. Marijuana is what tones all that down and gets that right in my head. So I got to, you know what I'm saying? If I ever hear somebody, especially from the lineage, you know what I'm saying, that has a, different perspective on it, I definitely like enlightening, you know what I'm saying? It's helping babies with cancer, you know what I'm saying? So we can't demonize medicine.
I don't demonize herb. Okay, I don't.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Everybody use it at their own discretion, but it's medicine. But you got to understand something. But I would rather you grow your own.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
I would rather you grow your own than mess around. We got so much estrogen in our food. I tell men to take testosterone pills.
I'm a vegan.
Even at 16 years old.
Yeah.
They put estrogen in the water. No, they put it in the water, bro. They put it in the water. They put it in the food. They put it in everything. Okay. So
it's actually steroids, not estrogen. It's steroids.
They do
which is a combination of it has heightened levels of estrogen, heightened levels of testosterone. It also has it's not just those two chemicals. It's so 𝗖𝗄𝗄 Africa did a really great, amazing piece of literature called Nutricide, and he was talking about
my bad.
Brother Negro.
Hey,
you brother, it's good to see you on this platform.
Yes, ma'am. Hey.
I love it. I love that you were talking about cannabis. I remember that we had that musical neuroscience space, and we were talking about how music influences plants.
Yes,
and that was a great space. So shout out to you. But yeah, it's the steroids. It's actually the steroids. It's this heightened levels, unbalanced levels of estrogen, testosterone, and cortisol. And so it's a combination of different things that are being implemented. But essentially, it's Nutricide, controlling the food source as a means to control the brain function and the neuroscience, the chemical imbalances in the brain, which essentially affect the brain's reward system, dopamine, serotonin, and of course, other elements as well, which calcifies the joint tissues, the blood flow, and the pineal gland. So that's essentially what it is. Everything in moderation is fine. Psilocybin is fine. DMT is fine. Ayahuasca is fine. Cannabis is fine. But of course, in moderation and balanced with a nutrient-rich diet. And that's the problem that a lot of us are experiencing, is that, during chattel slavery, we were able to kind of control our intake of cannabis. We sold it. We actually commodified it. But now we're able to do that because they've put a controlled variable on those things.
So do y'all know, do y'all think that all these yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
I'm sorry.
No,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. But do y'all think all these herb shops are giving y'all, all this high potency herb that's coming from these
Oh no, you should absolutely grow your own. You should
Yeah,
definitely grow your own.
you know,
Yeah.
they're putting, even Farrakhan tried to warn us. He said they're putting something in there, y'all.
But now let's flip the narrative. Same thing with the grocery store.
Yeah.
It's not about. So I grow. I'm in Michigan. Been growing for years, but
Shout
it's
out
about
Kenny.
it's
Shout
about the
out Kenny.
nutrients that you use in the way that you process your marijuana. Because a lot of people put certain pesticides and stuff around their crops to try to prevent loss. Same thing with vegetables and fruit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about,
It's in
again,
everything.
like the sister just said, it's all about the way that you structure your product. And that's why I was asking you about the movement. Like, I would like to see the blueprint, the structure, the outline, the government, the body of it, because it could be very successful if it's processed, like I said earlier in the conversation, how they took and copied the African civilization and created government infrastructure and stuff for Rome, just based off how Africans was moving. Like, it's so we know that this movement has to have a whole body behind it. You understand what I'm saying? So it has to be, you got to think about farming. You got to think about how you're going to feed your members, how they're going to eat, because it's one thing to say, oh, I'm going to be this way. But where are your resources that's created for you to be able to eat off of this? Where's your resources for you to be able to be funded and pay for your housing? Because we have.
That's why the decentralized bank is important. But one of the things I also talk about is we need to have our own gas station.
I mean, you got a brother right now making fuel out of plastic.
Right. And we need, but here's the thing. Listen, we got Terrence Howard, right? I think we got to take a chance on that brother. He's a foundation of Black America, and he got ideas that nobody wants to fund. We got to fund them.
But see, here's the flip side. We got
to have our own scientists.
Listen,
we can't depend on.
You have to remember, your adversary is the art. This is the reason that he's in power, because when he sees situations like that, he seeks to destroy them immediately. That's what I got to you about. Did y'all see all the unalivings?
Yeah.
And because he wanted to see who the next leader voice was going to be, and guess who stepped up to be the next leader voice? I didn't get to that point.
Okay.
BLM. That's who came in. You got to think after that. That's when Black Lives Matter jumped up. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna take the lead.
That was Democratic. That was.
That's my whole point.
They co-opted.
They dropped in you. Nobody gonna say nothing. Let's create our own little fake little.
Right.
So it was just like, y'all, we fell for that.
So that's why we only deal with the grassroots. If we stick with the grass, because we know the grassroots, we know how everybody moves, everybody know each other. It's tight knit. But
you got to make something to where it's like an unpointable leadership, like where it's kind of like you got to actually be a crypto.
There is no leader. It's the code. That's how we do that.
Because you can't have a head, you can't have a tail, because they're gonna seek to destroy that.
Click the link in my bio and download FBA Code of Honor.
Okay.
Download that. Okay. That's a good starting point. That's a good code. This is how we conduct ourselves, how we treat our brothers. We even have a treaty amongst each other.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm with it. I'm just listening.
All you gotta do is click. It has a dollar amount, but you just put 0 in the dollar amount and click I want this. And it's absolutely free. Just download the PDF file. It's right there. I got a bunch of stuff on the link in my bio. Just go down the link in my bio and start and get the PDF file. I got books on there. I got music on there. But get the PDF file. Those are free. Get those PDF files. Keep them. Read them. Put them through ChatGPT. Whatever you do, and just understand that the code is everything. The code is the leader. The code dictates. We don't have a leader. We have motion. Whoever has the ball, we back them up. That's it. That's how it is. Whoever got the momentum, everybody knows who got momentum. You see it. You don't have to, it's not like something you can't see or don't know what's going on. When we see somebody has momentum, instead of just backbiting and being mad because you didn't start it or you didn't create it, no. You get behind them and make sure they complete their mission. That's what it's about. That's why it's so important we run our own candidates. Because our job is to make sure that when they get in the belly of the beast, because they're gonna go in the belly of the beast, and they're gonna make propositions. They're gonna come at them. They're gonna get lobbied. We got to make sure that we protect them and paper them up enough so they don't go over. Because understand, paper them up enough so they don't go over. Because understand, paper them up enough so they don't. Hold on, bro. Yeah, there you go. So this is how you got to understand. Okay, this is how our government works. Okay, it's called incentivization. I give you whatever you want, and in return, you give me something. That's how they topple governments, everything. I don't want to go into too deep because I don't want them to take the live down or anything like that. But you understand what I'm saying? Their job is to give you your deepest, darkest desire and make it happen. That's why I always stress that we got it. No skeletons in your closet, people. Be righteous. Stay righteous. Do not even think or get seduced by the dark side, period. When we run these candidates, I want these candidates to be squeaky, clean, righteous brothers and sisters. No skeletons, because if you have one, they're going to use them, period. They're going to use them. And we can't have that. We need people who are righteous, are going to stand on business, who are going to be unafraid. Because we're going to provide protection. We're going to protect you. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you complete your mission. But you can't be afraid to speak. You got to speak the truth. You got to be articulate, right? Like our sister down here. You got to have that, you got to have that bravado, that moxie, and you got to go in there and you got to stand on business. You can't be wavering. You can't be shy. You can't be fearful. Don't be afraid to be unalived. Your job is to go in there and stand on business. And as long as we got a system in place that takes care of our own, if something happens, we're gonna take care of what we need to take care of it. And you can trust that. That's what we're trying to build. We got to build that infrastructure. Nothing gets done without the money. We got to have the money to go along with the think tank. The think tank and the money has to be synonymous, because once we solve a problem, now we know what to throw money at. We cannot, I hate people saying, oh man, we're going to start this thing and everybody just start throwing money at it and there's no goal. What the heck are we doing? No goal? No, we got to have a goal. We got to have a think tank. We got to have a plan. We got to have a strategy. And then we got to have the money that's already raised. We ain't got time to wait on to raise no money. No, we got to have it at the same damn time. That's what's hurting us. So if we have that kind of mindset and that kind of organization, it's just, listen, man, this is chess, not checkers. This is not easy, but it's simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. It really is. And that's why, again, we can't listen. You can be whatever you are. As long as you're part of the lineage, we're going to take care of you. We do our infighting behind closed doors. We build. We got to get our own platform. One thing we got to get is our own platform. But here's the thing. Once we get our own platform, we got to all switch. You can't be hanging around on these other sites. Right now, we already know that no matter what we're doing, they're listening and they're watching. We can't stop that. We can't. We just have to trust that the Most High is on our side, and we got a mission, and it's going to be completed, whether they know about it or not. That's how it is. That's how it is. Until we get our own platform, until we get our own everything, we have to use the system that we have in front of us. So that's it, man. That's it, y'all. Anybody got any questions? I know people came up and then some people dropped. Are people asleep? I know, Hanukkah. I know you sleep. You sleep?
What's that?
I know people.
Nah, I'm sitting here chilling. Hey, we got a platform. A lot of our people are there. Sister Ish is there.
What
I'm
platform?
there. What's that?
Don't say fan club.
No. Funded socially. Yeah, we looked into the whole fan base thing. That dude ain't with reparations. We're mostly all about reparations.
Yeah, don't say fan base. So what platform is this? And who owns the platform?
It's called Funded Socially, and who owns it? We have our own IOP, so it's its own spot. We are working. It's funded socially, so we are all paying towards it. There's one person that owns the account. I can't. They call him Black Majority State. He owns it, but it's a funded socially, so we all kick in and pay pieces.
How do you know? How do you know if people are FBA or not?
Oh, everyone's doing lineage. I'm doing my lineage right now. My grandpa was in World War II, and I'm like, for real, getting in there, really getting back to, my roots. So I'm almost there. We went through crazy, what's it called, genealogy, or what's it called? What's that thing called? It's a ripoff, really. They be getting you. Ancestry.com, and I'm working with other people that's tying my family together, because it ain't easy to prove it, and you got to prove that you're our people. So that's kind of to answer your question. We're all doing lineage, and if you ain't from us, then you pretty much ain't gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? It's really for our people.
Send me the link on how to.
Yeah, without a doubt. But there's FBA. I consider myself. I self-identify as an American Negro. Like what was on my dad's birth certificate. You feel me? So that's how I self-identify. But there's FBA in there. There's people consider themselves Black American. Freedmen, all of us, but it's us is what I'm saying.
But it's our lineage, though, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's not like some Caribbeans in there, some Africans.
Hell no. I'm all about lineage-based reparations for our people, and everything we build is about us. Foundational Black Americans, or the people group emancipated between 1863 to 1865. That's how I say it. We all got our own spill, but let me find it. I'm gonna throw it in the chat. All right.
Yeah. Throw it in the chat, but also send me a direct message if you can with that.
Okay. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what's gonna happen, y'all. I mean, it's 1:47, man. I gotta go to work in the morning like like everybody else, and I gotta do it. I do 16 hours, nothing. But this is what I do. So I need at least a couple hours of sleep. I only get about 3 to 5 hours of 4 to 5 hours of sleep a day. That's how I've been operating lately, and that it's not the best, but it's working for me. It's working for me. So let me get my 3 to 4 hours real quick, so I can pop back up and do what I need to do. Okay, people are at work right now. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast, y'all. So it's like 1:47 a.m. out here. So I know some people are on the East Coast waking up, getting ready to start their day, things like that. Man, listen. We are an ancient people. We are great. We are powerful. Everything we done given more than this world could ever give back to us. Just understand that we done given more to this world than they can ever give back to us. Let's stand on business. Let's stand on lineage business, and let's all get to the promised land. All right, y'all. I'm out. Everybody have a blessed day. Y'all take care. I'm gonna get some sleep. We out. Peace.